I'll go second. I'm quite happy to go second.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Of course you want to go second. Everybody know how that works, but we ain't tripping. Let's go.
we'll start out with Bro Sanchez. I'll put your time on the clock and we will begin.
Just to clarify, is the intro like to introduce ourselves and give our opening argument? Yeah.
Yeah, you can introduce yourself in the first minute if you want, but then mostly it's your opening argument there.
Right, perfect.
Introduce yourself. Introduce yourself. My name is Sanchez. Yeah, and I'm a Panther. Yeah, and you got questions. Yeah, and I got answers. Roll call. Introduce yourself. Introduce yourself. Introduce yourself. Hey, my name is Sanchez. Hey, and I'm a Panther. Hey, and you got questions. Hey, and we got answers. Roll call. Let me quit bullshit.
So let me get the clock going and you should be ready to go whenever you want to start.
Okay, give me 1 minute here.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so you guys got my screen share here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you can go ahead and start my time.
Okay.
Okay, so I want to start with something called, I want to make an argument of motion blur, right? Let me arrange these slides, my bad. Can you stop my time, Jeremy? Excuse me for everybody. Her name is Jewel, hey, and she spit jams, hey, and she... What up, Jewel? Everybody gotta get one now. Her name is Jewel, hey, and she spit gems, hey, and she rock Gucci, hey, and she rock Tim's. Roll call, hey. Come on, who next? Who next? Who want to get in the midst? To hit my do not disturb on my phone because I got people texting me and stuff. But okay, so basically what I want to talk about. His name is Big Dog, hey, and he from Philly, hey, and he will block you, hey, if you is silly. Roll call. Space. Space is a place where things can happen there that never we can prove or it can happen on Earth. And one of my arguments that I want to introduce in this debate is the ISS, right? For example, the ISS is moving at 18,000 miles per hour. A bullet moves at 2,000 miles per hour. So, but we see astronauts tethered to the ISS, and we are told because of relativity, they don't even feel 18,000 miles per hour, which is more than four times the speed of a bullet. And these are some very impressive, numbers. These numbers are just amazing. My thing is they have little tools such as drills and boats floating around tethered to them. These things should be, you shouldn't be able to hold these objects tethered. Yeah, stupid. It should be flying out of his fucking hand, you damn dummy. This is gonna be a fun review today. Her name is Virgo. Hey, she think I'm sassy. Hey, but if she keep on, hey, shit gonna get messy. Roll call. What's up, Virgo? Oh, shit. This is so fun. His name is Neezy. Hey, and he the great. Nah, I ain't gonna get my boy Neezy, man. Hey, what up, though? Charlie, what's good? I see you, man. To a machine that's going 18,000 miles per hour. These things should fly out of your hand. Imagine somebody trying to do mechanic work on a moving airplane on the wing of it. We're told that because there is no space is basically a vacuum. So they're saying that the ISS is moving through nothing, basically through a vacuum. And because of that, there is no drag. But at the same time, they give us comets that appear to be experiencing some sort of drag, which is why they have a dust tail and a gas tail. Hey, y'all, I debated a nigga yesterday, right? He said the earth rotating 1,000 miles per hour under your feet. And he said when you jump up, the earth just throwing you over, and that's how you land back where you started at, y'all. Y'all heard what I said, my guy. I debated. See, we so indoctrinated. We think this shit is so right. They wouldn't lie to us. Why would they lie about that? Listen, man. That's your only explanation for why I can jump right now and land back where I fucking started at, is that when I jump and the ground beneath me is moving 1,000 miles per hour, look, y'all, it's like a nigga on a skateboard, y'all. When a nigga on a skateboard and he jump, and he don't just jump straight up. He jump forward to meet the skateboard and jump. Put it this way. This gonna sound funny, but I didn't say it. They said. The globe Earth is a big ass skateboard. And every time you jump, you on your Tony Hawk shit. I want you to keep in mind, right, that this dude got in the back of a pickup truck to debunk me. He tried to, he showed me the video looking goofy. So the nigga going 10 miles per hour and he jumps up and land back in the truck. Dude, that ain't even nowhere near an experiment to start talking about a bunch of people on a globe Earth rotating 1,000 miles per hour. The truck ain't rotating, it's just revolving. Earth ain't just moving through space according to what they say. See, I'm going to tell you, a lot of folks that try to defend the globe, they don't even know about it more than me. I know their globe model more than them. I know what they teach about it. That's how I know it's bullshit. You can't fucking get in the back of a pickup to recreate the, what's going on with the globe Earth, because it's rotating and revolving. And the pickup truck would just represent revolution, not rotation, lest that motherfucker spinning round while you going forward. If me and you debating about the rotation of the Earth, why would you do an experiment to prove the revolution of it? Dummy. See, that's what I'm saying. Flat earthers are supposed to be the dummies, right? But we gotta teach these niggas they model while we beat them up too. Nothing basically through a vacuum. And because of that, there is no drag. But at the same time, they give us comets that appear to be experiencing some sort of drag, which is why they have a dust tail and a gas tail. If you don't understand the argument that I'm making, let me go further. If we're told that the asteroid's atmosphere and all of its, compositional makeup, all of these elements are just, it's blowing off of the thing as it moves through space, right? It's losing its atmosphere and all of this stuff. But at the same time, the astronaut won't lose his wrench. He won't lose his. Let me show you how silly you got to be to believe in a globe. You believe that an astronaut is tethered to the ISS with a screwdriver. Now the ISS going 4 times the speed of a bullet, y'all. The ISS going 18,000 miles per hour, they say. And he's tethered to it, working on the outside of it with a fucking wrench. What? And they give you this one-word answer. It's relativity. No, it's stupidity, nigga. Because if you say ain't no drag in space, that's why he don't feel it, then why the hell is the comet got a tail? So the comet can lose its atmosphere as it moves through space, but the astronaut won't lose his equipment while he tethered to the ISS at 18,000 miles per hour? Yeah, come on. Where relativity at with that asteroid? Why it ain't keeping its motherfucking atmosphere stuck to it like it's keeping his astronaut wrench stuck to his hand? Dagger. You know why we win, y'all? Because we using our head and they just believing what the fuck they told. Now, guess what? We got the truth, but they got the numbers, though. They got the numbers, though. Now, which side you rather be on? A bunch of dummies that don't know shit, but they all agree? Or there's few people over here getting laughed at, but they really got the truth? Make your decision. Let's go. Equipment, the little screw that he's screwing when he's working don't fly out of his hand at 18,000 miles per hour, right? None of these things happen. And we're just told because of relativity, and that's just as far as it go. I'm going to see. And that's the far as it goes. Shout out the Naisha channel. Thank you so much. Shout out the Naisha channel and Jordan a Maker. Flat motherfucking power. We appreciate you guys' support for real. Shout out to my brother Louis Russell as always. What's good, Louis? You already know, man. Appreciate the love. Flat motherfucking power. Flat motherfucking power. See how Craig does when he get a chance to respond to that. So they say that there's no drag in space, but they then display drag with asteroid tails, comet tails, and all of that. So as this object moves through space, it's losing it's some of itself. We ask the same question with astronauts working on the ISS. So I want him to deal with that one. Also, I wanted to deal with this. When astronauts leave the Earth and they look back at the Earth, this is an idea of what they should see if the Earth was rotating at 1,000 miles per hour. They give us the same one-word answer when we ask, why don't we see the Earth rotating at 1,000 miles per hour? And we should see something called motion blur, which I'm going to demonstrate in a minute. We are given the same answer, which is relativity. Hey, Jerry, can you give me a 2-minute warning, by the way, too, when I'm when I get to 2 minutes?
Will do.
Yeah, so guys, we should see motion blur. And we are told when we're on the Earth, guys, that we can't feel the 1,000 miles per hour spin, nor see it. They said because the Earth is too big and you're like an ant on a basketball, right? Now, they can make that argument from the ground that we can't see the curve. If the Earth was too big, we couldn't feel the rotation that we was on it. Let's let them have that argument from the ground. So let's get off of the Earth and go to space. Now, when we leave the Earth, one of these are going to be eliminated. The idea that we won't be able to feel the spin because we now left the Earth. But surely now we should be able to see the spin. If I'm on a merry-go-round, yes, at going around 10 miles per hour, I'm going to definitely feel the spin. But they say that's because that's small. Now, from my perspective on a merry-go-round, I wouldn't necessarily see the merry-go-round's motion blur because I'm a part of the motion myself. But the world around me will be blurred. The world around me. Now, if you're outside of the merry-go-round, looking at the merry-go-round, depending on how fast it's spinning, you may see motion blur, right? So here's an example of what I'm saying. At a tire just going 80 miles per hour, we can see motion blur. We can see motion blur on a spinning top that's not going anywhere near rotating at 1,000 miles per hour. But when we leave the Earth that's rotating 1,000 miles per hour, we can't see the motion blur because we're told it's too big, it's relativity. But we're told that because these are things that they can make these arguments for when we're on the ground. Flat motherfucking power to my brother Flat Out Fudge, baby. Salutes to you, bro, and I appreciate the support, man. Shout out to my brother. We're going to open up the calls for you guys, too, once I finish, do the review or whatever. But they can't make these arguments once we leave the Earth. And, of course, once we leave the Earth, we won't be able to feel the spin. So we can't feel the spin if we're on the Earth. We can't feel it when we're off the Earth, of course. And if we can't visually see the spin when we're on the Earth, at least we should be able to see the spin when we leave the Earth. I mean, just think about it, guys. They say that we can't see the curve because we're on the Earth and it's so big, and we got to get off of it to see the curve. They say we can't see the spin for the same reason. So when we leave the Earth, we are able to see the curve according to NASA. They give us pictures that show us the curve, they say. But these pictures never show motion blur. In other words, hey guys, you can't see the curve of the earth on the ground, but you can see it in space. Hey guys, you can't see the span of the earth or feel it from the ground. So everything's supposed to be possible from space. So if I can see the curve of the earth from space, why can't I see the span of the earth now from space? Because if I'm on a merry-go-round, of course I can't see the span, the motion blur. I'm on it. But why can't I see it when I get off of it and look back at it? Ooh, flat motherfucking power, Brandon Prather. Appreciate that, my brother. Good look. Flat Out Fudge said recently they said the moon was in the Earth atmosphere. It was 238,000 miles away. The ISS is 250. It's closer. See the issue? Oh my God. Hey, Flat Out Fudge, I'm gonna make a whole video behind that. The fucking, yo. Yo. Flat Out Fudge, you so crazy, bro. Yo, my fucking nigga. Flat Out Fudge, that is a real dagger, bro. You got me stuck, bro. I can't even finish the review. Yo. Flat Out fucking Fudge, you just did it, man. You just did it, bro. Oh, man. Hey, Brandon Prather, that's some love, bro. I'm going to tell you why this is a dagger. They're saying that the ISS is behind the moon, but we can't go to the moon, though. They got a number problem, y'all. They said that the moon was 238,000 miles away. But they say that the ISS is 250,000 miles away. You telling me the moon closer to the earth than the ISS? But we can't go to the moon, but we can fucking go beyond it? How both of them, wait a minute. This is crazy. So for an astronaut to get on the ISS, they not only got to make a moon trip, they got to go beyond that motherfucker. See? This is what happened when you spew out numbers and lies. You can always catch a liar in the lie. That is fucking crazy, bro. Ooh, I'ma use that. Louis Russell, much love, my brother. Flat motherfucking power. I appreciate y'all's donations. For an Earth that should be moving 1,000 miles per hour, and what I have on the screen is what we should see, but we are given objects like this. Even when we're looking at NASA live streams from space, we can't observe visually an Earth that's moving, that's rotating 1,000 miles per hour, but we should, because that's the way everything else works when we're filming things in motion blur. And there's no way relativity or anything can get him out of that. So he's gonna try, but if I can see this from a spinning top, I should be able to see it from a globe Earth that's going 1,000 miles per hour. Facts. Let me give a shout out to Rom Ham Solo and a sense of awe. Appreciate y'all, my brothers, for being channel members over here at Flat Power. Right? So if I can't see the span or feel the span when I'm on the Earth, and I can't see the span or feel the span when I'm off the Earth, then how can I prove the span? Because now the span has become undetectable. Damn it, I'm good. You can't tell me that wasn't fire, bro. Come on now. We can't see the damn curve when we on the ground. We can't feel the spin when we on the Earth. But Eratosthenes measured the curve hundreds of years ago with 2 sticks on the ground. You feel me? A shout out to my peoples, Alabama Nigga Nation. Appreciate that donation from Alabama Nigga Nation. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate that from the sister. And that seemed like it's coming from a familiar person with this nigga nation. We already know what that is, but I ain't gonna give you no shout out, nigga. You know I know who you is. Nah, shout out to Alabama Nigga Nation, man. Anybody want to join the call? Join it. Don't be in the shadows. Let me drop the link for any smoke. Any smoke against flat power. Come up right now. Oh, that's funny. Shout out to Alabama Nigga Nation. Shout out Key Norfolk. What's good? Bronze Flat Power God. What up, Richie Michelle? If I can't see it or feel it, on or off the earth, how do I prove it? What experiment can I do to prove that a rotating earth that's rotating at 1,000 miles per hour, that I can't feel this 1,000 miles per hour or even visually see it, how can I begin to detect it, which I would need to do in order to prove it right or wrong? It disproves itself by the very fact that it does not exist in any way that we can detect, the way that I can detect via sight or feel. And, you know, that's important when we're talking about proving a motion. You need those, especially and when we talk about seeing a curve. The two senses you need with this would be feel and sight. You telling me I'm spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, I don't feel it. You telling me there's a curve at the horizon line, I don't see it. So how do I detect it? That's like trying to prove that a ghost is real. How do they detect it? Well, they did experiments in ancient Egypt with 2 sticks. Wait a minute, you said we can't see the curve from the ground. Then how the fuck can we measure something we can't see? A fucking big ass planet with 2 sticks during a time when niggas riding on camelback?
Stupid.
We're gonna see what happens when he attempt these. These are my 2 main arguments. And I'm also going to talk about in my debate here today. Shout out to my brother Gunsmoke. Appreciate that donation. Appreciate the donation, Gunsmoke. Much love, man. I appreciate that. How water in space behaves, because in my opinion, this is one of Craig's weaknesses in a debate. Because I don't think Craig understands that there is no flow in space. Things can't circulate in space. You can't have jet streams and rivers of water in space, because the way that gas and water behaves in space is the way this gentleman is showing you here. Things in space don't flow, they glob. So water turns into a super earth or you know, spherical globular shape. Rather big or small, that's how you get super Earths, according to them. If you got gas in space, it's gonna glob up the same way. Depending on how much you get, it's gonna be a gas giant like Saturn or a small, you know, things basically in space, they glob, whereas things on Earth flow. You have streams, gas rise in a stream, water flows. This is not the case in space, and if this is not the case, don't you know that there's a lot of equipment that they rely on that requires them to, that requires water to flow, air to flow. For example, I'm gonna show you some of the equipment right here on this collage, which is they use heat pumps on the ISS. You know what else they use? Air compressors. You know what the astronauts on the moon use? Lithium oxide canisters. You know what these canisters needed to have? They needed to be able to circulate gas and liquids through this backpack. Shout out to my brother, Just Be Real, man. I appreciate the love, bro. I appreciate it. Flat motherfucking power. They needed to have this airtight from the conditions of space that was around them. And they used duct tape, guys. Citizen man, I see you. To make sure it was airtight, by the way. Other side, what up, what up? This equipment was relying on air to flow, for liquids to flow. And these things cannot happen in space. Hey, Real Rap. Okay, yeah, salutes to Real Rap. But Real Rap, what, I don't know why I thought you was going against Flat Earth on Sonetta. I'm tripping. I'm thinking about somebody else probably. He's going to try to come with all kind of mumbo jumbo to make what up wits it happen. But here's a guy on the ISS showing you how water behaves in space. Shout out to everybody in the chat room, man. He's not the only one. I have another example here. I didn't want to play the video, so I did the screen share. So these are my main 3 foundations for today, what I'm going to be proposing for Craig, and I'm hoping that he can, you know, address them straight on with no dancing and no playing around. All right, so of course he's going to dance and play around. These guys are part of the circus. So one thing, as I summarize all of these arguments, I want to say, first of all, Jared, how much time do I got before I do this?
2:45.
2:45. Okay, cool. I do got time. Okay, I'm gonna make another argument, guys. What's good, my brother? Flat Out Fudge. What's good, bro?
I'm good, man. Hey, I just came up here to bring some clarity with that super chat. You know, I was saying the ISS is 250 miles from the Earth.
Okay.
You see, you know, they said that the Earth atmosphere extends beyond the moon now. So that means that they ain't in complete nothingness given their narrative. So that means if the ISS is 250, just 250 miles from the Earth, is closer, it's in more atmosphere. So that means there should be some type of drag if it's going that fast.
You know what? I'm glad you clarified, because I thought you were saying 250,000. Then that would have pointed out a whole nother problem. So that problem don't exist. The problem you was pointing out was the fact, and that's an even crucial dagger. I mean, so that first problem, disregard, guys, but what he's clarifying is even worse. It's just as damaging, though. You know, because that is bro, you should be doing more debating, man, because listen, that's a fucking dagger, too, though, because it's like, yeah, I ain't think of that. They saying that relativity because of space, but the ISS ain't technically in space, correct?
Mm-hmm.
It's within.
They changed it again.
Yeah, and that hurt them. See, that's what I told y'all. If you keep changing shit and lying, something gonna contradict something you said down here eventually. Them playing with where the atmosphere at, that opens up a whole can of worms I can poke at now that he pointed that out. Because, yeah, that make me think, like, when I find out what height level satellites is on, and you can't say they in space in Earth's orbit, they might be within the atmosphere like an airplane, according to what, I'm gonna look up the numbers, what they saying, how far the atmosphere go out, and we'll look up the numbers on other stuff and start beating up on it. Yeah.
Yep. But yeah, I just want to do that. I got to get ready for work, man. So
okay,
I'm listening in.
Appreciate that, Flat Out Fudge. Appreciate it, man. No problem. Oh yeah, we're gonna put the link. We're gonna put the link in, man. We're gonna put the link out now. Y'all can start coming on up, guys. In these 2 minutes and 45 seconds, like watching this debate back is like it's like when what was them 2 teams played? It was a good game too. The Eagles and somebody to go to the playoffs. It was real close. But I'm gonna tell you, watching this shit back, bro, I feel like my nigga D'Amico Ryans. Matter of fact, my nigga, hold on a second. Roll Tide, motherfucking Roll Tide in the house, 205, baby. Roll motherfucking Tide, baby. Let me say something. Shout out to my nigga D'Amico Ryans. If you anybody know sports or if you from Bama, I want to clap it up for D'Amico Ryans, man. Though them Houston Texans making the playoffs. See, I know D'Amico Ryans, and it's just so dope. I think this is his first time making the playoffs as a coach. Bro, that is awesome. So yeah, shout out to them Houston Texans, man. Real talk. But guess what? I feel like the nigga CJ Stroud on this bitch, nigga. I'm talking about this is classic MVP performance round this motherfucker, nigga. Come on, man. Look at this. This is, if this was a boxing match, boy, the footwork is so crazy. Come on, man. Look at this, man. Flat earthers say that the sun, and I'm just opening up. He got a whole 2 more hours of this shit, y'all. That's why people don't like to debate me. And it's local. It's not 93 million miles away. Jewel, thank you for that donation, my sister. Flat motherfucking power. And if that's true, then flat earthers should be producing crepuscular rays to prove it. And here it is. If someone think that those rays trace back to a sun that's 93 million miles away, they fail geometry. No doubt about it. We can trace this back to a local sun that's close just the way that flat earthers say that it is. And the word local is important. Let's pull up local lighting. Let's pull up an example of local, because the lighting is local, such as like a street light. That'll be a good example, right? You will see triangulation leading to the source of light. So when I pull up local lighting, you'll see a quick example of what I'm saying. The triangulation that we get leading back. See, the further that I raise this light up, the base will expand. And if you're down on the ground, that will tend to appear like parallel rays of light. And it will light up the entire floor or that side of the earth, in this case, the globe right here. You see the parallel rays? Because the sun is 93 million miles away, you wouldn't see that no kind of triangulation at all. You see what we have here? But on a flat earth, you would. And guess what? We do observe. And that's exactly what's going on. Y'all see what I just did? You see what I just did? How many of y'all get that? It's easy. It's easy. It's easy. Like, if I got a basketball in my hand and a flashlight, if I want to light up the whole side of that basketball, the whole one side, I got to move my light back. Because if I put my light too close, it's going to make a triangle and a little bitty circle of light in one little spot. It's going to make a little bitty triangle, and it's going to make a big, bright little circle on one part of that basketball. It ain't going to illuminate the entire whole side of. Guess what? I need my sun to be 93 million miles away so I can expand the base of my light projection triangle, and now I can cover that whole side. So I can have a little small bright portion covered in a bright ass light, or I can have a whole side of my globe covered, but it'll just be sunlight. It won't be too bright. It'll be just right, like how we experience it. That's what they say. I'll show you the pictures, what they give you for that. See, if what they're saying is true, you should never, ever, ever, ever see this right here. That's triangulation. If what they saying is true, you should never get crepuscular rays. This is what you should get. What they show you. If I take this sun and start bringing it close to the globe Earth, you'll start seeing the triangle. It'll start making that triangle, but the heat and the light will get more and more intense. So, I mean, just simple stuff that globalists got to ignore to believe the dumb shit. And I'm all about Occam's razor. Let's go. You see the parallel rays? Because the sun is 93 million miles away, you wouldn't see that no kind of triangulation at all. You see what we have here? But on a flat earth, you would. And guess what? We do observe the triangulation on a flat earth. And you would need parallel rays to prove a sun 93 million miles away. And I want to know how he's going to, try to combat that when I pair it with the fact that here go pilots are flying above the sun here. At no point on the globe Earth should anyone be able to look down at the sun. This is no eye trick or camera trick. And a lot of globalists don't like to deal with this footage. Shout out to X-Rack, Flat Power. Thank you for the donation. Pilots are looking down at the sun. This shouldn't be if it was 93 million miles away. You can't look down on an object that's 93 million miles away unless you're 94 million miles away, for example, So the clouds is obstructing part of the sun, which letting us know is right where it seems to be. This is no eye trick. We can trust our eyes. We can trust geometry, right?
Time's up.
Roderick McGill, what's up, my brother?
Okay, Craig, you got it.
And what's up, Just Me and Rizzard? Hey, Rob Notches, if you want to jump. Well, no, Rob. Damn, you don't study.
15 minutes.
Sanchez.
Damn, yeah.
It was good, bro.
What's good, Real Rep? What's good? Everybody on the, my bad. Shout out to my panel, man. Salutes, brothers.
I'm gonna make this real quick, bro, and I'm gonna get back in the chat. When you did the bill last night, the square stationary model, that's what got me over the top. But before I get into that, I want to say you had told me one time on your channel, bro, a few months back, and it's true. You was like, I can learn something from you, and you can learn something from me. Well, I'm in student mode, bro, and after last night when you did that bill, I jumped on Clubhouse with some of my flat earth homies on Clubhouse, and I was working the model mentally from what you was going in with the stationary square or the square stationary model. And my question is a little deep, like you were getting into a great explanation. I just wanted to finish it off with if you have the sun, because like this will help me put it together. If you have the sun coming I'm doing the air quotes, setting right at the horizon, but it's not actually setting, it's more of a rotation, because the example that I was telling my partners on Clubhouse, when I was stationed in Japan, like being in the Eastern Hemisphere, I took my last trip going back to Okinawa, where I left New Orleans, flew to Atlanta. From Atlanta to Tokyo, the sun never went down, bro. And once I put that together with what you were showing with the model, that's when I was able to fully accept it. And I'm gonna be here asking a lot of questions, trying to understand more models.
That's what's up. I'm with that, man. Salutes to that.
Like my question, bro. I'm sorry, bro. Like the question that I have for that model though, is there a way to be able to calculate the lowest point of the sun as it's allegedly setting, like before it rotates back to the Eastern Hemisphere?
Is there any way? I was paying attention to two things at once, and that ain't good. Let me give you my full attention. I apologize. Go ahead.
No problem. The question that I had, and I'm gonna jump back in the chat, is there a way to calculate? Is there a calculation to understand how the sun doesn't, like the lowest point that the sun gets to before it's...
You muted in the middle of the question.
Yeah, I'm sorry, bro. Somebody was trying to call my phone.
Oh, okay.
Is there a calculation to figure out the sun's lowest point before it sets on one horizon and when it rotates to the next horizon?
Oh, see, you would never be able to calculate that, because that's a perspective phenomena. It ain't really happening that way. In other words, when the sun is setting on a horizon line, right, it's not really going down. When they say sundown, the sun ain't going down over a curve. It's vanishing at a point. So no, you wouldn't be able to calculate this downward motion of the sun because it's not going down. It's actually a phenomena due to perspective. You get what I'm saying? I could go into more detail if you don't get it. If you get it in the chat room, drop a 1. Anybody else? Y'all feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I was muted, bro. Yeah, please, bro. Cause last I'm about to be a student of the game, fam.
Okay, I'll show you what's going on. I'll go deeper in the detail. When the sun is so-called quote unquote going down, it's not going down. It's just going away. Watch the demonstration. The sun is the quarter in the top left corner on the table. The table is the horizon line. Let's watch it. So you would say, did the coin drop down under the ground? Did he take that quarter and press it down into the table to get that bottom part missing? No, the quarter didn't go down. The quarter just moved away, and it moved out of your line of sight starting from the bottom up. And this dotted line on the right represents how that works. So if the quarter is the sun, look at how the sun vanishes from the bottom up, because it's dropping below the visible and non-visible line of sight here. Here go your eyeball. Here go the horizon. And it's meeting you at eye level. And then as the sun go away, not down, it appears to go down because it's falling below the horizon line. But it ain't really falling, though. It ain't really falling. It's just moving away. If somebody say, I want to measure how much the sun just fell, they wouldn't be able to do it because that quarter on the table ain't falling. It's just an illusion due to a vanishing point and some moving away from you on a plane.
That makes perfect sense because like my partner on Clubhouse did the same model, but instead of a quarter, he took like a little desk ornament, and what he was showing was the further he pushed the desk ornament away from the edge of the table, it was going away like what you said. It didn't actually go down. That's why I was saying allegedly sunset, because it didn't actually go down. It just, correct me if I'm wrong, Sanchez, it goes out of the person's line of sight or out of their depth perception from what they can perceive.
You got it right, the line of sight. And let me say, big shout out to Sterling Patterson, man. Hey, good to see you and flat motherfucking power, bro. I appreciate y'all support for real, for real. Appreciate those donations. Yeah, it's line of sight. Vanishing point is not a, and I want to be clear, vanishing point is not a particular geographic location on Earth. Vanishing point is not, people say, where is vanishing point? Wherever you look out in the distance. Vanishing point is a phenomena that it don't exist. Like we say, things vanish at a distance and on a horizon line. And why they vanish has nothing to do with the horizon line itself. Why they vanish has nothing to do with the geographics of Earth. This is what the globalists is saying. They're saying that the train vanished because the Earth is curving. So in a globe earther's mind, when the train disappeared in the distance, it went downhill. So they thinking the same thing for the sun, which is why they said the sun went down. You see, because everywhere you at on a globe, when you look out, you're looking downhill. Do y'all get what I'm saying here?
Yes. Yeah, I do.
Isn't that absurd than a motherfucker?
That's why it's flat earth and don't bend.
That is crazy. That's crazy. In any direction around you on a globe, you looking downhill. And when some move away from you, this is what it's doing. Don't that look stupid? Who ever saw a plane do that? Hey, big shout out to Jewel for joining our channel, man. Flat motherfucking power. We appreciate that, my sister. I want to give a big shout out to Mario Gallon. Mario Gallon gifted Jewel a membership, man. That is sweet. Appreciate that, brother. And appreciate you for being a member too. Appreciate every last person in this chat room that contribute to the channel. Thank you for liking. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for being here viewing. And I'm going to keep giving you good content, beating and teaching. Let's get it. Jayden Stewart, what's up, yo? Punch Easy, what's good, bro? Yeah, but think about this image here. You show a global as this, and they, yeah, I mean, that's what happens. Really, bro? You on a fucking, this is crazy.
That video you played yesterday too, that put it over the top for me too, bro. The sun under the clouds, I never seen nothing like that before. That's another thing that put it over the top. Like if you flying in
crazy.
Yeah, like you clearly flying in a plane and the sun is clearly beneath the plane and you looking at a downward angle. Like if we basing everything off the scientific method, which I know you and I are big on, how can I lie to myself and lie at what I'm observing? I can't do it. I can't do it, bro.
Hey man, I'm tripping, yo. Jewel gifted the brother Mario Gallon a membership. You know, and I read that, I said, gifted a membership. YouTube is constantly upgrading so you can gift memberships. So I learned something. Yeah, salutes to the sister Jewel. Let's clap it up, man. That's good stuff right there. Yeah, man, I really appreciate you all. And my brother, I need a break from the mainstream. What's good, man? Flat power, man. Appreciate your support, bro. Yeah, man. She said her kids laughed at that airplane because even the kids smart enough to know this don't make no sense. You know, shout out to the little ones, man. Let's clap it up for them, yo. Even the kids know better. That's crazy.
When you're ready.
Okay. Okay, all right, I'll just start. I'm ready to go.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm going to base my argument on the fact that the Earth's a globe, and we know it's a globe because we've measured it to be so. We've not only measured the Earth being a globe, we've measured the rotation of the globe. We don't need to look at the stars or anything for this. We can just use surveying method and basic physics to affirm these things quite easily, using the scientific method quite handily also. Measurements of the Earth are quite a good one. There's been measurements of Earth's curvature done for centuries. I like to point to this one in particular, which is called the
Hey, oh, my bad, y'all. Damn, my bad. Let me take it back for y'all. Because if y'all want me to pause it, because we all gonna beat up on this, man. It ain't like we jumping them. I already won a debate. So, but we just gonna point out how stupid these stubborn agents are. But yeah, this was a good debate. And I know that this dude these folks is never gonna say, you know what, you made me think about that. Let me go research flat earth like you get. That's too, people, we're different kind of people as flat earthers. We some real motherfuckers. Cause do you know how much integrity it take to say, yo, I was wrong about that shit all my life. The earth ain't a globe. Like, dude, it was easier for me to say I'm not a Christian no more than to come out the closet as a flat earther. And they crucify you more for saying the earth flat than saying you believe in Christ. And I'm going to tell you something right now. Flat earthers are a special kind of people because you don't mind getting laughed at. You don't mind being the underdog to the whole fucking world. And that takes integrity. Like, we were that person that was defending the globe and somebody showed us this shit, and instead of us getting cognitive dissonance defending that shit, we said, whoa. Damn, that makes sense. Do you know how much righteousness that take You ought to pat yourself on the back for real. Like, to be a flat earther, you don't even got to know. It ain't about, see, put it this way. Your smartness and you being able to figure out the earth is flat and understand it, that ain't why you became a flat earther. We all became flat earthers because we had integrity. If you didn't have integrity, you would have found out the same shit all these other globalists find out, and you would have heard these arguments, and even if they resonated with you, you would have rejected them. Cognitive dissonance, fuck that. Like, you would have went to the cult-like reaction. We didn't do that, so that lets you know you ain't built like the majority of the world, and that's something really to be proud of, for real. I ain't gonna lie. You know,
methods and basic.
It's take a special kind of person to be out here on some flat earth shit, you know. It's a person that really values the truth, so much so that he will sacrifice himself in society to tell it.
Physics to affirm these things quite easily, using the scientific method quite handily also. Measurements of the Earth are quite a good one. There's been measurements of Earth's curvature done for centuries. I like to point to this one in particular, which is called the transcontinental triangulation of the American arc of the parallel, which was actually measuring Earth's radius by measuring across the entire continental United States of America. The method they use is by measuring triangles from different points along the surface of the Earth. Triangles, if the Earth is flat, obviously, the angles of a triangle add up to 180. The thing is that whenever the triangles are measured with the surveying methods that they do to actually make these measurements, what they find is something called spherical excess. What that means is that rather than the triangles summing up to angles of 180,
a bunch of mumbo jumbo and bullshit. A bunch of bullshit. Because he's talking about measuring triangles mapped out over the earth on the ground. But you just said we can't even begin to detect the curvature from the ground. We like ants on a fucking basketball. Do you know how small those triangles would be in proportion to the basketball if you was an ant? Think about this, y'all. He's saying they mapped the entire sphere of the earth with triangles and they had spherical access. That's how they know it's a sphere. All of their experiments to prove that earth is a globe, it never proves earth is a globe. It be sleight of hand tricks. So we got a bunch of triangles. We counted them all together and these triangles passed over. So that means it's a globe. So we came together and we played a game of dominoes and he beat me. So that means it's a globe. So we all came together. We put our thumbs up our asses and we took them out and smelt it. And we said, who smelled the stinkiest? Well, that proves it's a globe. That's the shit they be on. Like, you'll do some irrelevant shit and, oh, see, that proves it's a globe because that did that. That means that. No, that ain't the way the scientific method works. Oh, if this does that, then this means that. Oh, he farted twice. That means it's a globe. That's this shit. It's a bunch of mumbo jumbo. And it actually is contradictory because you said we can't even begin to detect any curvature from the ground. But yet we about to measure the whole damn sphere of the earth with triangles. You can't say one thing and say another, dog. Like that shit be crazy.
They actually sum up to more than 180. I probably should have brought the page up in advance, but if I just get down to it so I can show you the data. You can find all this quite easily on mctoon.net/r to actually find all the information yourself and look at it. And these are the tables. They all start showing the directions and the peaks that they use to make the measurements. And when you go down and you actually look at the measurements overall, what you find is that the sum of all the triangles adds up to greater than 180. So like these are they make a grid of triangles across the land, and then they sum up the angles on these triangles, and all the triangles that they used for this survey summed up
a bunch of fucking triangle talk, no curvature talk. Globalists never prove curvature. They show up and do card tricks and shit. You be like, hey man, I want you to prove the curvature of the earth today. And they show up and they pull out their bag and they say, okay, what we have here It's a bunch of triangles. I'm going to spread them out, put them out, shuffle them up. We put triangles here, triangles there, see? And if I have any, you know, sleight of hand, nigga, put it this way. Oh, man, this is fucking crazy. Anybody think this proves the globe is sad? But I'm going to let him finish, man, because it's too much of this for me to keep talking too much in between it. Shout out to Carly. What's up, one world, one hood? Carly Cupcakes, appreciate you, my sister. Yeah, good to see you, OG, one world, one hood. Man, much love, appreciate the love. Let's
to more than
let
180.
him finish this shit.
The only way that can happen is if it's a spherical triangle, which is a
See what I'm saying? A spherical triangle. Anybody ever heard of that? The only way that can happen is if it's a spherical triangle. Let me show you what he's talking about. Boom. That's what he's talking about. So he's going into Gerard's theorem, apparently. And I'm going to tell you something right now. This experiment is a bunch of bullshit. Because think about it. If you're an ant on a basketball, how do you measure a portion of it that fucking big? When you can't even, you told me we can't even see it and begin to detect it from the ground. You're doing experiments, right? That means nothing. Really don't. You haven't proved the globe. You've proven that you can divide up a sphere with spherical triangles, that you can divide up a sphere with triangles like we see here. You haven't proved that a man done that around the entire fucking globe Earth. And I'm going to tell you right now, you just can't measure the globe Earth from the ground. Why? Because everywhere you go is going to be flat to you. You're an ant on a basketball, remember? How can they have their cake and eat it too, y'all? How? Because the argument we ask them is, why can't we measure the curvature that you just said the ship went over? They say because you're on the ground. Then they turn around and present experiments to say that they measured the curvature. Y'all see what I'm saying? On the ground. Y'all feel what I'm saying? We showed them a ship vanishing on the horizon line, and they say that it went over the curve. And we bring up spherical geometry, and they just act like it's not even a matter because they say, man, you too small. But yet we just saw the ship go over it, though. Now, we too small to get globalists to give us numbers and measurements to account for this curvature that the ship vanished over, because they said, you on the ground, man. We can't be giving you numbers and stuff. Everywhere we go on this earth is going to be flat to us because we ants on a basketball. So, Sanchez, that ship vanished over a curve, but I'm not going to be talking numbers to you and measurements. We just know that's a curve out there. We can't measure it. We on the ground, man. But didn't you see that ship disappear, though? All right, then. That's what they say. If we can't measure this earth on the ground because it's so big and we're ants, how did y'all do all these experiments that require measurements from the ground? Even Eratosthenes experiment. Yeah, we can't. That's crazy, man.
Triangle that has angles that add up to more than 180. And the only way a spherical triangle can be measured across the surface of the Earth is if the surface of the Earth is curved. The other interesting thing is that if you take all of these numbers and take all the spherical.
Yeah, but the surface of the Earth ain't curved, which is why one has never been measured across there. I will have to believe you. All of his shit is based on you taking my word and believing me. And all of my arguments is based on at-home experiments you can do yourself and debunk the globe in a few minutes.
Access that they've got, you actually can calculate the radius of the Earth just from that. And here's all the numbers that you can check yourself. Again, you can find the details if you want to look at it yourself on mctoon.net/r. This isn't the only survey like this. The transcontinental triangulation of the American Arc of the Parallel is just one example. The same kind of measurements and surveying missions have been done across all of the world, across the UK, across Europe, across Asia, Russia. Then again,
and we believe you because you said it. You feel me? You're telling me that all this shit has been done to prove curvature, but I can show you an experiment. How can both be true? How can flat earthers be doing experiments like this to prove that the boat didn't go over a curve, but yet y'all doing experiments with triangles to prove it is a close? How we both proving two different things? Watch this.
That we can affect things with our voice, that this is why they put all the negativity on the news and racism and anything it's just called a mirror test. Okay. So if you do the mirror test, all you need is a camera, a mirror, and two people. Okay. And you have somebody go to where there's a body of water. Monterey Bay works great in California. I don't know where else you might want to go, but this body of water across here, let's say we're 25 miles. 25 miles is 104 foot of bulge. If you don't know how big 104 feet is, it's a 10-story building. It's huge. It's like the Jesus Redeemer statue in Brazil, right? That's 100 feet. So in between two people 25 miles apart, there's supposed to be a 104-foot bulge. Now, if you go out and have this guy hold a mirror, and you have basically the light's going to be coming, obviously like this, the light rays are coming down. Oops, sorry, this thing's in the way. There we go. So if the mirror is coming down and it's flashing on this mirror, and then you have somebody with a camera over here who's just looking across the water and trying to pick up the mirror flash. The thing about a mirror flash is it's a line of sight observation, meaning, and you can go do this right now in your front yard. Take a mirror out with your friend, start flashing the mirror, the sun at them, and then get behind something like a car, garbage can, anything. The second
it's a moment of silence,
meaning the second that you don't have.
Y'all can't hear that? I'm tripping. Am I sharing? Oh, damn. I'm fucking tripping.
Boy, y'all niggas obedient as.
Here you go.
Line of sight to the mirror, you lose all flash. So when you're actually seeing a mirror flash, and you can prove this right now, you will see that it's because you have line of sight between you and the mirror. Now go out to water 25 miles apart and watch this person zoom in and pick up this person doing the mirror flash. Here's one that they did in Monterey Bay with a P900 infrared.
Watch this.
Again, we can show you where the cameras are. Look at this mirror flash. How are you seeing a mirror flash? They're supposed to be 100-foot. No, they're doing 18 miles, I think. So it's like,
you can't observe a mirror flash over a curve. You know that it don't flash over a curve, right? And like we said, this is a line of sight phenomena, meaning for you to see that flash, it got to be directly in alignment with your line of sight. And the moment it get an inch out the way, it disappear. So if the boat just went over a curve, right? Because if we at Monterey Bay, standing right here, we're going to see a ship vanish at the horizon point. If the ship went over a curve, how can we pick the mirror flash up? Craig saying that they done experiments with triangles to prove the curve of the earth is just him saying that and talking. This is people actually going out in the field and doing shit. All Craig do is look up Greek philosophers and heliocentric scientists and base his arguments off of old flawed experiments and phony research that's already been debunked. Why ain't he proving the globe himself in 2024? Flat earthers proving the flat earth themselves in 2024. They ain't bringing up another person's name. It's them versus Isaac Newton. It's them versus all your Greek philosophers. And they ain't relying on nothing but present observations that we're making right now. You're relying on outdated lies that's been disproven. That's why when I show my receipts, I show visuals of the experiment being done. And he just tell you what happened. You notice that, right? Now let's get back to it.
You can find a lot of these surveys on this website that I just mentioned, and they all show the same thing, that when you do the measurements of the Earth using surveying methods that geodetic surveyors, base their career on, all of the measurements, as it's showing here, find that there's spherical excess. And that's this column here. And it shows that there is a positive number. This column here that I'm pointing at, spherical excess, and they are all positive numbers. The smaller the triangle, the smaller spherical excess. The larger the triangle, like if you look at the one Kent IS base, quite a large triangle has a larger spherical excess, matching the arc of the curve of the Earth. So measurements of the Earth match what we expect. We don't need to go into space to look at Earth to do this. We don't need to look at the stars and use shadows. We can use professional surveying methods to measure the shape of the Earth. And when we do it, we find the Earth is a globe. Now, the other thing I like to talk.
Who is we? He talking about we did it and he ain't done shit. And I can show you a flat earther in the field right now debunking the globe. Shout out to my sister. Shout out to the little Alabama nigga nation. Appreciate that. Said Sanchez always have an interesting point of view. Appreciate that. Yeah, man. Make sure I read all the super chats. Make sure I read everybody, man. Shout out to my captains out there and my channel members, my soldiers and all that, man. Make sure I read everybody. Lewis Russell said, love the fact that we are using our minds. Hey, but they hate that, though. They hate the fact of that. Yeah, roll damn tide, gun smoke, Nick Saban, retired. One world, one hood, what's good? Yeah, man, appreciate all the love. We good, we caught up. Let's give them the work.
Talk about is measurements of the Earth's rotation, and this is quite a large thing that's also done all of the time. I've got a degree in physics, as do millions of people around the world, and everyone that does a degree in physics as part of their physics degree actually performs the Foucault's pendulum experiment themselves. The Foucault's pendulum is an example of physics affirming that the Earth is rotating. If the Earth is rotating and it's a sphere of the radius that we say, then it will impart certain forces onto objects that are moving on that spherical rotating object. We call these forces Coriolis acceleration. And the Foucault's pendulum is an excellent example of that, because depending on your latitude on Earth, you're going to have a different amount of Coriolis forces applied to the pendulum, because the Earth's a sphere and different latitudes have different circumferences. So there's different Coriolis forces being applied based on where you are. If you're at the equator, which is 90 degrees perpendicular to the tilt of the Earth, you don't have Coriolis forces. If you're at the poles, you have the most Coriolis forces. And what that means is that you can actually use something as simple as the swing of a pendulum to measure the rotation of Earth, and not only measure the rotation of Earth, just from the swing of the pendulum and the drift that that pendulum gives over a certain amount of time, you can calculate your position on the planet. That wouldn't be possible if the Earth wasn't rotating. There's no reason why this would be a thing if the Earth was stationary. This happens as a result of a rotating Earth, and it matches the predictions and the things that we expect. The argument that a lot of flat earthers come up with is, oh, electromagnetism, etc. However, regardless of the material involved, you still get the same results. This person, the gentleman physicist, actually used a high-rise building that he's got near him and performed this experiment himself in a very low-tech manner, and still managed to get his latitude with a margin of error of less than 0.5%. So he had a 1.4 degree latitude error, which is less than 1% of a margin of error of a measurement of his position on Earth matching the predictions. This isn't the only way you can measure Earth rotation. There's many, many, many ways, but this is a simple way that shows that physics says that something should happen. We check if that thing happens, and it does. That is science. Make a prediction from a hypothesis, test the hypothesis, look at the results. The results tell us something. So, okay, the next thing I want to talk about is Jaron, time check, please.
You got 7.5.
Thank you very much. The next thing I want to talk about is celestial navigation. Celestial navigation is something sailors use and have used for centuries to navigate the seas by the position of the stars. Excuse me. Not only does celestial navigation show that the stars' positions change over time, because the nautical almanacs that the sailors use to help them do celestial navigation chart the changing position of these stars, but the maths involved with celestial navigation actually include the radius of the Earth And all of the process of doing celestial navigation, the dip corrections involved, matching the curve of the Earth. Celestial navigation, the entire process is based on the knowledge of Earth being a globe, and it works. It works so well that you can easily find your location on Earth just by looking at the stars and going to that position by using a sextant and a map to.
That literally proves that the Earth is stationary and the stars are in motion. That's the same science behind why the pyramids at Giza lines up with Orion. Listen, the sky and when the constellations are turning fairly slow. I mean, people have navigated using the stars for years, but that wouldn't be possible if we on a globe, because the stars and constellations would have changed. If people navigated using the stars for eons on Earth, and they've been making what's called celestial maps for generations, if we're on a globe, different people's celestial maps would look different. In other words, people on an Earth that is 5,000 years ago will have different zodiacs than us. People, if you, let me just show you something real quick. This is fucking crazy. Watch this. People, there's something called parallax. I'm going to teach you to it in a minute. Watch it. Parallax, right? Let's read it.
Parallax.
It is, okay, my chat is in the way. I'll read it to you. Parallax is the effect whereby the position or direction of an object appears to differ when viewed from different positions. Man, ain't that simple? Watch this. Keep that in mind, parallax. How many different positions do you think that our globe Earth would undergo over, let's say, 100,000 years of this motion? Hella ones. I'm talking about too many, dude. I'm talking about, dude, if our Earth was literally doing this through space over hundreds of thousands of years, ain't no way everybody gonna have the exact same celestial maps. Every generation. Ain't no way that the nature of the heavens would have been that predictable to the ancestors if we was whirling through random universes through space. So you telling me this is what we're doing, but for millions of years on Earth, everybody only talked about these same 12 zodiac for hundreds of thousands of years. You telling me parallax don't take place here? Let's read it again.
Parallax.
The effect whereby the position or direction of an object appears to differ when viewed from different positions. If the Earth is changing positions over time because it's whirling through space, where's the parallax? The sky has never changed. The sky has been the same since the Babylonians, y'all. Our sky been the same way since the motherfucking Vedics and Olmecs. You know how many years that science say that is? Too many for us to all share the same sky and zodiac and just exact same celestial maps. You telling me ain't no parallax with all this motion, with all this, think of how many galaxies we should be passing through over just 100 years. Over 1,000 years, we ain't even talking Libra and Aquarius no more. We done moved on to other kind of forms and shapes in our sky that's different now. Ain't no way you still talking about Libra and Capricorn and Aries 1,000,000 years later. On something like this, if parallax is a real thing, which it is.
Parallax.
But ain't none of the stuff that's real in reality real with the globe model. It can do whatever it want to do in space. You can have all this motion and no parallax. You can have all this change and diversity and look at what's going on here. This is complex. But yet our sky is so simple and predictable. Ain't no damn way. Ain't no way our ancestors would have mastered the stars and the heavens, because they would have had to redo their celestial maps every couple thousand years. Soon as they figured out and mapped the fucking universe around them, they will have to delete all that the next 1,000 years, because we moved to another set of goddamn stars and stuff. Our ancestor perfected the heavens because the heavens are predictable. They do the same old thing all the time for millions of years. So it went, the Vedics was able to look up there and say, hey, this comet gonna come back again at this time. That's gonna happen this time. This little rock, it's gonna fly by the sky at this time. How you think we able to make all these predictions for millions of years? Because ain't no parallax. Ain't no parallax. And guess what? You got to have parallax with this model here. And if you say you don't, I don't even want to debate your stupid ass. You got to have, because you don't even know what parallax is if you a globalist and you say, I don't need parallax.
Calculate your position and direction you need to go. It works. It works, and it works based on maths that involves the Earth being a globe. So if the maths to do celestial navigation involves the Earth being a globe, and
the maps to do celestial navigation evolves the Earth being flat. Like, this is crazy. What the fuck is the shape of a map? Think about this, right? These folks got globes in their house spinning around, but when they want to get around, they pull out a flat map. He said that the celestial maps are based upon a sphere, but all these maps are flat. It ain't using triangles to divide a sphere. You can divide, it's square inches. Let's pull up the celestial map. Because what you got to realize is that the celestial map is definitely based on flat Earth. You can't have it without flat Earth. In fact, it was originally called the celestial planisphere. I forgot to tell you that. I did a whole documentary on the planisphere, and I covered this. I forgot about that. So what he's calling the celestial map, it was the celestial planisphere. I did a whole thing on it. And what's crazy is this is how they navigated on the ground using the stars, as above, so below. You can't even have this system on a globe because you forgot what you say you living on. How Craig talking about a flat celestial map that's predictable, that has no parallax, when he's supposed to be arguing for a model that is non-predictable and have a lot of parallax? He's so dumb. He's saying that model is based upon a globe Earth when the globe Earth's supposed to be changing constellations all the time, not fucking waiting on them to come back around to predict them, you fucking dummy. If we whirling through a heliocentric universe, we shouldn't be seeing the same constellations as the goddamn Egyptians. So of course that shit is based on a flat Earth, and people who said that the sky is just a big wheel that's making predictable cycles. Y'all didn't say that about the sky. But you telling me a celestial map that was made by people who said that about the sky is based on a sphere when it was flat earthers who created the goddamn celestial map? You's a fucking dummy. They called it the planisphere. What does the word plan mean? Plane. A plane enclosed in a sphere. You know why they call this celestial map the planisphere? Let me show you, dummy. Watch this. because the atmosphere that's covering us up is a dome. Look at this dude right here. He's on a plane, but he's inside a sphere. And because of that, we can make maps based on the planisphere. Our circle of the earth is just a reflection of the firmament dome. Let me show you how to look at it. The firmament dome is like this triangle of light. It's like a tent of light, a canopy coming from a light source. This the firmament dome. It's this triangle right here. The earth that we walking on is the flat circle that's created by the firmament dome. Y'all see this? So when you look at the flat ground that we walking on, it's literally a two-dimensional holographic projection of a three-dimensional reality right here. You see what I'm saying? I'm going to show you how to look at it. Watch this. Watch this. Our world is a reflected simulation coming from a three-dimensional projection source. So let's say that Polaris is the disco ball, and all the stars that we see in the sky is these little dots that you see projected, reflected around it. Those dots that you see are the individual squares connected to the disco ball. See, what's happening is the light is hitting the disco ball, and it's reflecting and refracting each individual square out and around it. This is a form of holography, because the image that you get casted around the disco ball, if you was to wrap that image on the three-dimensional disco ball, all of these little dots will align to their perfectly fit companion on the disco ball. Am I losing y'all? Let me see if I can show it another way. Let me see if I can show it another way. You have this three-dimensional ball. This is a good example. This is what this three-dimensional dome here is projecting a whole two-dimensional matrix around it. This is the nature of reality. Our reality is being projected from a third-dimensional base, but we haven't even begun to experience three dimensions yet. We're a two-dimensional observer with a glimpse into 3D. And this is what Plato was explaining with the allegory of the cave. That our whole universe is a reflection from a base or truer, it's like an overlaying effect. And this goes into projection holography. Polaris would be like this disco ball. Everything in existence that's projected in this simulation is coming from Polaris. See, the real you is at this disco ball, just like the real squares that you see projected on the ground. That ain't the real them. The real them is attached to this ball. The real you is at the North Pole, attached to this God that they call ball right here. And when they said, let there be light, the Big Bang, when the light come on, there's an exodus from Eden, and we get reflected and projected out into the simulation out of Eden, which is this reflected world where we see the little dots at right here. This is me and you, the trees. This is all of creation expanding from one source. But see, let me show y'all something. Watch this. They show you this with the globe model. Look. Now, what I don't get is a globalist will come up and laugh at me, but they teach the same thing I'm saying. I just teach it better, motherfucker. Because I got the right model. Now, check this out, y'all. This is what we got to realize. Your body is a damn projection. You in a simulation. And the crazy thing is that nothing is separated. Watch this, right? if you look at all the squares on that disco ball, they all are connected. They all united. But when the light come on, they fall and they get divided. United, we stand. Divided, we fall. See, in this simulation, we think that we're individual. See, let me show you. This little dot right here, it think it's separate from this dot. You see that? All of these little dots think that they separate from each other. But these little dots are all connected at the North Pole. Look at that. You see that? Can't nobody teach this like you, boy. You see? But let me quit, man. That's enough of that. Let's get back to the video. I went into a lot of deeper stuff that the globalists ain't ready for no way. So let's go.
Celestial navigation works if you do it properly, then the conclusion that we can draw from that is that Earth is a globe, because it works based on the Earth being a globe. I've debated other flat earthers that have attempted to use the flat Earth and the methods of celestial navigation to find a fix. The closest that Flatsoid got was within 500 kilometers, which he said was good and shows that it works. No, that's not good. You can't use the flat Earth and celestial navigation methods that are known and taught to navigate. They're not compatible. The methods of celestial navigation and the fact that the changing positions of stars all matches the fact that the Earth is a globe. It's incompatible with the Earth being flat.
So, the crazy shit is this, right? The Earth ain't flat, but according to all the ancestors, check this out, y'all. This gonna sound real crazy. All of us are flat earthers right now, right? And we saying we don't live on a ball, but life is such a paradox that what we saying ain't really true when we get to the base reality. See, in the base reality, we live on a globe. Look at it. And we've been projected into a flat two-dimensional reality that they call a simulation. According to all simulation theories, and I've been researching them all, simulations are two-dimensional. So when we talk flat Earth, you saying we in a simulation. That's what I've been telling them. You can't have simulation theory without flat Earth. They're trying to make simulation a globe. The globe concept is the three-dimensional concept. We haven't even experienced that yet. We are two-dimensional avatars with a glimpse of 3D. Our only understanding of 3D is the realm of the mind, Polaris. See, what I'm telling y'all is that everything's a paradox, man. Depending on where you at, determines if something true or false. There is no absolute true or false. The Earth is flat because of where I'm at right now. But we can say that even though the Earth is flat, let's put it this way, because I'm saying in the base reality, we live on a globe. What I'm trying to say is the thing that's creating a flat two-dimensional plane is actually a three-dimensional source, is what I'm trying to say. Like, think of a projecting machine. The light that's being casted coming from a spherical dome lens, but when the light lands on the wall, it's gonna flatten out and we're gonna watch a two-dimensional movie on the wall. That's what I'm saying. The people in the movie may say our world is flat. And then, but think about it though. The real world is a sphere, right? And that's what we telling you, like, we live inside of that sphere though, on a flat plane. But I'm gonna show y'all what's happening real quick so we can make sense out of all this shit. I guess what I'm trying to say is flat earthers don't say that there's no sphere concept. We just say it's all about the inside, and I'll show you here. Here's an image of, this is Sarah cosmology. What I like about this, They showing what I'm showing. Right here, they got the base reality. And they saying like this disco ball, inside of this disco ball, everybody, you ever heard of something called a ballroom? At the ballroom, big events take place. But the concept of a ballroom comes from the base reality. That's the ballroom up here where the God's at. From inside of this ballroom, we're projecting our avatar outward in creation, just like this Big Bang. You see that? That's what I'm trying to say. So at Mount Meru, right, there's a little bitty miniature Earth just like this big one that we in, but it's more dense though. This big Earth we in, it's a big holographic projection. It ain't real. What's real is the little bitty world in the middle of it, this little ball right here. See, we are really Smurfs that live in a snow globe at the North Pole with Santa Claus hats on, like the Smurfs. You see here? This where the Smurfs come from, right here. Cosmology. They still all the stuff. But these Smurfs are what color? They're blue. Why are the Smurfs blue? Because the same reason why them creatures in Avatar is blue. They're representing the projected self. You being projected out into creation. The Avatar. So, boom. When the light comes on inside of this snow globe, every being in the base reality get projected outward. You feel me? It's like this. If everybody in my house right now, and for some reason, my house just flood and fills up with water, every single person in my house will be pushed out of a window or a door as the water pour out. You get what I'm saying? So it's like smoking somebody out of a house. They in the house, you want them to come out. Well, you fill up the house with smoke and they start running out. What happened when we exodus from Eden, this little base reality, it start to get filled up with light. Let there be light. And that light pushed everything in the base reality out of there into creation as an avatar. Just like we see in this next image I'm going to show right here. Think about it. You're like a mole that's carved on the wall right here on this projector machine. And when we cut the light on, it's going to push you outward as a reflection onto the wall around this thing as an avatar. So the real you is a cut, a slit, a blank spot that's carved into creation at the source. And this version of you that you call in the body is just a projection when the light come on. And the way that you look is because of your cutout looks that way at the North Pole. You know, as above, so below. So when the exodus from Eden is based on let there be light, right? Let's pull up the Big Bang image. And this forces everything from the, because this energy is coming from the core and it's very dense. When it expands, everything get pressed out and projected out and reflected out into a form. Whereas at first, form didn't exist. See, if I cut the light off and switch the lights off, everything being projected around this thing will cease to exist. But when the light come back on, there it is. This is the nature of creation. Creation exists even when the light is off. It exists as a carve out, as a potential. See, every last one of these chunks of rock that they giving you in the Big Bang, they say it's going to become a planet, but really it's going to become a living being. Every single living being is a ball of a torsion ball of energy revolving around this central source. And we're sleeping. And in our sleep, we all are experiencing this simulation. But we are these chunks and all that. Every little fragment becomes something in creation, a fly, a bird, a blade, a grass. Everything we see in creation is being projected from this one little source. Everything around everything, you know, and including you and me, you know, and all of these fragments fit together like a perfect puzzle piece when you bring them back in. But what's happening is when you cut the light off, the universe still exists. It's just not manifested. See, what happens is we think manifestation means existence, as if things can't exist that has not manifested. Manifestation is a process by which energy transforms and enters the visible spectrum, or what we call the simulation, which is why the root word of manifestation is man. Manifestation is when infinite energy becomes finite energy. But just because infinite energy is invisible doesn't mean it doesn't exist. So modern man has a concept that if I can't see something, it don't exist. And that's fucking stupid. I hope that makes sense to y'all. Let's finish the video.
Okay, next thing is gravity. Gravity is very good.
It's very non-existent. That because gravity is very good. He act like we talking about food, nigga. Man, yeah, pizza is very good, you know. And fried chicken, whoo, that shit good as hell. What about you, Craig? What about you? You know, gravity is very good. I had some for breakfast with eggs and, you know, like, come on, bro, we ain't talking about food. Let's go.
Because I'll just stop sharing for a sec. I don't even think I have been sharing, have I? Bugger, or have I?
Gravity just won't pull that bubble down like it's pulling all that ocean water down. I wonder why, though.
No, I haven't been sharing. I've been displaying stuff.
Hey, man, big shout out to Awakening Minds, Flat Power, bro. He said, what he say, my brother said, theorem is mother. Damn, that's a deep shit. Theorem is mother. See, family, all theorem comes from observing Mother Earth. But your government hides this. Great mama is Amma, the core of it all. This is facts. This is facts. This is facts. Man, appreciate the love. Appreciate the love, Awakening Minds.
I haven't been sharing, but never mind. So gravity. Gravity is something that is measured, and gravity shows that the Earth is a globe because the measurements of gravity match the calculation, Newton's law of FG.
How can you measure a force that you can't observe and detect? I'm serious though. Think about what they doing. This is what globalists is doing. Let me show you what they doing. Globalists saying, my theory is that there's a force pulling this pen down to the ground. If I'm right, I can measure that force. That is so stupid. Because think about this. Your theory is that a force called gravity is pulling the pen down. You didn't prove the force first, but you trying to measure it. I want y'all to understand how stupid this is. You don't prove a theory by measuring it if you didn't even prove that it even exists first. What the fuck are you measuring? Just because you call that gravity and you measured it, don't make it gravity. Damn, this is crazy.
equals G M1 M2 over R squared. Now that R squared means that it gives a force that's inversely proportional to the square of the distance between the centers of two masses. And one of the consequences of that is something that we call the potato radius.
The fucking potato radius. Here they come with more bullshit. That nigga head looked like a potato though. Let's go.
That means that anything over a certain mass will form a sphere because of hydrodynamic equilibrium.
You know, like motherfucking Rakishi, right? You know, anything that's, you know, once it gets so big, it's gonna turn into a spear. Really? Are you sure? How big does the ISS got to get before it turns into a spear? Think about what he's saying. If you keep adding mass to an object, it naturally forms into a spear. The more mass that you add. People, this is fucking, oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. So, okay, let's talk about Mount Everest. Is Mount Everest a spear? Like, we got some massive objects in the world and they're not spherical. If what you're saying is true, how big must a mountain get before it turns from a triangle to a damn basketball shape, dummy? This is what happens when you believe theories like they're facts. The bigger, the more mass an object obtains, the more spherical its shape is. Not so. That sounds smart. It sounds like the truth because it's been repeated for so long. But think about it. People say what you don't know don't hurt you. That sounds like the truth. Why? Because it's been repeated so long. That don't make it right. What you don't know will hurt your ass.
With an equal force being applied in all directions from the center, because that's what gravity does. It applies a force from the center of something, and an equal one. You can do the maths and show that the mass based on...
They said gravity applies a force from the center of an object outward. It's casting a net, and anything in that radius get pulled in by gravity. That's what they're saying. Of course, we understand that. We just don't understand that if the pull of gravity is closer to the core, I don't even understand how lava is able to rise up on a globe Earth. A nigga said yesterday, right? He said, I wonder how lava work on a flat Earth. Easy, because under the ground in the flat Earth is hollow chambers like rivers. And at the core of the flat Earth, deep under the ground, there's a spot called Sheol. And because the deeper you go, right, there's pressure that forms this lava phenomena. And this creates underground rivers. And the lava is able to come up to the surface like a pus bump on your skin. That ain't possible on a globe. You know why? You need plates to have plate tectonics. It's called plate tectonics, not bowl tectonics. All this is based on flat Earth. If you look at what they say happens under the ground in the globe, you got dirt meeting lava. Look at the layers of the Earth crust. I'm going to show y'all this stupid shit right now. Watch this. Look at this shit. Look at right here, right? You got lava just sitting up against dirt. Anybody ever watched the volcano documentary? When lava rolls across rocks and dirt, it molts that shit. It's so hot. Something gives out. All of the soil and dirt that lava comes in contact with, it becomes solid basalt rock. I watched a documentary on volcanoes, nigga. I'm a nerd. I can tell you all about how this shit work with volcanoes. And guess what I can tell you? When lava meets soil, there's a battle taking place. Until that lava cool off, the soil gonna lose that battle, dog. And I'm telling you that the layers of the earth crust makes no fucking sense, because right here where the fucking lava is at, they're saying that in the middle of the earth, there's molten lava. And on top of that is solid dirt and roots and mushrooms and shit growing. How that makes sense? How you got a solid ground, and everybody know the deeper you dig into the ground, the colder it gets. I live next to a coal mine that was 1,000 feet deep. I can show it to you. When I was young. Standing in front of it, you got to damn near put a jacket on, feel like a AC. Let me tell you something. My cousin worked in a coal mine in Alabama, and it can be hot as hell during the summer, but when they go down there, they gotta wear coats. How many of y'all know anybody working the mines? Don't they gotta wear jackets and shit down there? It's so cold. Who know anybody working the mines? They'll tell you, nigga, it can be 100 degrees on the surface. When you get down there, the deeper you go, the colder as hell as it get. Why do you think worms go in the ground? Why you think dogs dig a hole when it get hot? Guess what, yo? Ain't no big ocean of lava in the middle of the earth with just dirt sitting on top of it. Don't you know eventually we would be immersed in lava? We would be in fucking an inferno if that was the case. So when people say, how does lava and volcanoes work on flat earth? The question is, how the fuck does it work on a globe? It works easily on a flat earth. On a globe model, we're literally walking on top of a sea of molten lava right now. That makes no damn sense. Makes no damn sense, y'all.
The composition will always form a sphere, and it does. We can measure gravity and show that
you can't measure gravity until you prove gravity. That's like saying I have a theory that leprechauns exist. If I can measure one, I can prove my theory. How stupid does that sound? Because you measured the rate by which a mass fell through a medium did not prove gravity. Of course you can measure that. That don't prove gravity though. If gravity is a constant force, then that measurement, then the rate by which things fall, right, would be consistent. In other words, when Newton came up with the theory of gravity sitting under an apple tree, he said gravity pulled that apple off the tree. My question is, why didn't gravity pull the other apples off the tree? What force of nature do we know that's selective, nigga? Gravity acting like me walking through the damn apple garden. Like if you was walking to an apple tree, you'll be like, oh, okay, I'm gonna pick this apple. I'm gonna pick that one. Forces of nature are not selective. Gravity don't goes up to an apple tree and pick one fucking apple. Humans do that. That's like a force of nature like fire. You setting that apple tree on fire, but it only burns one apple. Forces of nature don't discriminate and they're not selective. But this shit called gravity is, it acts like it got a consciousness. I'ma pull that, but I'm not gonna pull that. I'll take one of those, but you can keep that though. Gravity act like a nigga that's grocery shopping. It don't act like a force of nature. Gravity act like a woman up in Victoria's Secret. Give me two of those and one of those. How many forces of nature that we know go shopping and shit? Selective as hell.
the predictions of gravity are correct. I'm actually going to share the screen this time. So if we go to gravity measurements. So a lot of people complain that you can't measure gravity, and that's just false. Measurements of gravity are done all the time. Obviously, there's been discussion with things like the Cavendish experiment, and a lot of flat earthers kind of ignore that because they claim that it's not a real experiment, but it is. It follows the scientific method, but it's also something that can be done on multiple scales. And gravity has been measured. This is an abstract of a paper that shows that gravity has actually been measured on the sub 100 milligram level. It's a version of a Cavendish experiment using two extremely tiny gold balls, showing that the gravitational force still works at extremely small levels. The Cavendish experiment is something that is done by students. Again, every physics student does the Cavendish experiment to measure gravity, showing that mass attracts mass. Now, how do we know that gravity is something that's real? Well, it's used in industries. I want to talk about something called submarines use gravity, and they use something called gravity anomalies to actually navigate. So gravity anomaly navigation is a form of navigation that utilizes variations in Earth's gravitational field to determine a vehicle's position. It's particularly useful in situations where other forms of navigation such as GPS and sonar can't be used. So the principles of gravity anomaly: the gravitational field of Earth is not uniform. It varies depending on the distribution of mass. So if there's a mountain, there's more mass. If there's no mountain, there's less mass, and that creates variations in gravity, that concept.
Y'all heard that bullshit? Gravity isn't uniform. See, they got to say gravity ain't uniform to combat the argument I just said. Why the fuck is gravity so selective and, conscious? It acts like a human. So he got to say, yeah, man, gravity ain't uniform. You just saying what I just said. Gravity ain't consistent. You still not telling us why though. You're just agreeing with me that gravity does what the fuck it wants to do. But you're not telling me why though.
Bro. The screen share is not showing.
Okay, I got you.
And you can use these variations in gravity, especially with underwater mountains, to map the surface of the Earth and give a gravity map, which is something that's been done. Now, submarines use this knowledge of gravity anomalies to actually navigate in real time. They have a series of accelerometers around the submarine that react to the change in distribution of mass to give the submarine a real-time image of the surface of the ocean floor below them, so that they don't crash into underwater mountains and can still stay completely silent. The principles of this are based entirely on knowledge of gravity being a thing. There's no other explanation as to the accelerometers reacting in the change of distribution of mass.
This is a dummy. Let me tell you how they able to map the floor of the ocean with these devices. All these devices are doing, they got a satellite on that thing, a couple of them. And they are turning around in a circle at all times, scanning a diameter out a couple 100 miles. That won't work if you was on a globe, since he want to bring up submarines. You know that, right? Furthermore, this technology ain't based on gravity, you fucking moron. Don't you know when it scans the area, it can detect the variation in mediums, meaning this equipment knows the difference between water and rock and air. So when your submarine is going through water and it's scanning the area for a more dense mass around it, it's mapping all of the more dense matter around it. See, this equipment. And I wasn't even in the Navy, you fucking dummy. I was in the Air Force. He was in the Navy, and he don't even know how his shit work. Just like he don't know how the fucking globe model work. Now watch this. He think that shit based on gravity like a fool. He think they mapping the ocean floor because of fucking gravity. That's irrelevant to how they're scanning the area to map it out. How they doing it is because that equipment ain't got nothing to do with gravity. It's got everything to do with detecting how dense that a mass is. You think that's all centered around gravity, but that has everything to do with density, dummy. That equipment knows that the water that the submarine is swimming through is less dense than this rock and all of this concrete and rocks in the ocean. So it's mapping out all of the more dense mass around it. And now we get a map of the ocean floor. It's based on very simple concept, you damn dummy. You trying to make gravity equate for that shit, and it don't fit in the equation at all. What a fucking idiot. He don't even know how the fucking ocean floor is mapped, and he was in the damn Navy. He think that the nigga who made the equipment, the satellite equipment that maps the ocean flow, had to take gravity into account. That's solely based on detecting the changes in the density. It's very simple. It's able to map out the ocean floor and topography, because everything that ain't water, it's gonna account and scan and make a mold of that. It knows this ain't water. This gotta be rock. Boom. And it's mapping it out. And they can take a bunch of submarines and spread them out all across the oceans and make one big ass map of the ocean flow by sweeping and scanning it over years like that. And that's what they did. And don't you know that this radar technology, it expands out at least 100 miles in front of that submarine all around it. And you can't have that working on the globe because it will have to scan over a fucking curve. How you gonna map out an ocean flow using technology that requires me to scan the land for fucking hundreds of miles around me, but the earth balling up as I look out? The ship going over the curve, but yet my radar can keep scanning beyond where the ship fell and give me a topography of the land.
Stupid.
You just as stupid as you look with your mouth open like that, Craig. Let's move on.
Other than gravity being a thing. There's many ways to measure gravity, many different ways to show that gravity works. It's not okay. It's not just in submarines. It's in industries like mineral exploration and oil exploration. They use gravity anomalies to actually find minerals like oil and diamonds and everything, and it works. People pay money for.
They using gravity to find oil, and it works. But he won't tell us how the fuck it works. Now, what did I just do? I just explained to you how it works. Did I not? I just told you how that technology works. He's the one making the argument that this technology is based on a globe, and all he said was, it works. He didn't explain how it works. I did. And it works because the earth is flat, and it also works because it ain't got shit to do with gravity like you saying. Because if it worked because of gravity, you would explain that instead of just saying, and it works and people spend money for it. That ain't explaining nothing. I just went into detail on how that technology work. And you just talking about people spend money for it. That you trying to sell, you a salesman.
For this to be a thing. So in conclusion, the fact that we can measure the Earth's radius, we can measure the rotation of the Earth, we can show that gravity is a thing that matches the predictions, and if gravity is a thing, then the Earth...
You can measure the rotation of the Earth, but you just can't see it when you leave the Earth and look back at it. Put it this way, folks. I want y'all to put into perspective what he's saying. He's saying, think of a car going down the highway. We can measure the rotation of that car's tire, but when we get out the car and look at it turning, we can't see the spin. Ain't no motion blur. So we can measure and detect that the earth is rotating 1,000 miles per hour, but when we get off of it and look back at it, we don't see motion blur. People, if I spin a spinning top on my desk, you're going to see motion blur. And that ain't going 10 miles per hour. So I'm on some shit that's going 1,000 miles per hour. And when I get off of it, I don't see motion blur. Get the fuck out of here. And your answer is relativity. One word answers every time. Just a one word answer. You know what I'm saying? See, shit, if this is how they get you. In space, things can happen that can't happen on Earth. That means you can't even prove they model on Earth. You got to be an astronaut and do this shit in space to prove they right. So that means everybody believing they model can't even prove it. They just got to believe these folks. That's a fucking religion.
Has to be a globe. And I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you much. All right, so we're going to 5-minute rebuttals. So it's going to start with you, Bro Sanchez. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes to.
I just think about it for 1 second. They laugh at flat earthers because they say, you can't measure the curve. You think you're going to even be, they say, you think you're going to be able to see the curve from the ground? I got a question for everybody. If I can't see something, can I measure it? See the conundrum here? We can't see the curve of the earth from the ground, but we measured it. We can't feel the spin or see the spin because we own the earth. But when we get off the earth, we still can't see the spin because it's relativity now. You just can't see the spin, but it's there though. That's what they saying. And y'all call that science.
Comment on his intro.
Okay, so let me get my screen share set up here. 1 second.
Sure, I'll pause you.
All right.
Pardon me.
I'm gonna play a little bit of this Eric Dubé video, just a little bit, and I'm expound on it in a second. Let's go.
In the mid-19th century, a Frenchman named Léon Foucault became famous for swinging pendulums and claiming their consequent motions were proof positive of the Earth's diurnal rotation. Since then, so-called Foucault pendulums have regularly been swinging at museums and exposition halls worldwide, purporting to provide everlasting perpetual proof of the heliocentric spinning ball Earth theory. The truth is, however, unbeknownst to most of the duped public, that Foucault's pendulum was a failed...
My bad, y'all. Let me slow this down. Eric Dubé is about to debunk Foucault's pendulum because that was his opening argument. Let's get it.
Pardon me.
I'm going to play a little bit of this Eric Dubé video, just a little bit, and I'm expound on it in a second. Let's go.
In the mid-19th century, a Frenchman named Léon Foucault became famous for swinging pendulums and claiming their consequent motions were proof positive of the Earth's diurnal rotation. Since then, so-called Foucault pendulums have regularly been swinging at museums and exposition halls worldwide, purporting to provide everlasting perpetual proof of the heliocentric spinning ball Earth theory. The truth is, however, unbeknownst to most of the duped public, that Foucault's pendulum was a failed experiment, which proved nothing but how easy it is for pseudoscience to deceive the malleable masses. To begin with, Foucault's pendulums do not uniformly swing in any one direction. Sometimes they rotate clockwise, and sometimes counterclockwise, while other times they fail to rotate, or they rotate far too much. Scientists who have repeated variations of the experiment have conceded time and again that, quote, it was difficult to avoid giving the pendulum some slight lateral bias at starting.
Did you hear that? Scientists who were involved in the creation of it in its beginnings concept even admitted that they had to actually touch it themselves to get it moved. It can never just start moving off the so-called motion of the earth. If the earth is supposed to be affecting the motion of this pendulum, no one should have to touch it. A crane at a work site should be moving the same way. If the earth is a rotating sphere, why does it only affect Foucault's pendulums and not no other cranes or anything else that's pendulum based? So my thing is, they also, in most pendulums today, Foucault's pendulums, they use electricity to run them. It's a big scam and a hoax. You heard it for yourself. Do the research. The scientists that even created it said the same thing I'm saying. So let's move on. He talked about how the heavens work on the globe. There are Giza-style pyramids in different continents, And these things still make their alignments with Orion today. The 3 kings of Orion align over these 3 pyramids of Giza and others around the world. And that's been happening for at least 26,000 years, according to science. And guess what? For that to happen, for these alignments to always be perfect and right above the pyramids like what we see here, then the ground that we walking on must be stationary and the sky must be in motion. Wait till y'all hear when he say how these alignments all around the world are able to be possible on the globe. It gets funnier. These people knew that the sky had made a complete revolution once that alignment came back around every time to their, sites. And this is the way we observe the heavens. If I have a Giza site beneath me on this image and I'm aligning it up with a certain constellation that's in my sky at that time, the moment that constellation move over time and I see that alignment come back, I know that was a complete revolution. That has happened many times. According to observers, people that go to these sites, this is what these sites make them so special. That wouldn't be. Now watch this, right? I'm gonna show you how Craig is a fucking dishonest person. I want y'all to peep what's about to happen, right? When I present him with this. Watch this. Now, scientists for years have said, we're baffled about the pyramids. There's no way these alignments supposed to be happening. Scientists damn near call the pyramids a miracle. You might as well say, when you say this is an ancient mystery that we can't rebuild and we don't know how the hell it was built, right? It's deeper than the fact that the architectural structure is phenomenal. The main miracle of the pyramids is the celestial alignments. That's what make them sacred. And for years, scientists have said, that's damn near a miracle. We can't explain it. And we can't duplicate it today. And you know why they say that? Because we teach that we're on a globe. And if we're on a globe whirling through space, for you to constantly make your Giza line up with this one Orion, that means you got to be some kind of genius, some kind of god. You got to be, whoa, are you an alien? But if we knew that the earth was flat, guess what we'll say? Oh, that's simple. That ain't that hard to do. I see how they did it now, how they made the alignment. It ain't no big miracle. I see, because the earth is flat. Okay, boom. Now, modern science has said we're baffled about this alignment. But guess what Craig about to do? Craig about to answer me like he got all the answers. And he gonna explain to me how this is possible on the globe when his own scientific community play dumb about it. He should have just played dumb with him. He should have just been like, you know what? According to modern science, we have no idea how these alignments are being made today, Brother Sanchez. It's actually quite amazing. In fact, in modern science, we teach that it is one of the greatest ancient mysteries about the pyramids. See, you know why he couldn't answer like that, which is what his scientist group is answering like. You know why he couldn't do that in a debate? Because if he say, I don't know, and I say, I do know because the earth is flat, I got you. Occam's razor. You're trying to make the earth a globe, and because of that, you can't make these alignments work out on it. If I can make these alignments work, I just prove flat earth. So he ain't gonna just forfeit that argument. He got to give me an answer, even though his own scientists haven't given society one yet. Boy, I'm a bad motherfucker. I'm bad. You know I'm bad. I'm bad. You know it. You goddamn right. Boy, I play chess with these motherfuckers. Let's go. Possible if we were on a globe earth because of parallax. The people that built these structures understood that they were on a flat earth. So let's keep that moving. He brought up the Cavendish experiment. What was the problem with the Cavendish experiment? So the problem with the Cavendish experiment is that Cavendish could couldn't not calculate, Cavendish could calculate the mass of the Earth. He didn't calculate it because he was not interested in that number. Did you understand that? Namely, that number in itself could not help geologists to infer about the internal structure of the Earth, which is, he's talking about gravity, right? So check this out. If gravity is if the Cavendish experiment proved gravity, look at this article. Scientists just recently admitted, right? And this was in 2018, that they don't know how strong the force of gravity. Hey, moderators, as of now, anybody in the chat room that say anything in opposition to me, put them in timeout. Because over here on Flat Power, you're going to brain the smoke or shut up. Oh, we very serious about that over here. Ain't nothing like a good flat earth, globe earth debate. Come on up, speak your mind. I'm going to shut up, mute the mic, let you go. We can go back and forth. But typing at me in the chat room is called trolling. Block all them because I got the link right there. If you got something to say to me, be a man. Come on. Gravity is. And when you bring up the Cavendish experiment, the reason those two masses were attracting is because of static electricity. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. If I did not have the link pen, then I'll let you ride. But now that I got the link pen and I'm asking people to come and challenge me, no, I ain't going to let you just type it in the chat and be a little, no, ain't no, either come up or not. It's just recently admitted, right? And this was in 2018, that they don't know how strong the force of gravity is. And when you bring up the Cavendish experiment, the reason those two masses were attracting is because of static electricity and not gravity. Here's an example of what the Cavendish experiment proved, y'all. It didn't prove gravity, it proved static electricity. If gravity is the force that's pulling the water down, what is the force that's pulling the water to the side? That's called savity. That's what I'm just bullshit. Yeah, brother Sanchez. Buoyant force pulls it up, gravity pulls it down, and bavity pulls it to the left and right. What's bavity? Buoyant force plus gravity. There has to be a force for every direction. Gravity is the force for down. Buoyant is the force for up. Bravity is the force for side. See how dumb this is? Now we playing tug of war around this bitch. Now gravity playing tug of war with buoyant force, and that ain't what's happening. It's electromagnetic forces. The force of electromagnetism can pull in either direction it wants to. That's a simple truth. That answers the question, Occam's razor. But if you go the hard route, it's okay, Sanchez, gravity has pulled things down. Buoyant force pulls them up. What pulls them to the side, Craig? I told y'all I'm a bad boy. I told y'all I'm a bad boy. Yeah, I will, and listen, I don't show up in these debates with the answers. I show up with the answers, but what really fucked my opponent up is the questions I ask him. Craig, if gravity pulling that shit down, right? What's the force that's pulling it sideways? Because if you need a different force each direction, you in trouble, nigga. We playing tug of war now. And we know that ain't the truth. Occam's razor is one force of electromagnetism that's responsible for all of this shit. And it ain't got nothing to do with push and pull, per se, as much as it has to do with the law of density. That's the static electricity from the pipe. This is just another form of the Cavendish experiment here. This doesn't prove
30
gravity.
seconds.
This doesn't prove gravity.
Let's take it
check
back.
this out. If gravity is if the Cavendish experiment proved gravity, look at this article. Scientists just recently admitted, right? And this was in 2018, that they don't know how strong the force of gravity is. And when you bring up the Cavendish experiment, the reason those two masses were attracting is because of static electricity. I'm really beating this dude up bad. Like, it's to the point now where they like, Sanchez, please stop. You gonna kill him. You see what I'm saying? Because, I'm just so dirty in debates. Look at what I did to that man. That man just got through telling me how strong the force of gravity is, and I'm such a chess player, I immediately went to a source to show him his own scientists admit that they don't know how strong it is, but he do, y'all. Dude, I wouldn't want to debate myself if I wasn't myself. Nigga, let's go. That they don't know how strong the force of gravity is. And when you bring up the Cavendish experiment, the reason those two masses were attracting is because of static electricity and not gravity. Here's an example of what the Cavendish experiment proved, y'all. It didn't prove gravity, it proved static electricity. If gravity is the force that's pulling the water down, what is the force that's pulling the water to the side? That's the static electricity from the pipe. This is just another form of the Cavendish experiment here. This doesn't prove
30
gravity.
seconds.
This doesn't prove gravity, y'all. And also, just like with Foucault's pendulum, there were many flaws in Cavendish's experiment. So when I get more time, I'll exploit those some more. But it was static electricity proven and not gravity. Thank you.
Okay, Craig, you're up for rebuttal. You've got 5 minutes when you're ready.
Okay, thank you. So the first thing that Bro Sanchez brought up was the speed of the ISS, and that tool's not flying out of his hand. There's no reason why the tool would fly out of his hands. The tool has the same momentum of the ISS. It was in the ISS. It had that the ISS's momentum. It went outside. It still has the ISS's momentum. That doesn't just disappear randomly. You even answered the question yourself by explaining that there is no drag in space. However, you then went on to.
Let me show y'all how much of a chess player I am and how I set Craig up. Like, when you set him up with the jab to come with the right hook, I left that right there hoping he would take the bait. I brought up the ISS problem that I wanted to present with him. And I also said, the globalists say that there's no drag in space, because I wanted him to make that argument. And then he did it too. He fell for it. He said, you even said that there's no drag in space. Now that was to set him up, because now I'm about to show him drag in space on an asteroid tail. I'm a chess player. So I'm showing y'all how to dismantle your opponent.
To try and debunk that by saying, well, there's no drag in space, it explained comets. Well, comets aren't created by drag in space. So when you see.
Watch how he try to explain this shit away, because I got him set up now. You took the drag bait. Let's see what you got to say about my comet argument in relation to ain't no drag. Y'all listen to this bullshit.
See the tails of comets. The tails of comets only exist when the comets are within our solar system. And that's because comets are made up of ice, mainly, with some rock and other dirt and stuff. And
it doesn't matter a thing's composition when it comes to drag. You see how they start dancing? Then he said, the only reason you see the tail of the comet is because it's inside of our solar system, when these guys got several shots of comets and they got shit. Dude, let me tell you something. You can pull up these space animations and they showing you they can see shit. Let me show you how you know that these guys are lying. Watch this. Check it out, right? The same force that's allowing pressure to expand, it's the same force that would knock that wrench out your hand. In other words, there is no push or pull in a medium that doesn't have drag. You get what I'm saying? Push or pull will require drag. It will require drag, right? So if you say comets only have tails in our solar system, then guess what? We shouldn't even see stars exploding in faraway distances of space. I don't know if globalists know that. To have no drag, you got to have no medium. But if you have no medium, you have no push or pull, or you have no explosion or implosion. which means how is things exploding and imploding in space if there's no drag? Now, guess what you will get from them? Things can still explode and implode in a place without a medium. Really? What are they expanding through if there's no medium? What is the object dragging through if you saying there's no drag because there's no medium to move through? Then you show me elements expanding and moving and imploding and exploding through some sort of a medium. You can't have your cake and eat it too. But they do it all the time because most of the world they don't even really know what they being taught. They just take it, they look at pretty pictures, they hear a bunch of stuff they don't really understand, and they say, okay, they said it, and they repeat it.
As the comets come into our solar system, or if they're from the outer edge of the solar system moving towards the sun, they, the solar radiation causes sublimation in the ice in the comet. Sublimation is when something goes directly from a solid to a gas, and that causes a corona, an atmosphere around the comet. That doesn't just get dragged away. The tail that you see is actually because solar rays, charged particles coming from the sun, are hitting the sublimated gases and pushing it away from the comet. So
in any debate, it's always the rule of Occam's razor. You see how short, simple, and sensible my answers are? You see how long-winded, mumbo-jumbo, and vague Craig's answers are? And I'm directly to the point, simplifying the issue, solving the problem that exists to prove mine and debunk his. He's not.
That's why there's a tail, is because there's a force making that happen, not because it's just moving through space. So
here's his answer. His answer is comets have a tail, but it still ain't no drag in space. Comets got a tail because there's a force making that happen, but I ain't gonna tell you the name of the force. See, globalists need mysterious forces to make they shit possible. They always need some mysterious force that can get them out of a fucking lie. You said there was no drag in space. I showed you drag in space. And you say, well, the only reason that drag is there is because of a force can do it. That's when God come in. The force come in that can do things that other things can't do. See, when this force shows up, we can make exceptions into our bullshit now.
Unfortunately, it was a misunderstanding of how comets work on your part. Then you said, why don't we see moving blur of Earth rotating? Well, there's many ways, many reasons why. So you're talking about motion blur, and that's that occurs when the subject of the camera is moving relative to the camera. Okay, and scale and distance are very important, but one of the most important things is the actual type of cameras that are used. And if you have cameras with extremely fast shutter speeds, so short exposure times, what that can do is effectively freeze the image and show you a clear image, even if it's looking at something that's moving really fast.
I want y'all to listen what he just said. Now watch this. Oh, watch this. Watch this, y'all. The blue marble was taken in 1972. I want to share some with y'all, right? Watch this. The best cameras that we had in the 70s. What was the best camera in the 70s? We're finna debunk this. The best camera in the 70s was the Canon AE1 and the Nikon F2. Remember what he said. He said the reason we don't see motion blur, right, is because they had very expensive cameras with good shutter speed. Dude, this was the 70s. I'm gonna tell y'all something right now. We're in 2024. For you to buy a camera today that can take a picture of an object that's moving 1,000 miles per hour and you don't get no motion blur, you get a clear image like this, guess what? You can't even buy no camera like that today. I'm serious. Am I lying? Where my technological people at? Dude, that camera don't even exist today, let alone in the 70s. Show me a camera today in 2024 where the nigga is recording a object moving at 1,000 miles per hour and not getting no motion blur. He getting an image like this. Show me that today in 2024, let alone in the 70s. See,
I thought this was a Hasselblad camera.
yeah, man. We was just coming out of black and white, nigga. How the fuck we got shutter speeds this high and we damn near still in black and white? You can make your camera shutter speed that high, but you can't even get color yet. Make this shit make sense. Dude, we don't got cameras that good today.
I mean, and the majority of cameras in space use fast shutter speeds. However, the other point is that it is to do with scale and distance. Now, if I can quickly share my screen. So here we've got some bullets being fired, and you can see the tracers of the bullets, right? And I want to pause it and show you something. So let's go back to when the bullets are being fired at the beginning here, and you can see it. So if we pause it, what we can see is the bullets closer to the person appear blurred, but the bullets that are further away, they not only appear to be moving slower, but they're not as blurred, because when something's further away from you, the amount of distance that it covers in your vision is going to be less.
Guess what he about to say, y'all? When you get further away from the earth, the less of the blur you can see. That's what he about to say. I'm going to show y'all how silly this is. That's saying that, right? That's saying that the further away I back up from this car, the less motion blur I'm going to see. Craig is saying if this car is doing donuts in front of you and you're staring at the wheel moving and it's blurring, all you got to do is back to slow that shit down and make it be still like the Earth picture. Y'all, do you hear this shit? He's saying because they got so far away from the Earth, it slowed it down. So they don't need no high-tech camera with good shutter speed. All they need to do is get the fuck away from the Earth. Why did you even bring up the shutter speed then? This dude's logic is off. Do y'all hear this? Do you hear? They're so stubborn and indoctrinated that they make arguments and think they smart, but they don't see how dumb they are. He said, look, you see them shooting the bullets, right? The bullets that's closer to you are more blurry. The bullets away from you, you can see them clearer. His logic is the reason we can see the Earth this clear is because we got so far away from it. But if NASA was to approach it, it'll speed up and we'll start getting that motion blur back.
Stupid.
You can control the speed of the object based on your goddamn distance to it. This is his logic. Because that's what you're saying. In order for you to slow this tie down that I can look at this smoke pattern, you got to literally slow it down. Ain't no way around it. Motion blur is because the tire is moving fast. The only way I'm gonna stop motion blur is if he hit the brakes and slow down a little bit. I can't stop motion blur by just me moving away, you damn dummy.
Stupid.
Can you imagine that it's a lot of people follow Craig, y'all? We in trouble. It's a lot of people calling me the dummy, but they think like this. You see this shit? Oh my God, bro. What an argument to make. That man said, you see that? That's bullets. The ones closer to you are more blurry. The ones away from you, you can see them clear. So this picture of the Earth, Sanchez, it would have been blurry if we was close to it. But we know how to get rid of motion blur, and we don't need no shutter speed camera with fast shutter speed, because we got a rocket, and we can just move away from it, and it slows it down, Sanchez. Are you serious, you dummy? You think because you think you controlling the speed of the Earth now. Motion blur is created because that thing is going a certain speed. It ain't got nothing to do with where you looking at it from. This is so, oh my God, this is stupid, y'all. I got to hit play, man. This is crazy.
Just like if you're standing right next to a plane that's going 500 miles an hour, it's going to be a blur. But you can look at a plane traveling 500 miles.
Y'all hear this shit? Do y'all hear this? This man said, if you standing, oh, bro, I can't make this up. I can't make this up. Listen.
Moving slower, but they're not as blurred, because when something's further away from you, the amount of distance that it covers in your vision is going to be less. Just like if you're standing right next to a plane that's going 500 miles an hour, it's going to be a blur. But you can look at a plane traveling 500 miles an hour, and that plane is not a blur. It's all to do with scale and distance.
You're talking about two different things. If you're watching a plane take off at the airport, or even when you're close to the plane, you're not going to see a blur. A plane ain't making enough revolutions or rotations for you to see a blur. In other words, the blurring effect takes place due to spin. And for example, when you got some moving in a straight line, that's not a motion blur effect. That's a warping effect, like a comet with a tail. Think about it. If something moving in a straight line, it's gonna develop a tail. If something moving around in a circle at a fast speed, it's gonna get motion blur. So Craig is doing what globalists do. They making arguments that isn't applicable to what's being said. It ain't fit the model. Your globe Earth ain't moving straight like a bullet. It's rotating, and we're questioning the rotation, not the forward projection. This the same thing Lubis did on the pickup truck. We ain't looking for an object being warped because it's going in a forward projection. We looking for motion blur because it's turning round and round, rotating like this damn wheel. Can y'all see the deception? You see the deception? Here's what Craig is saying. Craig is saying you ain't gonna see motion blur because you far away from it. But that wouldn't change motion blur, because motion blur is due to the rotation. But this is how Craig got to be a big ass liar, right? He got to get rid of my argument of the rotation and just talk about the Earth moving forward in a straight line. Then he gonna say, well, the bullets that's further away from you, they don't got that much of a tail. Of course, because they losing energy, dummy. And the tail is there because they're losing mass, like the comet. We ain't talking about the damn comet. We talking about the motion blur from the rotation of the Earth. Not no fucking object losing mass because it's moving forward through a medium. And that's proven drag. Y'all see this shit, man? Dude is very deceptive. You ain't gonna see no motion blur on the bullets further away. You mean I'm not gonna see a tail on them? Because they've already wasted their mass. Whatever powder or chemicals, that fell on off, so we don't see the tail no more. The further away a comet travel, the smaller the tail get. Because it ain't got nothing else to lose now. It's running out of mass to to pull off of it. That's what's happening with these bullets, Craig, you fucking dummy. And that ain't got nothing to do with my argument, by the way, you damn moron. And because he's so damn dumb, according to his logic, that means when you get further away from the earth, you get rid of the motion blur. That's the logic behind his damn argument. That make me want to just smack. Well, you so dumb. You're the kind of dumb that's dangerous.
So that answers that. Time 125. Okay. So then you brought up flowing water in space. Yeah, water doesn't just naturally flow anywhere. A force is required to make water do things. And you even answered the question yourself by saying that it's in a heat pump, for instance. The answer is they're in pressurized systems with pumps moving the water around. It doesn't just glob up if it's under pressure and being pumped. It just globs up when there's no other forces being applied to it. That is also an example of hydrodynamic equilibrium. Corpuscular rays was the next one. And so if corpuscular.
I hate niggas that say do. I mean, that is so of a pet peeve to me. And you're acting like you're just running through my little points and you're doing a good job, but you're fucking failing miserably. You see what I'm saying? I hate them. Let me see what else. Every time they would. Listen, dude, take your face ass on.
Rays allow us to triangulate.
Y'all want to hear it again?
Pops up when there's no other forces being applied to it. That is also an example of hydrodynamic equilibrium. Corpuscular rays was the next one. And so if corpuscular rays allow us to triangulate the position of the sun, does that mean, for instance, in this picture here, the sun is directly outside of this window? Or here, is it directly outside of this window? No, I don't think so. What about with this? Is the sun underground? Oh, look, it must be underground if we can triangulate the position of the sun from corpuscular rays. No. So the thing about corpuscular.
I told y'all he was a dummy. You heard that? The sun must be underground if we can trace these corpuscular rays back to it. No, idiot, it's below the horizon line, fool. I told y'all globalists are fucking morons. The sun must be under the ground. Let me go back to that image, man. This is fucking crazy.
Outside of this window? No, I don't think so. What about with this? Is the sun underground? Oh, look, it must be under.
You feel what I'm saying? The sun is below the horizon line, and those rays is coming at you just like they should if it's below the horizon line. Because think about it. The sun rays are doing like this at you. And when they're falling below the horizon line, they look like this. You see my 4 fingers? Let me show you that horizon line again. Let's go back and screen share. Well, I can't screen share with the panel because I'm about to show them something. Check this out. Look at that horizon line. It's really a triangle, a big ass triangle. But when you get to the end of the triangle, the rays spread out the flattest at the base. You see, like my hands. You feel me? So when this projection is falling beneath the horizon line, think of, here go the sun. You got these rays coming from it all the way out, and the further they go, the lower they lay, the flatter they lay. When this big wide triangle falls below the horizon line, the rays are, the end rays, somebody interrupting me, man. Hold on a second. The end rays, as it falls below the line, will look just like that. Think about it. Just like what we see right there. That's the bottom, and you know why they flat like that? Because you can't see the sun. The sun is below the horizon line, which means that the rays of light that's hitting you from this perspective are the ones at the very end of that triangle. They will be laid out the flattest. How can't we see this? If I got a ball of light that's projecting rays all around it, once that ball of light get below the horizon line, but some of those rays from it is still bleeding above the horizon line, it should look just like what we see right there. That's proof of a flat earth. If the sun was going over a curve, we shouldn't even see them rays. The picture that he put right there literally debunks the globe. Because you're saying that the sun rays is shining over a fucking curve. That's a perfect picture to debunk the globe. If the sun fell over a curve at the horizon line, that same curve should be blocking these reflected rays, according to spherical geometry. Light can't shine its rays over a curve. That curve will just obstruct the light rays. So the fact that you're showing me the sun below the horizon and we get these beautiful rays still coming proves flat earth, you big fucking dummy again. It's fucking crazy, man.
The ground, we can triangulate the position of the sun from corpuscular rays. No. So the thing about corpuscular rays is 20 seconds to just do this explanation. Corpuscular rays are to do with, again, scale and distance and perspective.
He's reading off the fucking computer. You see that? Instead of, I just show images. Watch this.
You can look at a corpuscular ray coming from the...
Hey, shout out to Red Brown for that super chat, flat power.
Clouds and drive past it, and the apparent rays change position based on your position relative to the clouds. It's just perspective. Light breaking through something.
Thank y'all for the support. Shout out to Peabody Grind, Pineal Vision. He said flat motherfucking power. We're the new wave when it comes to knowledge, critical thinking, logic, and common sense and wisdom. I second that. Shout out to Peabody and Red Brown. Shout out to my brother Bone Slave. Said, I don't agree with your FE theory yet, but the fact you force people to critically think and dive into research is a quality only a few have. Hey, man, I really appreciate that, Bone Slave. I appreciate that. Thank you all for the support. Zayzone, thank you for the donation, Zayzone. Thank you for that super chat donation, my brother P. Moses. Appreciate it. And shout out to my brother X-Rack and Just Be Real. I appreciate all of y'all for the donations. Flat power. Shout out to my brother Jordan Amaker. Shout out to that for that super chat, man. Make sure I read them all. We ain't leaving no stone unturned. Yeah, let's play it.
Something will spread out. We've measured the distance to the sun using radar. Okay.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you. Now what we're going to do is a 1 minute back and forth. It'll be Bro Sanchez up first. It's just a Q&A. So it's your chance to ask him a question. You can take the full minute to ask it. Then Craig will get a chance to answer for one.
Okay. If y'all want to, after the Q&A, we can start our panel because we like approaching 3 hours and we'll be here all day. This is pretty, I mean, you could go watch the entire debate on this channel. I uploaded it. You can watch it for free. It was a pay-per-view debate, but if you didn't see the full debate, you can, after this stream, go and watch it. It's right here on Flat Power. So I'm not going to review it all because I uploaded it here, and I want to actually let people get the floor and see if we can get any debates going today. So let's actually let the Q&A go, and we'll end the video review after that and start the calls.
For 1 minute, then you can respond for 1 minute, and then Craig can close it out for 2 minutes, and we'll alternate that back and forth.
Roger, Roger.
So it is up for
Bro Sanchez and the panel,
Bro first,
and everybody in the chat.
Salutes, Charlie. Thank you for joining, man. As always, for sure.
when there's a chance, I would like to do a little presentation, if you don't mind. That helps.
Hell yeah,
debunk
man.
the globe.
You damn right. If you want to do it, you could do it right now, for real. You want to do it right now?
Oh, that's big respects. Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
I should have done it yesterday, but maybe I'll do it now.
Yeah.
So,
take your
folks,
time.
everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Let's think of this as the globe, right? And they talk about the equator. At the equator, and any globalist they won't give you an exact size, but they'll always entertain the diameter of the Earth is 24,000 miles, maybe 26,000 miles. It's no different. But here you go, you know. And
Hold on. Charlie, do me a favor, Charlie. Can you start your presentation over? Would that be too much to ask?
No, I can do it again.
Okay, thank you so much. Sorry about that.
Okay. They talk about the flat Earth, the globe Earth. Any globe Earth person will tell you that the diameter of the Earth, generally speaking, is about 24,000 miles or 26,000 miles, whatever it is. This circle here represents the diameter of the Earth. And what they do, they try to wrap the ball, the flat Earth, they try to wrap it into a ball. What I'm trying to demonstrate is the calculation to measure is 8 inches per mile squared. That's what universally is what it is. If this represents the equator, pretty accurate, but the only way you could see 8 inches per mile squared and to debunk the globe is you can never measure the curvature of the Earth in this manner. The only way you can measure it and to debunk 8 inches per mile squared is in the horizontal. So you draw a line anywhere on land or anywhere in the ocean, and of course the curve will happen at 8 inches per mile squared. You will see a curve, but you only see it on the horizontal. So for example, if the curve started in, what's this place down here? I guess that's South America somewhere. And you did this, you look, you could see the curvature. You'll be able to see it no matter where you put it, because 8 inches per mile squared. I don't know if that makes any sense. Not this way, but in the flat. That's what I'm saying. And I got one more little presentation that debunks rockets. And what are we looking at? For example, let me show you. This pen would be like the rocket. This is kind of an important test. And look at the videos of rockets that go way high and they hit something. And watch this light. When the rocket is going, it's going. And then you ever seen the rockets do this? Check this out. Look at that. They produce, like if they hit the firmament or they're hitting something. That's what we see. If you look at those videos, this is exactly what you see. It's hitting something. As the rocket gets to the end of whatever, it gets that effect. And then they start doing this. Remember seeing those videos? That's interesting. I just wanted to share that.
That's very interesting right there. Most
If
definitely.
you think it deserves a bomb, let me know. Thank you.
Oh yeah, I gotta
That
drop
was
a
pretty
bomb.
dope,
Hell
Charlie.
yeah.
That was
Thank
dope,
you, guys.
man.
You already
Badass.
know.
That deserves a bomb.
This is what I'm saying. Flat earthers come with hands-on observations, experiments, DIY. It ain't just, I'm not an expert. You know, you gonna challenge science, man. You know, a bunch of dummies not using their brains being led to the slaughterhouse. Let me
You
give
know what I do? So what
let me
I
give
do
a,
sometimes. Oh, huh?
my bad. Let me give a shout out to Tori Povich. He said his money is for Craig to get him another bag of Coca-Cola. It's obvious he's on it. Flat power. Hell yeah, Tori. And my brother, shout out to Flat Earth Trini. Easy work. Support this brother and his supreme knowledge. Shout out to Demonic Vibes. I appreciate the super chats, brothers. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Rhett, and welcome back, bro. You got it.
What's up, bro? So a question I ask people sometimes, right? I ask them, I say, go outside. When you go outside, whether you're looking at the moon or the sun, do you see a sphere or do you see a circle? And they always they want to tell you they see a sphere, but when I show them a sphere in my hand, like, see this sphere, how you see the whole, you know it's a sphere, you looking at it. You see all dimensions of it. When you look outside, you don't see all dimensions of the you don't see a sphere type dimension on the sun and moon. Am I correct or what? Because they don't have nothing to say after they go outside and look at it, but they want to say they see a sphere. When they don't see that, you just see a circle in the sky.
That's right. They see a spirit of light around that shit. That's the aura. But that circle is like a two-dimensional opening for all we know. Hey, let me give a shout out to Chungus Khan, Flat Motherfucking Power.
And the ring around the moon, they always talk about a ring around the moon. Yeah, of course. Of course it's not local.
We literally observe. Yeah, I'm sorry.
I got a question for you, bro Sanchez.
Uh-huh.
Shout out to the panel. Flat Power first and foremost.
What's good, Narco? What's good?
But I had a question based on what you had brought up. You had said that nature is not selective.
I said forces of nature aren't selective. Water, fire, wind, like that fire burn a baby, man. It don't care. It go, you know, it ain't discriminating. That's all I was saying.
No. But I still want to pose the question, and maybe you can elaborate on it. When it comes to how nature is selective, as far as conditions and environments based on where you do live on the planet. If you can expand on that.
Say that one more time. I'm just wanting to clarify before I answer.
Far as, let's say, how there's palm trees and pine trees based on where nature selects it to be, or polar bears based on lions, or however nature selects things to be, far as what nature says. Far as like comparing it to flat or gold.
Yeah, that'll be going into like looking at nature like a deity outside of us that can do what it want to do when it want to do. It's kind of like a Christian saying, when you ask them, hey man, the Bible based on flat earth, how would every Christian on the globe see Christ when he returned? And the answer would be, well, you know, God is a miracle worker. He can do all things. And this is kind of the same approach we taking here, what's happening. He's saying you're making nature into a person that can do either or when it wants. What I was saying was the forces of nature don't discriminate. And if gravity is a force of nature, why does it discriminate?
I mean, I agree, but to a certain degree, even the forces of nature do discriminate far as like mudslides, tornadoes, and things of that nature, depending on where you at on the planet as well.
Those aren't forces of nature. Forces of nature are like water, wind, centripetal force, centrifugal force. All these forces act on everything with mass. They act on them. Like, for example, right? What we can say is this: fire won't burn steel as quick as it burnt that wood, Sanchez. So it's being selective. Right? If you wanted to make an argument against what I'm saying, you would have to go down that road. And then I'm giving you a better argument if you want to be, the opposition. But so, and what what I would say about that is that fire ain't choosing how fast or slow it burns something. It's just burning something. And guess what? Depending on the density of that thing dictates how fast the fire burn it. But the fire ain't saying, I'm going to burn this wood more than I'm burning that steel. The fire burning them both the same. It's just that the steel is stronger, so it's going to take longer. But what they doing with gravity, right? They're making gravity burn the fucking steel more than it's burning the wood. Forces of nature don't do that. Fire don't do that. The reason it didn't burn that steel is quick. It ain't got nothing to do with the fire, but it got something to do with the steel. And this is the same thing, the conundrum that they're in with gravity being selective. That fire ain't selective. It's just that one is steel and one's wood. So when they talk about how gravity acts on things, it's literally saying, I'm going to pull this apple off the tree, but I ain't going to pull them apples off.
No,
you see
I
what I'm
agree.
saying? And that ain't what fire doing. Fire saying, I'm going to burn all these apples up. And if one of these apples is strong, it's just going to take me longer to melt that one than the other ones. But I ain't picking and choosing. That's what
I
fire
definitely
doing.
agree.
Right. That's
Even
what,
if supreme mathematics even teach you that, but supreme mathematics can be selective based on what you choose to create. So, yeah, it's not like I don't agree. I definitely agree. I just wanted to pose the argument.
A question I get is about the ice ring. Like, they be like, man, if it's an ice ring, why you can't just go in any direction? Like, and just find the ice wall.
Hey, I'm finna answer that. Let me ask some. Everything I said about the fire burning stuff, if you heard that in the chat room, drop a 1. And the brother, the brother asked that question again, I'll answer you. I was gonna step out and smoke. I didn't know you had a question for me. You got it.
No, I was saying the question I be getting all the time is they be like, if it's an ice ring and it's around the whole flat earth or whatever, then why we just can't go in any direction and see the ice ring, get to the ice ring? Like, it ain't nothing stopping nobody.
Right, we can. Any direction we go into right now, we'll first of all meet an ocean. Then if we keep going, we'll sail into a big ice wall that we're going to have. It's 200 feet. We got to step up on it. Our world is in like a crater. We're in like a crater. All around us is a 200 feet wall. And you're right. If we were to leave and off in any direction, we'll bump into it. Now, a person may say, prove that, Brother Sanchez. I ain't going to lie, I can't. Right? Because that really requires me getting up, taking a damn trip to the wall, leaving out. But yeah, I can prove it in ways showing how the oceans work and we can do it in circumstantial evidence, but it's still neither here nor there. We don't got to really be explorers and visit the outermost bounds of the plane to prove that it still is a plane, though, in level.
Yeah, I just want to give a shout out, to you, Bro Sanchez, how you can draw all these religions in and come to the same conclusion. since most people can't. Just connecting the dots. I just want to give a shout out to you for doing that.
Man, thank you. Appreciate the love. Much respect to the panel. Yeah, I'm not going to review the video no more. So if any globalists in the chat want to come up and make any arguments, come on up. I know I saw Rob. Rob, if you want to bring your goons, man, pull up with your squad, man. We can get it in. We got time.
Salute, bro.
Salutes. Keep north of what's good, bro.
Hey, man, you know I came up here for that Flat Earth Globe Earth Friday smoke, man. I'm a kick back, man. Wait for the smoke, bro. Salute to you, the panel, and the chat. Much love and respect.
Hell yeah. But we should be able to fly over the wall, right? Yeah. Yeah. Sure. No problem. Anybody got any spills for the people or any? We got 9 people on. All right. So we got 9 people on. If anybody else want to join, come on up because the flow is pretty much open.
Hey, bro Sanchez.
Yeah.
Remember during one of the debates with Craig, and he said something that hit me hard, and I never get it out of my head. He mentioned that astronauts, no matter how long they are in space, they never ever burp. How stupid does that sound, man?
Yeah.
Think about that.
Mm-hmm.
No, there's no burping in space. Insanity. That's because nobody ever goes there. That's the only way that statement could be real. But
yeah, he said astronauts have a lot of digestive problems. They have troubles pooping and all that because of they be in space so long.
That's. I'm sorry. Go ahead, man.
No, you're fine. But remember what I was saying? You telling me like if all of the liquids in my body is just floating and globbing around, that'll hurt like a motherfucker. Think about all of the urine in your bladder right now. You on the ISS, right? What is the water in your bladder doing? Just floating and shit around? Dude, you would die like that. You couldn't even piss like that. So, like Craig had to say, well, you're right, Sanchez. Astronauts have a lot of problems with their body and stuff. They don't look like it when they up there smiling and floating out the Cheetos and shit. They don't look constipated. And like they got bladder problems. Them niggas floating around doing flips, getting Jolly Ranchers in their mouth and shit. Having fun. You telling me that's a dude up there with a lot of constipation problems and bladder problems? I know a nigga that look like he needs some tums. And them niggas don't be looking like it.
And they don't never got it. They always got a little bit of water. They don't never jump a whole gallon of water. Why they don't just get a whole gallon of water and turn it over and see what it do? Why they only have a little bit of water?
Yeah, that statement alone about not burping debunks outer space instantly.
Yeah, brother Sanchez, they bladders and all that be fucking with them in space. That nigga just floated out through a cupcake with a smile.
That's fun.
He just got to make his argument relevant. That's why he brought that up, because he got to explain like how things function in an atmosphere where there's supposed to be no oxygen, but all in the same time. This is why their arguments don't make sense, because they're patching their arguments up as they go when it comes to relevancy. When they dealing with a flat earther who know what he's talking about, he dealing with relevancy, what he can see. So they cross themselves up when they have to add an argument that would only happen on the ground in space or vice versa. You understand? You understand what I'm trying to say? That was the deal with the guy last night, how he was trying to say this work a certain way on the ground and then it work a certain way when you once you get into space. They trip themselves up every time.
Where the smoke at?
I saw it was like, man, hey, I saw it was like, man, I'm ready for the smoke. I'm ready for all the smoke.
If it ain't no smoke, I got a couple little something. So it ain't really too much smoke, but I got something.
Yeah, me too. Oh shit, straight up. Okay, man. So what's up, man? Who here riding with Flat Earth?
I'm riding with Flat Earth, but I got a question about like like what y'all see the moon like? I know y'all see the moon as like a luminary or something like that. Like it's something that's not physical. It's something that you can't really touch. Y'all
Let me say,
feel
I'm here. I'm on Globe Earth side, so I'm trying to find some Flat Earth.
Oh, then they want to smoke with you.
They go to
Man,
smoke.
what's your question,
They go to
man?
smoke. Bring your argument and your
Please,
question,
what's
brother.
your question?
Hey,
We've been waiting on you. Go ahead.
Hey. Okay, so y'all believe in the Taurus field, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We know. We don't believe over here, Bubba.
Oh, y'all know the Taurus field. All right, so explain to me, man, why the Taurus field makes an orb.
What you mean?
I'm saying if you watch, you saying the
You
Taurus
ever heard
field,
of
right?
Anansi the spider?
And it's
You ever heard of Anansi the spider?
Huh?
You ever heard of Anansi the spider?
You said a Nazi the spotter.
Yeah.
Nah, brother, go ahead and explain that to me.
Do you know the shape of how a spider look? You talking about an orb, right?
Oh yeah, you say the shape of a spider?
Yeah, we could change. We could talk about the shape of different shapes. Where you getting at by being the shape of you said an orb? It's not an orb, but
Yeah, see, that's
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying, bro. So a torus field is going to push energy out equally on all sides. So it distributes energy on all sides of this thing. That's going to create an orb. So you really can't tell me,
No,
bro,
no,
that
no,
an
no, no,
orb
no,
is
no,
made
no,
of
no.
you know
A
what the
torus
plane of
field
inertia
has
is?
a pole.
It's called
A
a plane
torus
of
field has
inertia.
a pole.
Bro, what you saying is it's because we inside the construct. Could you
no, no,
explain
no,
to
no,
me?
no, 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 no.
Bro,
It's
no,
called.
no. I know what you're
That's
saying. I want you to explain to
But
me how a torus field will work on
A
the
torus
outside of a
field has
ball.
a pole. It has a magnetic field. If you've seen a magnet, how it performs when you put like any type of metal around it, just take a magnet and put it in like sand or anything, and you'll see a torus field, and you'll see the actual magnetic pole,
That's right.
and
He's right.
you'll
And
see
that got nothing to
what
do
you
with the flat
perceive
surface.
as what you mean. That has
Like
everything to do with it.
you
You
talking
live in
about
the middle of that.
it'll make the spider.
You live in the middle of that.
What's good, panel?
What's the point? What was this point though? What was the point behind
Hey,
it?
I was
Good,
about
Sellers.
to say, hey, fam, man, y'all ain't gonna play me off like that. So here's all the wrong things that y'all got with y'all statement. So you saying how is a torus field working on outside of a ball? How is it working on outside of a plate? Like,
I
so the
just
thing
told
about
you.
it,
Hold on, chill, bro. Listen,
what?
inside of that orb is called a plane of inertia. Inside of it, the orb that you talking about,
Right.
you know
Yeah,
how it look, right? It's a plane of inertia in the middle of that. You know
yeah.
what that is?
I'm gonna show him.
I sure was about to say, man, you said a plane of inertia.
Right. We're
So
gonna
I know
You
show
what
don't
you.
even know what
inertia
the plane
is,
of
and I know
inertia
what a
is?
plane. I was about to say I know what inertia is, and I know what a plane is, and don't
Okay,
neither one of
okay.
those things go together, family.
Hey,
So you,
Wayne. Hey,
Think of
Wayne.
an
yeah,
inside
Hey,
of an
hold on.
egg.
yeah. What's up?
Hold on, everybody. Hey, I need Wayne real quick to build with Retin, but I want Wayne to be open-minded because you admitted you didn't know what the inertial plane was. So this is when you say,
No,
brother,
I admitted I didn't hear it though, bro. I admitted I didn't hear it. I did not. I didn't. I've never heard of an inertia plane, but I know what inertia is, and I know what a plane is.
okay,
Them
but
things ain't
this
going together, fam.
you
Them
got
You
things
see what
don't
I'm
go
saying?
let's
together.
hold up, everybody. Wait a minute. Everybody need to stop. What you doing now, Wayne Bryant, is you got the I know everything mentality. We asked you, have you ever heard of a dielectric inertial plane? If you never
All
heard
right.
of it, guess what? It's okay to say, brother, show me what you're talking about. And we'll
Okay,
see, you
brother,
know what I'm saying?
you can show me what you're talking about, bro. You can show me what you're talking about. You can show me what you're talking about. You right, fam. This all love.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Cause you gonna say some shit that I probably don't know, and I'm gonna be like, school me on it, bro. You know. But this is what it is. It's the little crease where these two domes meet. What we looking at here is a magnetic energy field. This is what you're talking about. This is a torus field. This is what the Earth is according to the ancestors. So if you wanted to see that, it'll be like this. It'll be.
Hey, in all respects, brother Sanchez, you showing me all orbs right now. So like that's the issue that I'm having. So you
the
believe
issue
that the
you're
Earth
having
is
is what?
You say you showing me an orb. You just showed me an orb to prove that the Earth is a plane. I don't get that, bro.
Everybody chill out. Let me holler at him. I want you to, okay, I got you, brother. You making some good points. You ain't doing nothing wrong. Salutes to it. But I want you to look at this ancient Hebrew conception of the universe, right?
Right.
What I'm telling you is that the universe is a globe. It's a sphere. But we don't live. See, here's the thing. You think we live on a planet called Earth, which is a sphere. And I'm saying we live, listen to me. I'm saying we live.
The top.
So listen, here's the problem. You think we live on a planet called Earth, which is a sphere. I'm saying we live inside of a sphere on a particular part of that sphere called the inertial plane. But Earth is not the universe. This entire ball you see, that is the universe. Earth is just a plane that splits the middle of the universe according to the ancestors. You can see Earth right here on the model. That's what we're telling you. We're telling you that the ground is a grounding point for a magnet, and the Earth is a big ass magnet, and we live inside the torus field of a magnet. That's how.
Do that universal one with the color on it.
Yeah.
Do the other one you got, Sanchez.
And what I'm telling him is that the top, let's say one of these domes is positive, one negative. But anytime anybody use electricity, know when you get positive, negative, you need a grounding point, like with your car battery. Earth or the ground, the Earth is the inertial plane. When you say inertia, you're saying in the Earth. In the spiritual realm, there is no inertia. That is because we're in a dense medium. We get it's inertia for in the Earth force, inertia, in the earth. These words come from somewhere. What I'm telling you is that the force that you're dealing with, excuse me, not the force, but the thing we're calling the ground is not negative or positive. It's in between the two. And just like what we see right here, the sky above you is pulling you. What's happening is the sky is literally pulling energy from your body, like from the top, from your it's pulling it upwards, but the ground is pulling it down. So, like if you think of your waistline, from your waistline down, the Earth is pulling you down. That's how your legs are getting longer and longer. We call it growing up, right? We grow down and up. From our waistline upward, the sky is pulling us up. From our waistline down, the ground is pulling us down. We're being stretched at the waist, and we call that growing up, but you're being stretched out. You know what I'm saying? But eventually, like everything that's being pulled and stretched, you're going to tear and rip. And that's what they call death. When we grow up and see what I'm saying? This is all embedded into this electromagnetic energy field. I'm kind of getting esoteric now, and I shouldn't be. I should really stay on the science and get off the life and death. So I'm going to go ahead and yield the flow. But you see that, yeah, you got it.
I got a question, Brother Sanchez. You said that the dialectrical plane has a. Can you go back to that picture with the spiraling? Yeah, that one. You said that the dialectrical plane is, from my understanding, the Earth is pulsing out a negative ionic current, and the sun is pulsing out a positive ionic current. And so, like, where I'm getting at with this is, right, when we're talking about the dielectric plane and we're talking about the oval of the torus field, we're talking about a compression of a negative current and a positive current, right? Which would be the yin and yang, yeah.
Well, you're saying that this is a thing between the earth and sun. I'm saying it's a thing between the sun and moon. And if the sun and moon is the negative and positive, the earth would be the grounding point, is what I'm saying.
That would be the neutral point, right?
Okay, if you sure.
Which would be the polarity of a positive, a negative, and a neutral, with the earth, with the moon and the sun being the positive and the negative, and the earth being the neutral point.
Okay. So when we say neutral, we're saying natural. The natural world is the neutral world. It's the it's the manifestation of polarity, negative, positive, yin yang.
All right, so I understand that y'all are going back and forth with flat and round Earth, but does anybody want to humor the concept of concentrated Earth?
You know what, man? I've been holding you back on that for a lot of bills, and I feel bad if I tell you this time again, don't bring it up. So do your thing.
Damn, I can't get it in. I wasn't done with my question.
But Salas, do me one favor. Be patient, Salas. Let Wayne get it in. And Wayne, take your time, man. You actually making the show crunk, man. Let's get it.
Peace, fam. I'm not trying to make the crunk, man. All love, man. I kind of want to hear that brother's bill, because I definitely kind of got some discrepancies about what he just said. But I kind of wanted to get on this torus field real fast. So I'm gonna tell you right now, mathematically, I can prove that there ain't no universe. So, I mean, would you say that that's key to your theory?
I would say all great philosophers teach that the universe exists and don't exist. They maintain that it's a paradox. And that's what I'm a fan of.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I was about to say the universe definitely don't exist, because EMC squared proves that energy is infinite. So the universe is made of energy. So there really ain't no boundaries. Now, I understand what you're trying to break down with Timu, right? So are you familiar with the seven heavens?
Yeah.
And the Hebrew philosophy?
Hey,
brother, I told you to bring up that picture with the flat plane of inertia with the yellow star. I told you to bring that other picture up because he would have seen it.
Which one, bro?
That's why I asked him about the spider.
Which one you want me to bring up again?
The one with the colors of the netters. The one you got the azabel so below with the yellow.
I got you.
Like
Hold
a
up.
reflection, and it looked like a spider.
Yeah, my bad. Here we go.
Hold on 1 second.
What's up, man? What's
up? I heard you say like the E equals MC square thing, right? Now, I don't know if you all know. I don't know if y'all know this. I know Bro Sanchez know this. But
there you go. There, right there. That's your answer right there.
Einstein.
That ain't no answer, fam.
Bro, that's an answer.
I was about to say that definitely ain't no answer, fam. First off, that's
bro. Wait. It's not an answer yet. It's about to be an answer. How this work? You pull up a slide, then you speak on it. But the slide itself ain't the answer. We about to give you the commentary with the slide, because I don't even know if you know what the hell you looking at to even say.
Well, I was gonna ask, fam.
You didn't even know what a plane of inertia was.
Because I was about to say, can you name them seven heavens that you was talking about? Because you breaking out Timu right now. So can you name them seven heavens?
Vanaheim, according to the Nordic, they call them Jotunheim.
Oh, no, bro. You brought up a Timu. You brought Timu. That's a Hebrew.
Oh, I got you. Stop a second. If you want me to name it in Hebrew, that ain't a problem, man. Check it out. That ain't a problem. You act like you presenting a problem to me or something. It's crazy. Like, damn, nigga, calm down. You ain't even presented the smoke yet. Anybody can pull up the Hebrew seven heavens and see that in the Hebrew seven heavens, you get, there they go. They named out the seven Olympian Greek gods, and I'll show them to you today in our system. I'll even go even further than that. Like, you ain't giving me nothing I can't answer. Like, this is easy if this is what you want to know. We got 7 planets today in the TRAPPIST system, and they're still named after those 7 Greek gods of Olympia that we get here in the ancient Hebrew. Ain't much really changed, but the fact that they got us thinking that we're on a globe, whereas the Hebrew said these are celestial planes and these are netters. We can go deep into that though. But yeah, I mean, the name of each of the Hebrew heavens is right here on their models. You know, they got Araboth, Makan, Mayon, Zebul, Sakahim, Rakil, you know, but all of these are just the names of Venus, Mercury, these in today, you know. But yeah, I mean, what else you want to know, man?
Hey, I want to throw something to the brother.
You are muted, Wayne.
The brother mentioned E equals MC squared, right? But that's only half of the equation.
Unmute.
Talking, bro. I can't finish talking.
No, it was what you said, brother. Wayne, you said this. I was talking to
Yeah.
you.
Don't let them run. Don't let them get away.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
my bad, bro.
you said E equals MC squared, right? But that's only half of the equation, because when we understand polarity within our universe, E equals MC squared and square equals MC2.
Ooh.
You feel me?
Okay, I see what you just did,
I was about to
Salas.
say that's false. That's
I ain't
false.
gonna lie though.
That's
Wait,
false what he said,
wait
bro.
a minute, bro.
That's false.
Bro,
that's about energy.
Hold on.
That's about energy and frequency.
Okay,
nah, he false what he said, bro.
Okay, give your rebuttal. You can give your rebuttal. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, because I was about to say, first off, that's completely false what you just said, bro. EMC squared is the science that they give to energy and matter. That means energy and matter can neither be destroyed nor can it be obliterated. All it can be is transformed. So this is the issue that I'm having. Your boy saying that the torus field is the entire universe, right? You were saying ions pulling on, but y'all saying that the universe has boundaries. There is no proof or evidence that the universe has boundaries.
Brother, hold up. Wait a second. We're not saying that the universe got boundaries, brother.
If
That's
it's a
not what we're
torus
saying.
Expanding.
Let me explain, brother. Wait a second.
Okay, go ahead.
You have cocked, and it's embarrassing because everybody in here know what I teach, and we just need to explain to you what it is. The universe is expanding infinitely, and I'm finna pull up a video that I want y'all to pay attention to. Everybody, mute up a second. This is important. This is very important. All right, check this video out. Let me see here. Boom. Let's go into.
If you watch that this detail,
watch this.
Broccoli, yeah.
Watch this.
To growing properties.
Mute up. Everybody, mute up. I'm finna show dude how the finite world exists inside the infinite world. He keeps saying the universe ain't got no boundaries, and he's right. The universe got boundaries and it don't got boundaries, and he don't understand the paradox. It's the golden ratio and the coastline paradox. It's hard for me to explain, so I'm gonna fall back and I'm gonna let my brother David Murphy, whom I met in person, do the speaking for me. Let's get it. Mute up, everybody. I hear a hot mic. Check it out.
Keep doing it. So, that's Fibonacci sequence I mentioned earlier. Right? If you divide each number, right, each two numbers together, right, what you'll get is the results will hover around this number, the 1.618. So 1 divided by 1 is 1, too low. 2 divided by 1, 2. Right, too high. Too low, too high, too low, too high, too low, too high, too low, and so on into infinity. You'll never get there, but it's always hovering around this number. Okay, means this number is very, very important, and I've already seen that. So that spiral I showed you earlier, okay, well, that spiral is the basis of all life on this earth. Okay, everything from hurricanes to what they call galaxies in the sky to, dandelions and shells and things. They all follow, right? Not only the Fibonacci sequence, but this very special spiral.
This is the secrets of the shape of the universe. People say, well, that got boundaries, not if it spirals out to infinity. That's what we're not getting. Watch this. Just watch this.
Comes out of the Fibonacci sequence. Even your body follows the same pattern. Yeah, I think if this part of your body is 1, this is 1.618. Okay, and so on. All your proportions are based around this number, which is called the golden ratio, golden mean. Okay, so going back to the Vesica Pisces. So again, if I start, I've got the Vesica Pisces here, right, and it's basically 2 circles around A and B. Okay, if I draw circles around C and D, okay, you get this shape. If I draw circles around, E and F, you suddenly get this shape. And if you start drawing lines between them, what you find is these equilateral triangles, or diamond shapes, yeah? So you get this diamond shape, and inside the diamond shape is another diamond shape. And inside that diamond shape is another diamond shape. And inside that one is another, and so on. But changing orientation each time, okay? This is what's known as a fractal progression. This will go on forever, okay? Forever inside and forever outside, okay? That's what a fractal is. So I'm going to just show a little video about fractals.
I'd like to show you a shape that has some really interesting properties. We can create this special shape by starting with an equilateral triangle, removing the inner third of each side, and then placing another equilateral triangle in the place where the side was removed. If we repeat this process infinitely, we end up with a shape known as a Koch snowflake. And this snowflake is fascinating because although it has a fixed area, it has an infinite perimeter. So how can a shape like this mathematically exist? Well, as the number of generations increases, the area does increase, but less and less each time. At first, the area increases by 1/3 of the original, then 4/27ths, then 16 243rds, then 64 2187ths. You can see how the amount of area added with each successive generation is very quickly trending towards 0. In mathematics, this type of sequence creates what is known as a limit. And what it means in this case is that, although it may intuitively seem like the shape's area will grow infinitely, it actually doesn't. There's a limit to the growth. This chart shows how the shape will never grow beyond 1.6 times its original size when it was just a triangle. And because the shape is limited to this 1.6 value, we can say with certainty that the shape has a fixed and not infinite area. Simply by being able to see this two-dimensional shape in its entirety, we can prove that the area is finite. If the area were infinite, there would be no boundaries to see. And with no boundaries, you really haven't got a two-dimensional shape at all, only a blank infinite plane. The perimeter is a different story. As the number of generations increases, the perimeter of the snowflake continues to grow and grow without approaching a limit. The math works like this. Each generation of the snowflake has a perimeter exactly 4/3 of the previous generation. If you zoom in and look at just one side of the triangle, it becomes easier to understand. With each generation, the perimeter that is added is 4 times 1/3 of the original length, giving a total growth with each generation of 4/3, or 1.3 recurring. Because this number is greater than 1, the perimeter will continue to increase, trending towards infinity. This is the most non-intuitive aspect of the shape, because it seems as if the perimeter could be measured, but it cannot. Because no matter how far we zoom in on the shape, there would always be more perimeter to measure.
I don't know if y'all understand this, but this is the miracle of the I don't know if y'all understand this, but this is the miracle paradox of the simulation. So you can zoom in on a fixed perimeter for infinity. That don't even sound right. Listen up and let me break this down. There's too many people unmute too quick. Y'all gotta let me expound on what I've shown first. What I'm showing is what this proves is that you can have a fixed shape with a measurable perimeter, but it's still none fits infinite and none measurable at the same time. This shape shouldn't exist. It's like saying it's a true lie. It's cold and hot. It's like an inhale and an exhale in the same breath. It's just a big paradox. You see what's going on? Now, guess how this relates to our world? What this is saying is that the earth does have a shape because it's a simulation and it like a Grand Theft Auto map, right? But what it's saying is that whenever you get to the edge of the map, you don't see a coastline because the game just creates more game for you. So if you look at what's happening here, this is the secrets of the simulation we in, showing you what happens at the edge of the simulation. When we try to travel to the ends of the earth, the simulation just keep creating more and more land and more shit to explore. You will never make it to the edge. It's like a video game, and the more you move forward, it just load up more map. That's what this shape shows. That's what's happening. Watch this.
The perimeter will continue to increase, trending towards infinity. This is the most non-intuitive aspect of the shape, because it seems as if the perimeter could be measured, but it cannot. Because no matter how far we zoom in on the shape, there would always be more perimeter to measure. And that's how you can mathematically have a shape with a fixed area, but an infinite perimeter.
That shit's so deep, man.
Hey,
when you look on the
that's also
outside, you
how
can
they
see them
taught.
keep going forever on the outside when you look
Oh
at them.
man. Okay,
There's more
okay.
little
Hey,
sides
hey,
of the
so
edges that you
I
can
was about to
see
say,
when
so
you
can
zoom
we
in and
ask
keep
questions
going.
about this video, fam?
Yeah,
Can
do
we
your
ask
thing.
questions?
For sure, I want you to, yeah.
All right. All right, brother. So I'm gonna break this down real simple, right? So you see how the 5 ratio has one part of it in front of the decimal point and one part of it behind the decimal point?
Sure. Sure,
Right.
3.14. Gotcha.
So that means that the other part of that number is a fraction of a whole number. So basically, what you just showed that fractions can continue no matter how small you go. And I mean, that's not really no news, brother, because we can split atoms. So I mean, you really
no.
can't.
I think that went over your head. What I
It
just
definitely did it, bro. It definitely did it. It definitely did it.
brother. You said ask questions about the video, not act like you know every damn thing. First of all, this is about fractals, not fractions. Fractions is one aspect. Tell me what a fractal is.
Unmute.
Wayne, tell me what a fractal is, Mr. Know-It-All. We ain't talking fractions.
Unmute your mic, brother. Can you do that?
I want to know what a fractal is from Wayne.
Hey, bro, Sanchez, I want to make one quick statement.
No, bro, please let him tell
Because
me
I
what a
was about to
fractal
say,
is.
hold up, because I was about to say I got the definition of fractals right here in my
He gonna
notes.
pull
Hold
it
up.
up on a damn Google real quick.
Nah, brother, I got it in my notes.
And won't you
Shit,
read it?
I didn't-
Why don't you read it so you can see that a fractal is not a fraction? Let me pull it up for you. A fractal is a type of mathematical shape that are infinitely complex. Are you reading this? In essence, a fractal is a pattern that repeats forever. Guess what, yo? A pattern is something with dimensions. But if the pattern repeats forever, it has no dimensions. So a fractal is a paradox. It's a thing with boundaries and no boundaries. It's what it is. It's the finite that exists inside the infinite. He don't get that, y'all. He don't get what the hell a paradox is. And he think that when we dealing with math, that we only dealing with fractions, when part of math is sacred geometry dealing with fractals.
He ain't even listening.
While
you talking, he talking the whole time.
You keep on muting the mic.
I don't know why y'all won't.
Hold it, brother.
I don't know what's going on right now. All I'm doing is making an argument, and when I'm done, that brother can respond to it. Anybody else? Yeah. I'm telling him what a fractal is because he didn't get the video. What David Murphy did not, what he just taught was the fractal nature of the universe. And this brother talking about fractions and splitting atoms. Everybody know the theory behind splitting an atom is that you can't split an atom. When you split the atom, you just double it up. Like splitting a cell. A cell is what you're talking about. Atoms are theoretical.
And where's your proof of that?
Dude, where's my
Where's
proof
your
of that?
proof that an
Watch
atom
this,
is
watch this,
theoretical,
watch this,
brother?
right? Where's
Prove
your
that
proof?
an atom is
Okay, watch this,
theoretical
right?
right
Watch
now.
this, right? Watch this, right? I'm about to prove it right now. Show me a real atom. All I see is a theoretical drawing, dummy. Let me take the dummy back. I apologize, but you just being a bit. But this is what I want to do so we can do this right. Calm down, man. Just calm down a bit. Quit acting like you know everything. You don't. I don't either. But I know one thing. The atomic theory is just that, a theory. Atoms have never been discovered. It's only a proposed building block to nature. But guess what, though? The ancestral people had a different concept. They talk instead of a bunch of little balls that are vibrating to put reality together. They taught that everything was connected via light. And I'm about to show you the ancestor concept of an atom, because you can't prove an atom of this small building block of nature. You just can't.
I can. Actually, I can. I can do it right now.
If you can't show it to me, to shut up and let me finish and wait your damn turn. I'm talking. So here's what I'm saying, right? Here's the thing about globalists and atomic people. They believe in the Big Bang, and they believe in the heliocentric model.
I don't believe in no Big Bang.
So
I don't believe in that.
So let me
don't
just
believe in the Big Bang.
Okay, well, let me clarify this, right? Are you one of those people that's saying, hey, Sanchez, I don't agree with flat earth. I believe in a globe, but I don't take what the mainstream science is saying, hook, line, sinker. I need to know that. That way I won't stereotype you with the people that's going with the... So I need to know, do you got your own concept of heliocentrism? And that's cool. I've debated plenty of people that's like, hey, man, I'm not just regurgitating science, but the earth ain't flat, and I don't believe everything NASA say either. So if you don't want me to stereotype you like that, you can clarify, and I'll just let you make your own little special arguments about whatever you think the globe is. Otherwise, I'm going to throw you in the globalist box. And if you're talking atom, you got to, if you're saying earth is a globe, the universe is the heliocentric model, it get that way due to the Big Bang, according to scientists. If you got your own theory other than the Big Bang, we'll like to hear it, and ain't nothing wrong with that, because it's just a theory anyway. You might have a better theory than them, shit. So let's hear your theory of how the universe was created, because that's where we need to start in order to go to the atom.
Okay. And I like that, fam. I like that. All right. So basically, when I talk about the universe, I don't really believe in it, because I don't believe the universe has no boundaries. Energy is limitless. And, that kind of was proved by the 5 ratio too. That really just proves it. Everything can be broken down into 2 equal parts. But at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? As far as when I talk about what the universe is, I actually do believe in that cosmology you pulled up, Timu, or as it was known to the Hindus, Duna, or as it was known to the Egyptians, Noon. You know what I'm saying? That's the primordial oceans. Now, you probably know this contemporarily as the electromagnetic spectrum. Now, the thing about it is, when we understand the universe is really more of a cosmos. You know what I'm saying? Now, when you was talking about them Hebrew 7 heavens, you know what I'm saying? You was actually talking about firmaments. And yes, the earth has something similar to firmaments, but it's reflecting the firmaments. You know what I'm saying? Higher above us, you know what I'm saying? Beyond, you know what I'm saying, the dead part of the universe. Now, see, once again, if you go to the Hebrew model, the plane made manifest we leave is actually called it's like I'm sorry, I'm terrible. I know I'm mispronouncing this. It's called
Rakia. Rakia.
Yeah, Rakia.
Yeah,
Rakia. Rakia. The Hindus call it Baloka. And basically what we're in a neutral channel. You know what I'm saying? We in between the higher heavens that vibrate too fine for us to see, and the bombastic heavens that vibrate, too grossly for us to exist in, for symmetry to be accomplished.
Can I share something with you real quick?
Come on with it, brother.
The Hindu call the netters lokas, and the Hindu, I'm agreeing with you on that, but the Hindu word for loka is what we would call a lock today. And if you look at what the Hindu gave us for the earth right here, what they're calling the the locus or the netters, they are the ring mechanisms within a lock structure. This talks about a lot.
Can we Google local?
Hold
Can you
on.
Google local for me so I can be sure that that's the right definition?
Why you cutting me off, brother? And you said we was sharing information. You know
we
what I'm
are,
saying?
brother, but it doesn't have the definition of local.
Cool.
Okay.
Cool, brother. You gotta let me build. If you cut me off again, you just gotta go. Real talk, man. That's disrespectful. Fuck what Google's saying. This is etymology, and you think Merriam-Webster can tell me what love is? Like, as a man, I can't do my own research and decodings. I got to go and, if Merriam-Webster done said it ain't real, Sanchez. What I'm telling you is research that I shared, and if you don't agree with it, fine, but you can't say it ain't true. Here is the Hindu conception of our universe. Our Earth, according to the Hindu, is a simulation that you need to get the hell out of by practicing alignment. They got the Earth like a locking mechanism, and the alignment is the fucking spinal cord alignment with the Kundalini, the Jedi pillar where we see the grooves. This is frequency, tone, rhythm. Tesla said, think in terms of vibration, sound, the grooves. When we talk about the universe and the locus, these are nothing but frequency bands stacked on each other. This is how light distributes itself. Like, one thing you got to do, brother, you got to come into this community and respect my research. Otherwise, you got to go, bro. Because you ain't finna, you don't got to agree with the research, but you're going to fucking look at what I'm presenting and you can scrutinize it out that I'm allowing you to do that. I really don't give a fuck. Like, who are you? Like, this research brought me far. Where your research brought you. You can't say it, bro, don't unmute it as I'm going to boot your ass. When I'm done, you can say what you want and I'll take it just like you taking it now. But I'm tired of this energy you got, brother, when you really ain't that damn smart like you think. It's a lot you can learn from us, but you coming in here like you already know every damn thing. And I'm going to check you on that right now because I built this damn space and I was able to do it for a reason because I was doing extensive research. And you going to respect that shit, but you ain't got to agree with it. But you ain't gonna keep telling me do this and do that. I'ma do what I do, and then you can tell me what you think about it, and that's it, man. Then you gonna fucking wait till I'm done and show respect. So now let me get back to what I was saying, man. I asked you to explain how the universe started. We was talking about the atom, and you didn't do shit. I asked you to go into your form of the Big Bang. You didn't do it. How the hell are we going to get somewhere? If I'm telling you we starting there, but you didn't do it. So let me start there. Here is the Tower of Babel, y'all. It's a tower of light. The Tower of Babel is the Hindu cosmos. Babylon is not a place, it's a concept. Babylon is how light reflects and reflect. This is what our spinal column is on the right. You see how light expands from a central point and reflects itself to the left and right like the integers, like mathematical integers. This is how numbers was born from zero. Ma'at means math. They was personifying this integer line. I'm showing you what the Big Bang is. You didn't tell me, so I'm going to tell you. I gave you a chance. I said, tell me how the universe started according to you. You didn't do it. So now let me do it then. Now watch what he do, y'all. He's going to wait till I'm done and act like he know everything after the fact when I gave him a chance to explain this and he didn't do the shit. So what they giving us for the Big Bang is a flat earth. If your eyes open, look at it. It's the fucking flat earth torus field. That go the plane in the middle. All these images are the flat earth. Check it out. See, you don't know our model, but you won't give me the time to run you down through it. You too impatient. Watch this shit. Here go the Hindu concept of our earth right here. What are they saying? The same thing NASA saying here. but only NASA saying this is a galaxy in space. We don't live on the Earth. We live inside of a universe. We are not creatures living on top of a planet. We are spiritual beings living inside of a holographic reality. Scientists today are admitting that. The only thing is you can't have a holographic simulation and an atom too. Atom is a building block of nature. If you say that the Big Bang started from light, you got to explain to me how light becomes wood and trees and water and rocks. The only way light can do that is through holography. And this will explain what an atom really is. What is an atom? It's a pixel within a simulation. This is what our bodies are. They're projections of light. They're avatars. We're in a simulation. That's one thing I agree with science on. But they just finding it out, though. The ancestors been knew that. But the thing is this, the way that we manifest, we're light beings. Our body is a holographic manifestation of the light of the soul. They call it conception. How our light projects us into the simulation is just like this, from above and below. And what happens is each ray of light becomes, you get this pixeling effect. They turn each of these little dots that's making this holographic avatar into an atom. And they said atoms are the small little building blocks that makes us up. But really in a holographic simulation, everything will be made out of projected light, which is what they said a Big Bang is. How does light turn into little physical building blocks? How does light becomes physical? Wood, trees, not by a chemical reaction that builds atoms. Light becomes physical through the concept of holography. All things are light, manifesting as a tree, a bird. And when things manifest, when you take the concept of a simulation and a holosphere, you gotta ditch the atom. That's what science doing right now. They saying we gotta rethink this. The more they adopt the simulation theory, they're going to have to ditch the atom. You know what I don't like about globalists? They say science is honest. We don't act like we know everything. That's why we change stuff all the time. When we say they change it because they lying, they say they change it because they honest and they don't know everything. Well, guess what? I got news for you. The atom is under question. It's been under question. Every scientist don't agree on atomic theory. And the more that science straight into simulation talk, the atom theory is going to be a thing of the past. But see, the problem is a lot of y'all don't keep up with what's happening in science. You think they know everything and you arguing old shit. You ain't even up to date. But I'm going to fall back, though, and let him get the mic. And I'm going to mute up. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, man, good look on that, fan, man. No disrespect, man. Much love, man. You know, I take this stuff real. I mean, I take this science all the way to the heart, man, because at the end of the day, I know this really the only saving thing for our people. Because, you know, otherwise we going to be listening to Jesus and all this other type of clown ass stuff. So let me go ahead and break this down. So first off, the word loka, and you know, this is me. I study Hindu philosophy. So the word loka actually means plane where karma is done. You know what I mean? And in fact, yeah, that's where you get the ka from, because you know what I'm saying? That's how you say karma in their language. So it's like, so when you talk about, and I like how you basically broke down how all them was light bands. Absolutely. Essentially, yes, everything is light, but that doesn't mean that it's a hollow projection or none of that other type of shit that Europeans made, and now they trying to say that, yeah, they stole that stuff from nature, but that don't mean that we in no hologram or none of that other type of crazy ass stuff. I'm gonna break it down like this. Listen, so you have a frequency. You have something called the electromagnetic spectrum. I know nobody really wants to talk about that. But you got the electromagnetic spectrum that's broken up into 7 major rays. You know what I'm saying? You got radio waves. You know what I'm saying? You got infrared waves. You got visible light. That's somewhere between 490 to 720 terahertz.
Hey, you
You know what
mind
I'm
if I
saying?
ask you a question real quick, bro?
I was about to say, bro, you kind of took a long build, so I kind of wanted to just get these last
That's
points
why I
out.
asked you if you mind. If you don't, I'll fall back. It ain't no thing. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, okay, because
Cool.
I see you pulling up lock, but at the end of the day, so the thing about it is, when we talk about frequency, that's what we experiencing in the universe. You know what I'm saying? So I really didn't get a chance to break it down because I was talking about the Hindu philosophy, but we can go ahead and do this, right? So when you talk about higher energy, you know what I'm saying? These are perpetual waves. We are in a neutral energy wave. We have energy here, but it's not perpetual. You know what I'm saying? Because this is a dead neutral wave. Now we experience time and space because the fractals that you were talking about are bigger here on the plane called manifest than they are in the higher heavens. You know what I'm saying? That's why we experience time and space. You know what I'm saying? So the thing about it is, it's like, damn, I let bro talk for heavens.
My bad.
Excuse me, fam. Excuse me. So I'm just trying to break it down like this, right? So if we live in if we see that we have, because I think we live on all these areas at the same time, and that's what you aligning. You aligning your body. I don't know exactly how you fit that in with what you said about it.
Bro, you been watching my damn teachings. This shit is getting annoying, bro, because I'm going to tell you like this, right? Watch this, right? How the hell are you going to challenge my teachings while regurgitating them? And you start your sentence off with I believe, and I'm starting my shit off with what the Hindu said and showing you the model. Fuck what you believe. You said that the loca ain't a lock, and I looked up the etymology, and the word loca does mean lock. You said that it mean a plane to live out karma. Yes, you're locked inside of there until you do it right.
That ain't Sanskrit, bro.
You're just trying to fucking, bro, relax. The Hindu and the old Nordic people shared the same dialect and cosmology at a time, Mr. Fucking Know-It-All.
No, they don't.
I didn't say nothing about Sanskrit. I said dialogue. Listen what I'm telling you, bro. Be the fuck quiet. Listen a minute, dude. Let me put you in the waiting room, Mr. Know-It-All. This what I'm telling this dummy. He's making debates while agreeing with everything I teach just to be a goddamn agent of chaos. Every time I go into etymology, he go into Merriam-Webster and Sanskrit. And it ain't about that. It's always about etymology. What a dumbass. He tried to debate me like I didn't know what I was talking about. Then when I put the etymology up, his ass, what you gonna say now? Everything you said about the Hindus saying these are karma planes, you damn dummy, it's a lock. To fasten with a lock, confine. Can you make it out until you live out your karma? No, dummy, so your ass is locked. Fucking fool. That's just a bunch of niggas want to waste time to sound smart. But if you was smart, nigga, you would have a following and a platform, you damn dummy. How you gonna come on my shit and you don't even know the community I built? And you don't know that all the shit you saying, we already teach that. Guess what the dummy said? Ain't nobody talking about electromagnetism and the 7 letters. It becomes insulting after a while, nigga. How we gonna let some stranger just come to our channel and say what we ain't talk about and debating us on everything he said we ain't talk about when we is talking about it?
I try to interject on him, but he just had to say them bullshit.
And my thing is, if you know more than me, who the fuck are you? Where your channel at? Why niggas don't know about you?
Exactly. That shit was crazy just now. He talking about brain. He talking about waves, and I'm about to ask him, well, how many states of brain waves you talking about? Because these universes is in your brain waves when you in states of brain waves.
Hey,
So
I
what are you
got
talking about?
Hey, I got smoked though, man. That's bad logic. if he know more than you, then why he don't have a channel? That's bad logic, man. I got
No,
smoke
it
for
ain't.
that.
No, what I'm saying is, no, it ain't. It's just keeping it real. Let me make my argument and let me get smoke for the man. Say he got smoke for that. If he know more than I know, then guess what? It'll show. My thing is this. He say, I know about the Hindu. I know about the flat earth. So do I. I know how to build a channel. I know how to go viral. I know how to make several channels. I know how to make content and be a YouTuber. If you only know Hindu shit and all that, then I do know more than what you know. That's why you on my platform. I know how to make a platform. Now, guess what? Yeah, when I'm done, we're going back and forth. What I'm saying is, it's just true. I know how to build a platform. He don't. Otherwise, he did, which means I know something more than what he knows. You can look at that however you want, but it don't change the fact it's just the truth. A nigga can say it's cocky. A nigga can say, oh, you dropping your nuts on him, but I ain't Lotto. I know something he don't know, but more than he don't.
Hey, hold on. Come on here trying to challenge.
Hold on, I'm next, bro. I'm next.
Yeah, he got it. He got it. And then we'll move on back to the flat earth shit. Yeah.
No, that's fine, and we can do that. I got smoke for that too. But what I was saying was, I mean, I get that, bro. But you gotta, we come on, man. This is a woke channel, man. We on here, everybody that even people that you challenge and even people that you refer to and stuff like that are alive right now, that are doing work currently. Everybody don't have a platform on social media
because they don't know what I know. Because they don't know what I know.
I mean, I understand that.
Let's put it this way, right?
There's people that, can I just finish, bro? Can I get
go ahead.
There's people that know what you know, and there's people who don't know what you know, and there's people that are online, and there are people that are offline. The only point I was trying to make is that was a bad argument to say that if somebody knows what you know, then they would have a channel. That's just false. So you're saying that you know more than anybody, everybody that doesn't have a YouTube channel, you know more than all of them?
That ain't what I'm saying. Hell no. Hell no. Let me tell you what I'm saying. I'm saying I know more than you because just say if me and you know the earth is flat, right? But you don't know how to make a channel to teach it and get the numbers. I know more than you. That's when you say, okay, Sanchez, I don't need you to teach me no flat earth, but I need you to teach me how to make a channel and how to brand it and all that. That's okay. I'll do that. That's cool. And what I'm saying is that's what I meant by it. But my point to him was you're on my platform, dude. Like, why you ain't got no platform and why don't nobody know you if you fucking so wise, and why you gotta borrow my mic, nigga? Why ain't nobody saying, hey, Sanchez, why don't you go and debate this nigga? He got a following over there with a channel like the big guys, like the big boys.
But Sanchez, didn't you say, Rob, been following you for years, didn't you borrow mics before you started your own shit? You know what I'm saying?
I never borrowed a mic. No. What I did, right, let me answer you. When you ask a question, I'm gonna go in and answer. I didn't borrow mics. What I did was answer smoke. How I built my name, right, when I started growing my channel, I was a flat earther when I started getting out here with the live streams. And it was because I wanted to go to these channels that was clowning flat earth and say, wait a minute, man, and debate it. And it ain't that I'm borrowing a mic, it's that you calling me out. And that grew my channel. I noticed, hey, if I keep doing this, I can grow. Because every time I go answer the call, I'm getting more numbers. So it ain't that I'm borrowing your mic. You know what I'm saying? You asking me to come over here and debate you if you're a flat earther. And that's all that is.
But Sanchez, you asked for the smoke. So what I'm saying is, listen, give me 20 seconds, please.
That one is smoke, though.
I know, but listen, but you get it, bro. We get it. Listen, like, this is your channel. You built the channel, bro. Trust me. I know. I learned hella shit from you. What I'm saying is that what you just explained, like, you asked for smoke. Like, you started the panel, you're asking for smoke. Now, maybe he may not be on the level as you or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like,
that ain't it. That ain't what it was. I think he know a lot. I actually think he knows more than the average person. What made him a problem with me, though, is that I gave him the troll stamp. This is what trolls do to me. This is some beyond this me as a YouTuber peeping this. People will hop on my panel under a name I never saw before, and they will regurgitate things I taught and challenge me with them. He ain't the only one done it. Then when I call him on it, they'll laugh and leave. Now maybe he wasn't one of them kind of trolls. But it came off that way because he kept saying stuff like, ain't nobody talking about electromagnetism. And I said, he's starting to sound like a troll now. He ain't even debating me. He's just up here saying what we ain't talking about. And we are talking about all that. This man up here trying to sound smart. He ain't trying to do smoke.
I respect that, bro, because I've been listening, bro, and I listen, bro. Like, I put my face on the panel, bro. Like, it's not you. Like, you know who I am. It ain't even on that type of time.
No,
like,
but we can move forward though. He was just a bit too much for the show for me.
No, and we can and like I said, bro, I don't want to be. I was just saying that because even the thing about it is that people are gonna come on this show, bro, and they are not on your level, dog.
And they gonna get up out of here. You know why? Because guess what, bro? I'm gonna put you like in boxing. They got weight classes. If I'm a heavyweight and you step in the ring and you a featherweight, I'm gonna say, get this man the hell out of here. I'm not beating up on featherweights no more. If you ain't on my level, I don't want to fight you. You gotta go. I want the big boys, man.
And just don't invite all the smoke, brother. That's all I'm trying to say.
I'm gonna invite all the smoke, and I'm gonna see who on my level, and I'm gonna screen them. I gotta invite them all. How I'm gonna know who a featherweight, who a lightweight, who the heavyweight if I don't say all fighters come here, let's weigh in, and spar with them a bit, and then I'm gonna say, oh yeah, you a fucking featherweight, get out of here. Like, come on, bro.
No,
I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing.
Hey, I feel you too, brother. But at the same time too, and this is the last thing I'm gonna say. I'm gonna yield the floor. If you could just give me 10 seconds to say this, I'm gonna yield the floor. If you're gonna do that, which you do a good job of that, bro. Like, I swear, bro, I for real, we go on back and forth. Like I said, I put myself on camera, bro. You know who I am. I ain't trying to start no beef. I'm just up here speaking. I appreciate you letting me on the floor. What I'm saying is, though, if you're gonna do that, though, bro,
then what?
And it's your channel, bro. You can do what you want, but you can't come up here talking about how other people do stuff, bro. Because, like, literally, I've listened.
I don't talk about how other people do stuff.
Please just give me 20 more seconds, because you're doing it to me right now. Give me 20.
No, your 10 seconds ran up. I even gave you 5 extra ones. I'm game. I can hit the button now.
Good job.
Yeah, I was counting. You said 10 seconds. I gave them to you.
Say
Then
less,
I said,
bro. Say
cool.
less. Go ahead,
Guess how real I am. I'm gonna give you 15 more. Go ahead.
Okay, man. All I was trying to say is that, bro, if you're gonna have a platform where you talk about an even debate, you can't go on there and talk about, don't interrupt me when I'm talking, to go on a 10-minute soliloquy, and then 20 seconds into somebody else did, when you feel like they're lying, you got to interrupt me. I got to interrupt you because you're lying. Now, was that my 15 seconds?
Yeah, thank you. Guess what? That's how debates work, though, brother. You don't gotta like that, but that's just the rules of it.
Now, when it's my
brother, but like, bro, why the hell are you interrupting me, bro? You said you ain't here to beef or argue. You see how calm I am? You can't make the arguments you making while being disruptive. You're gonna look like a hypocrite. So relax, bro, and let me fucking answer you. This is how debates work. You never let a person lead on a false premise. If somebody said, Sanchez, you said the earth was a triangle, so let me debunk that. I'm going to say, no, bro, I'm going to cut you off. I ain't say it was a triangle. I'm not going to let them go 10 minutes debunking a triangle when I didn't say that. And I know people don't like to get cut off. I know niggas going to be like, no, let me finish, but I'm going to cut them off anyway. And I'm gonna say, you doing it right now. Ain't this ironic? Bro, ain't this ironic? Can you just let me finish? Matter of fact, let me just get you out of here, nigga. Get your hypocritical ass out of here.
I don't even know what he been talking about, man. I ain't even went down like that.
Listen, bro. I let that man talk, and I didn't interrupt him. Then he consisted to interrupt me by saying, I interrupt people. He interrupted me, but I ain't interrupt him. I told him why I interrupted that man. He said, but when people do that to you, what, nigga? What happens? If I'm in a debate and ain't no moderator, and I'm just hosting a show like this, I don't owe you no rules, nigga. I can straight up disrespect you. I didn't tell you to click that link. You came over here clout chasing. I can cuss you out and hang up in your face, nigga. And people can say that ain't fair, so is my show. Nigga, this ain't no pay-per-view debate where I'm selling a ticket. If that was the case, I would have a time clock and a moderator up there. I'm very fair. But when it come to these panels, I don't owe you equality, nigga. I got the right to refuse service to who the fuck I want, like a stoke owner. Fuck you talking about? I got the right to say, look, you got a dress on, nigga. We ain't serving you. Well, you so is my store. Get out. I can do what I want to do, nigga. If I arrange a debate with you, and I'm really putting my title on the line, I'm a foul nigga, bro. I'm a hire me a moderator and put a time clock up. But if you just coming on my panel, I'm gonna reserve my right to be to use favoritism, to be inequality. I'm gonna do all that. Why? Cause trolls exist. This ain't no damn moderated debate. I'm gonna rule like a tyrant on my panels, because that's the only way you can keep order with 25 motherfuckers on a call that's trying to talk. You got to do that.
Facts, man. And the attitude ain't smoke. You know, the attitude and the twisting of the words and stuff like that, man. That ain't smoke, man. Y'all gotta put them vapes up, man. And, you know, come with the real
Man
smoke.
didn't
It's
even
about
know
the
what the diet
information.
entrepreneurship was, and he trying to tell somebody something.
Nah, he knew a lot though. He knew some stuff, but it
He
just
knew a
was his
lot, but not
energy.
enough.
It was his
That too.
energy and how he was trying to twist it, because his mind so focused on trying to catch bro up real quick rather than just displaying his information so everybody can hear what he's saying and say, well, damn, you did say something that makes sense, bro. Ain't gonna, if it made sense, bro, wasn't gonna just shun him like that. He would have said, you know what, bro? That made sense, but that was all in them niggas' energy, man. We ain't babysitting, you know, trying to show a nigga how the fuck he gotta act. You know what I mean?
I know.
This shit crazy.
Hey, so hey, can we get?
Hey, let me do one thing.
Hey, can
Let
we get back?
me say shout out to my newest channel member, Alabama Nigga Nation 205 in the house. Much love. Welcome all channel members. And yeah, everybody that's supporting. Shout out to Dulcinea.
Hey, yo, can we bring back up or can we humor concentrated earth or conscious earth?
Flat Power, Charlotte Monroe, Watermelon 7. Here's the thing, right? Y'all notice he never told me how the atom came into existence. I can prove atom. I say, okay, if we're going to go into proving the atom, we got to start with the Big Bang, because if the atom is the first building block of creation, it was the first building unit when the Big Bang expanded. Y'all tracking with me? So the reason I told him to do that, because he said, I don't, watch them, I'm going to show y'all how dumb they are. He said, I don't believe in the Big Bang, but you believe in the atom though. You must don't know how the hell the atom, where it come from. So that's why I told him, if you got your own theory about creation origins, let's hear it. We never got to that. Y'all peep that. But I'm gonna fall back, man. I'm gonna mute up and let Salas do his. I promise Salas that he can do, concentrated earth. So I'm gonna mute up, and Salas, you can take it over, and yeah, man, take your time, because you've been trying to do this for a minute, bro.
Hey, yo, I appreciate that, Sanchez. I really do.
For sure.
Yeah, man. So, taking into consideration the concept of concentrated Earth, it's a mesh of like infinite Earth theory, flat Earth theory, and giving it a more vivid construct of what we live on and stuff like that. And to be honest with you, you kind of have allowed me to put out the concentrated Earth information. It's just, everything in the concentrated Earth information is aligned with flat Earth information. I just don't subscribe to the whole concept that the dialectrical plane that we live on is considered flat. I believe it to be a concentrated compression, especially if we live within a simulation that a simulation necessarily couldn't simulate the concept of something being flat no more than the concept of an atom trying to emanate the concept of density, right? So, and when I say that, I'm only saying it because density is only a construct of light. You know what I mean? So if we're constantly saying that the Earth is flat, the Earth is flat, the Earth is flat, we're putting into people's head a flat plane, and it's just like a pancake, or like we're not emphasizing the concept of the toroidal projection of the simulation, right? So I think within the concept of concentrated Earth, we're more putting emphasis on the concentration of the simulation, which is being constructed by the toroidal force. You know what I'm saying? And within that toroidal force, we're getting a concentration of carbon and different other minerals that are creating life, rocks, and other things that are being emanated throughout the different elements. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you. So, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I want to hear what you guys say.
So the thing about when we're not making emphasis on a torus field, it's because often in the flat Earth versus globe Earth debate, and that's a whole that they don't really deal with that in physics. So when I'm debating a globalist, I'm basically debating a physicist. Me talking about the unseen and ethereal dome to a physicist, it just ain't gonna happen. So like when I'm debating any of these globalists, I know for a fact ain't no need of me even bringing up like the torus field unless I'm dealing with the shape of the Earth, not necessarily debating electromagnetism. But the point of the debate is to show them we're not walking on a ball. So anything I do in that kind of debate is always gonna emphasize that the Earth ain't a ball that I'm walking on, and it'll never emphasize the torus field, but that's on purpose. If they want to learn more about that, they can go to my channel. But in the heat of a debate, when somebody trying to clown me, saying that we're walking on a sphere, but Sanchez say we walking on a flat Earth, I ain't got no time to do nothing but prove that it ain't no curvature. That's why I never really expound on the torus field to the nature that you explaining in these kind of settings. Good point, though.
How do you even place a torus field on a spinning ball, though? Like, how would that even work? Then I heard somebody mention a spider. Like, you understand what I'm saying?
Well, like taking into consideration the concentrated Earth theory, and then like overstanding like the spin of the torus field, which would be the activation of the simulation itself. When we put all that into consideration and when I say concentration, that's when we get into the different fractals, and we go from like fractals in reference of like atoms, photons, ions.
I get where you're going, but I don't get how it would make me stray away from using the term flat to describe the horizon line outside.
I mean, it's just that like the term flat is very.
You know what it is? I figured it out. It's really you don't and just let me say this real quick. I get it. No one likes the word flat. Man, you got a flat ass. Man, your tie flat. But I can't help it. That's what the Earth is. Like we got to get over our what we like. It's like, but when you use that word, a lot of people when you talk, they want you to use a different word because it offends them. But I'm like, look, just get over it. This the word I'm gonna use because this is what it mean and this is what I mean. So a lot of times we make debates on what we like and don't prefer, and it's just preference, but it ain't truth. Like I don't give a damn that a person got a problem with the word flat. It is what it is. Check this out, right? Look at the word, right? Stretched
What's
out.
wrong with that?
On a surface, prostrate, lying the whole length of the ground. That's what the Earth is. Level.
Plain. They hate them
all in
words.
one
They hate
plane,
level, plain,
even,
flat.
Like, I can't help it if
That
a
shit
person
crazy.
don't like that. That's what the fucking ground is. But when you use the word flat, no, I don't give a fuck. That's what it is.
And when my man said he don't know what I'm talking about the spider, if you put a magnet up
I
to a
don't give a
TV
fuck
screen, you're gonna get
all that,
like
bro.
a
Thank you.
spider effect. That's the electromagnetic field.
What are you
I'm just
talking about?
personifying the electromagnetic field.
So
That's all.
on the
A
ball
non-shifty
though.
spider?
What I'm
Hey,
asking you on the
hey,
ball.
thank you for
I don't deal with
argument.
ball. I don't see nothing built on the ball. I ain't never seen nothing built on the ball. Everything
That's what
any foundation is built on a flat
that's what the old
surface.
boy was saying though before he left. So that's why this shit sounded so dumb. I ain't even finished the conversation but so what you saying though about the shit? I
What
thought you was
happened?
saying what he was saying.
Why would I be saying what a dumb nigga saying?
I
He didn't
feel you.
even know what
I
a
feel
band of
you.
inertia was when I asked him what it means. Why would I be saying what he's saying? I asked
I
him a
got you.
question and he ain't answer my question. He ain't never asked me a question I couldn't answer. So how we the same?
Nah, I got you. Thank you for clarifying that, brother. I got you.
Yeah. Hey,
Peace.
salute to the panel. Hey, y'all, man, it's levels to this shit, man. Why y'all
Man,
want?
if the earth
Why
was on
y'all
and you
is
seen a ship in the water, the ship would be so distorted that it would stretch across the water because it's on the ball. But you see a direct reflection of the ship based on where you're at on the ship. You'll never see the ship so distorted from, let's say, if you're standing on a shoreline. Because if the earth is on the ball and you've seen a ship in the water, the reflection will be distorted once it gets to a certain point because of the curvature.
You ever see them mirrors that be in the corner when you in the store, like in Walgreens or something, and that shit look mad distorted because it's in the ball? But when you look at a flat, straight mirror, you can see a clear reflection. It's just that simple.
I get what you're saying, man. It's just when we say concentrated over flat, all I'm saying is that we're emphasizing the everything that you say when you have to explain flat Earth. That's all I'm saying. When you say concentrated Earth, when people think of the round Earth and the ball Earth and things like that nature. When you think concentrated, you have to think of a ball. You have to think of concentration. You have to think of the firmament, right? The fermentation, what happens inside of it, the gases, the light, and everything that comes to create the simulation that is within that toroidal field. That's all I'm saying, man. It's just that, like, I feel that when you making an argument when you calling it flat Earth, because when people hear flat Earth, they're gonna be like, "Wait the fuck a minute."
I ask a question. I treat it like I'm talking to a child. I tell a child, go grab a lever, and we about to hang these pictures up. When we hang these pictures up, they ain't crooked. We hanging them up on a flat line. And what's inside of a lever? Water. And what water do? Finds its level. And what level mean? Flat surface. It's that simple. Ain't gotta. I mean, we got. If an 8-year-old can do it, I mean, why are we trying to make it so hard? Like, it's just flat. It's just, that's the word. Flat. Plain. Level. What's wrong with them words?
They're
You
all
ain't got no level? You got a level in your house? What
yeah,
the
they're
level line? When you lining up your pictures, what you lining up your
they're
pictures
all
with?
interchangeable. That's where the stigma comes in with a lot of the words that you just use.
But
Every
listen
single
though,
every
when
single
I
one
hang
of
my
them.
picture up, when you hang a picture up, Silas, when you hang a picture up in the house, right? What are you hanging that line up to? What is it parallel with?
Level Earth don't sound bad.
But what is that parallel with? You see how I can explain that to my child? I can go get my see. It must be a lot of y'all ain't got no kids or something. I don't know. That would it be, man. A lot of y'all ain't got no kids and no family or nothing. Y'all just be playing
Hey,
2K
bro,
all
I,
day or
I
some
get what
shit.
you're saying. I get what you're saying about level and everything. But even when it comes to things being level, the shroud of creation is built off of the Fibonacci sequence. So things are spiraling out into existence. They're not leveling into existence, they're spiraling out. It's the spiraling in and the spiraling out of the
So okay,
simulation.
we talking about spiraling out, right? So if I go get an apple, I could get an apple and use the apple as an example as life. If I cut the apple horizontally, I'm gonna
Mhm.
get I'm gonna get a star, like a head, arm, leg. If I cut it,
pull up a
if I
cell.
cut it diagonal, if I cut, man,
Yeah.
I meant to say diagonally.
He
If
talking
I
about
cut it
stacking
horizontally,
different planes
I'm gonna
of
get the
existence
vagina.
into smashing into one
Can I finish what I'm
specific
saying?
item.
What's going on? All right, so Silas, you talking about the imprints of life, right? You talking about spiral. That's a shape. So we can talk about the imprints of life with using the apple. When you bite the apple, it make a toroidal field. When you eat it all the way to the core, that's one thing. When you cut it diagonal, right, and you open it, it looks like a head, arm, leg, shape of a star. If you cut it horizontally, you get the vagina, the woman's. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, what are you saying? Go ahead.
Go ahead, bro. Yeah. Right.
Hold on a second, guys, because I'm muted. I just unmuted myself. Thank y'all. What I was telling Silas was that you can have the spiral and the level plane all together. Because Silas is saying if it's all about the Fibonacci spiral, ain't no level plane. Where you get that from? And he don't understand the Fibonacci spiral. When we looking at the Fibonacci concept, it's like us looking down into a spiral staircase. Let me show you. When you look at this spiral, it goes up and down for infinity. That's what they call it, the Babel Tower. An infinite stairway to heaven and to hell, depending on which direction you want to go. Now look, if you pull up a staircase, like I said, I got a lot of shit open. Here it is. Damn, nigga, I got it in front of me. Tripping. So we looking at down a staircase, but guess what? Can't we see a bunch of infinite planes of existence? Let me show y'all some shit right here. When I show you the flat earth ring map, I'm showing you the Fibonacci spiral. And people that don't know that, they say, how is flat if it's the Fibonacci spiral? Dude, when we looking at this flat earth, it's no different than us looking at down the hole of a spiral staircase. That's it. And guess what? This little dot that you see right here, that's at the top of the staircase. So if you keep climbing it up, you'll reach the top of the staircase, right? But the thing is this right here. That's what Mount Meru is in the middle. All these worlds on the outside, those are underworlds. They sit under the planes that's in the middle of them. That's why I was showing homeboy the Hindu shit right here. The wide worlds are the bottom ones. If it's real wide, it's at the bottom. If it's a small circle, it's the highest ones. And that's what I'm telling them. Like, it's all fucking the concept of a spiral, the concept of level planes, all that is here. That is what the Babel Tower is right here.
Hey, can I interject, man?
Yeah.
All right, so That's all I'm saying exactly what you're saying. It's just that where we're not meeting an agreement at is that, like me, what I'm saying is when I'm looking at that staircase, I'm seeing quote unquote, right, matter going from being highly or unconcentrated to highly concentrated. That's what I'm
I'm
seeing
just
when I see
looking
that
at a
spiral.
staircase to explain how the spiral can be a plane too. I ain't gonna let you off that. I'm simplifying what the argument was. The argument was that if it's a spiral, how can it be a plane? This spiral staircase example I gave solved that. So now we can move to the next one.
Okay, we can agree to that. Each one of those planes are a different concentration of the last plane.
I ain't debating that with you. What we debated, I already answered, and I gave a good answer, and you ain't dealing with that, so I'm taking it that you accept the answer, that you see what I see, that you can have the level plane concept with the spiral staircase. Whatever you're doing now, I just want to say on record, we've moved on now to something else, just to state that for the record. But yeah, so it don't get muddy.
Right.
The eye of the hurricane.
If we want to speak on the level thing, well, if we want to say that they're level, if we look at a mountain, each level of the mountain isn't necessarily parallel to itself. So like it's spiraling upward. And if we're talking about spiraling upward or like up the mountain or up Mount Meru,
you're telling me that these planes of existence aren't parallel to each other?
Well, it depends in which perspective we're talking parallel.
I'm showing it to you. I'm going with it. Listen, wait a minute. Wait. Slow down. I ain't asked you yet. You don't know what the answer. Wait a minute. Let me get the question out. Are you saying, because you saying it's about perspective and all that, is not, dude. You act like I'm not screen sharing right now. We ain't using perspective. We using ancient conceptions of the universe. And the debate is, can I prove them or not? I'm saying I can. But first, we got to be honest about what it is I'm presenting. The Hindu is saying that these are leveled planes of existence that are parallel to each other. Whatever you saying, we got to put on a record. That's what you're saying. That's why when I speak, I say the ancient said, the ancestors said. I'm not up here trying to do my own agenda, my own belief. I don't think I'm smart. I think I was wise enough to know if I just make a career out of repeating everything the ancestors said, people gonna think I'm smart because the ancestors smart. And if I don't stray from what the ancestors said, I'm gonna look like a genius because the ancestors was geniuses. So I never go into my shit. I'm always, everything I'm saying, I copied it from some ancestor somewhere. I don't have my own teachings. I got a medley of different shit that the ancestor said in my head. And they said that these planes of existence were parallel to each other. Now, you want to debate the ancestors, I'll speak for them. Let's go. Are they not? Prove it.
Okay, so are we saying that them stacked on top of each other is them being parallel to each other? Is that what we're saying?
Let me make sure I know what parallel means real quick, because this kind of getting crazy.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me make sure we know. Here's what parallel is, right? I ain't gonna even say what parallel is, because I'm gonna simplify this, right? I'm gonna show it. Look. You see what this is? Now watch this. You see what these lines doing? I bet you everybody on this call and in the chat room can see that what these circles are doing and how they're lined with each other is the same as these lines. See, I believe y'all trying to make me dumb or something, man. Because sometimes, real talk, bro, like sometimes in these shows, I find myself explaining shit that I don't got to explain to 11-year-old, but I keep telling my family and friends that I got a deep-ass show with intellectual minds. Then I find myself explaining parallel lines.
Now we got to wean them out, man. We got to wean the fake out, man. You know what's going on, man.
I know that y'all want to be right, But sometimes you gotta just forfeit, bro. Cause then it just make both of us look stupid. Like right now, I'm embarrassed. My numbers going down. Like people feeling, I'm literally explaining parallel lines. I'm deeper than this, man. We're deeper than this. Let's have some honest integrity. You're not right all the time. I'm not either. Goddamn, let's move forward, man.
No smoke, no smoke.
Brother Sanchez, I got a little smoke still. If I could get onto this, the Earth is not flat program.
I heard that.
Guess what? For sure. I also want to know, in the chat room, do we have any flat earthers that would like to debate a globe earther? Because I got to take a quick little step away, and I know we still got globe earthers that won't smoke. I'm going to listen in, but I got to step out and smoke.
Come on, man. You know what's up, man.
Yeah,
if I may I lay it out while you go?
Yeah, do your thing, and I'll let them on. Do your thing. Go ahead.
To me, it's real simple. The same way you all are talking about explaining it to a child. And I respect your research, and I follow along a lot with the things that you say. They make a lot of sense, but it's so simple. You go outside and you could tell just as sure as we're not flipping and flying through space, Earth is not flat. It has dimensions. It has features, geological features. And then two, so you have mountaintops, and of course you have the ocean.
If that's your argument, I can go ahead and solve your problem right now, if you don't mind, in like 30 seconds.
Sure, but
yeah, watch this, right? And then you can get the mic back and keep doing your thing, right? So check this out, brother. You can see my screen share. Watch this, sir. Right? The Earth is flat, and because the Earth is flat, like my desktop, it can have geological features. So let me show you what I mean, right? My desk surface is flat. And because of that, I can sit things on top of it, like pictures. It can have features on it, right? That stands up off of its flat surface. Coffee cups, computer monitors. The Earth's surface is flat, right? And because it's flat, guess what? You can have things sit on top of its surface, like mountains, like people, like trees, like you see what I'm saying? Because the Earth is a flat plane, we can look out at a mountain and see it sitting on top of the flat plane. You see what I'm saying? The Earth is a surface that allow many features and things to sit upon it, including me and you. Like my desk top is flat, and it got a lot of shit sitting on it that ain't flat, but that stuff can only sit on there because it is flat.
I submit to you that the mountain is part of the table. The mountain is the table.
Can I ask you something? Is my coffee cup that's sitting on the top of my desk part of my desk?
No, but you can remove that coffee cup.
So check this out. I can remove that mountain. I can blow it right off the surface of the Earth with enough dynamite and time. I don't get what you're saying. Because
what
check
I'm
it
saying
out, right?
is that mountain.
Let me say something, right? What you're saying is that the mountain is made out of earth, but it's still sitting on the Earth's surface. It's a pile of rocks and dirt that have accumulated over time in that space right there to form a mountain. And it couldn't form if there was no surface for it to form on. Like this is no different than an ant bed or you building a house on a flat foundation. This ain't really a debate. Like this is a failure to understand basic architecture. Failure to understand that you need a stage to sit anything on. If the mountain is a geological feature on the Earth, the fact that it's on the Earth says that Earth is a surface that things can be founded on. And a mountain is one of those things, or one of those features. Like you said, it's a geological feature. it doesn't represent the surface of the earth. It represents an item that sits on the surface of the earth. Now, if you want to keep debating that, you by yourself. Like I said, some things I just can't do. Like this is just
what I would offer to counter that, sir, if I may, is what about the container that is the ocean or the lake?
Okay, we
that
somewhere else now, bro.
What I'm saying is they're part and parcel. It's a feature of the earth, is what I'm submitting.
We somewhere else now, though. And my thing is this right here, right? The surface of the earth is flat. And even if you dig a hole on the earth's surface and fill it up with water, that water will have a flat level surface at that same horizon line. If you keep filling it up past that, it'll just pour over. This is what I'm saying. At this horizon line is a surface. And if you and you know what's crazy about what's happening right now? I'm arguing with a dude that the ground I'm walking on is a surface. He don't think it is. And the crazy thing, when we plant seeds, what do? We dig beneath the what? Surface of the earth, right? So now the earth don't got a surface. And now things can't sit on surfaces. So fuck tables, fuck cabinets. Oh, listen, you telling me that my desk shaped like the shit that's sitting on it. That's stupid. My desk surface is flat, regardless of how many features I place upon it. This is fucking crazy. Yo, I quit.
What I'm submitting to you in the picture that you're sharing, if you were to take the water out of that lake,
we ain't talking about water, bro. We're not talking about water. Guess what you would have? Guess what you would have? Guess what you would have? You would have a hole inside of a fucking flat surface. Bro, you're sounding so fucking silly right now.
Yeah, he's sounding uneducated, bro.
This is fucking silly. He's saying if I'm a comedian and I'm on top of a flat stage, if a nigga break a hole in the stage, it ain't flat no more. This is fucking bananas. It's now just a flat stage with a hole in it, dude. What the fuck? Man, bro, I'm telling you, if a race war break out right now, black folks getting exterminated, nigga. Look at how lost we are. Do you hear this? I had to explain parallel lines. I got to explain to black people what a surface is. Man, I love my people, but damn, bro. Even if you don't agree with me about flat earth, really? We're having this debate?
The problem is I do agree with you with the concept of an expansive realm. We're not on a ball flying through space.
Brother.
But what you're doing is you're being hyperbolic. Put the picture up that you were just sharing.
Brother, you made your argument. If you remove the water, you have a hole in the ground, but the ground is still a leveled stage. You just got a hole in it. Fall back, brother. I've heard enough of this, man. Let's go to somebody else, man. It's fucking ridiculous. You're saying nothing. You're really not.
Get some real smoke, man. God damn.
Please, man. This shit here is very sad.
Babies coming on this shit, what?
If you remove that water, you gonna have a hole in it. Yeah, a hole in a level surface. Where's your argument at? You got a hole in it. It's still flat. If I put a hole in my desk, it ain't flat no more. God damn, this is silly. So when a nigga dig a hole in his ground in his garden, it ain't flat no more. He dug a hole in a flat surface. He can cover the
mountain is part of the earth.
Like, God
that
damn.
nigga said the mountain is part of the earth. What the fuck is he talking about?
God damn, bro. Like that.
The mountain sitting on something, you know.
The mountain is fucking a pile of matter, right, that have accumulated on the surface of the earth.
You don't see that beautiful reflection with water that finds its own level? 70% water, and all of it is level? What is that telling y'all? Silas want to talk about concentrated earth and say, why we got to stay flat? I tell you, these boys undercover, I don't know, man.
Yeah, they showing who they are. Retin, I'm with you.
Crazy to me, man.
Hey, bro,
watch
big up, guys.
for a minute.
That's how you terraform the earth. That's how you terraform the earth from the surface. You want to dig a hole. When you get tired of that hole, you fill it back up. It still go back to the surface. You got a mountain, you want to get rid of it. Boom, it go back to the surface. This shit is crazy, man.
You feel me? Good point, Key. Because check it out, Key. If somebody dig a hole in my backyard and I say, fill that hole up, what you doing? They gonna stop filling the hole up when the dirt get even with the earth's surface. If they keep filling it part, that I'm gonna say, why you making a mountain on my surface in my backyard? What I'm telling them is smooth my shit back out flat, dude. I don't want a hole. I don't want a mountain. Find it how you found it. It's flat.
Them boy been in sandcastles, boy.
You feel me?
They reaching now because you don't smoke them out, so they just reaching. They looking, but come with the real smoke, man, so we can get the bring your mathematical figures and space station talk and all that, man, so we can keep killing that shit. Y'all reaching for shit now, man.
It get frustrating because I really be want to debate NASA. I want to go into numbers, the stuff me and the white boys do, go into the good flat earth globe earth shit. But then when these Negroes come on, I got to explain parallel lines and motherfucking what a surface is. And I'd rather be just going into the hardcore flat earth globe earth shit, like NASA, not like real globe earth flat earth shit, like, what a real globalist like,
like something so simple as when I've been on Facebook, right? It was a post that they posted. It was like, why nobody got a real picture of the Earth? And this guy posted, he was like, a full picture, not CGI rendered, taken with a single shot with a Hasselblad camera, 250 film mil. And I'm looking at the picture like, bro, I don't see nothing. I don't see no blur. Like, he going into a whole. He started talking about, hold on, what did he say? He started talking about the rotation is the mass of the rotation, so you won't feel it. And I'm like, so what do we use to judge something large moving at 1,000 miles per hour? Because obviously, if it's big, that means something moving so fast, so big, you can't feel it because it's large. Like 1,000 miles per hour is 1,000 miles per hour, no matter what it is. And rotating, not moving in a forward motion, spinning. Like, come on, man. Like, let's be for real.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
but he gotta have
But it was making an argument about the magnet on the TV. That was crazy because you needed two magnets with the opposite end. That energy that's keeping them from coming together in the middle, that's what we would call the torus field. You see what I'm saying? That push that's in the middle of there. So you can't put that on the outside of the ball and think this shit gonna work like that, man. We need some real globers to come up, bring that information, man, so we can chop this shit down. I got a little minute tonight.
They don't be knowing shit for real, man. I'm debating a motherfucker that's got a picture up talking about the camera, the technology of the camera, and it's a real picture of the Earth, and the shit still is a motherfucker. And I did the shit when Sanchez did waving his hand. Remember that time, Sanchez, you wave your hand, you can see the blur?
Yeah.
I'm like, so you can wave your hand and see a blur. Now, I ain't going 1,000 miles per hour. And you can clearly see the blow, even if it's live footage. You can see my hand blurring up. Where is the blur? Y'all want to talk about the rotation and quartillion turns and an hour per minute? Like, that shit don't even add up, man.
It's crazy. That man said you can get rid of motion blur by moving away from that shit. Oh my God. And this shit just get more horrible. It's crazy because we the joke of the world. But if these motherfuckers is really dumb, dude, and they laughing at us. And the crazy thing is like, bruh really said, if I suck up all that water out that lake, it'll be a hole right there. Okay, it's still flat, bro. The horizon line still.
To a diamond out there.
It's so sad that they look out at the beautiful level horizon line and they just wish they can break it or make it. It ain't flat. No, just if I can make it, if I take that water away, if I move, just why the fuck does it have to be so flat and straight? Damn it. Like, damn, y'all fucking sad, bro.
Ain't the deepest ocean like 6 miles or 7 miles?
I asked you a simple question, like why is it called a horizon? I asked you just that. Why is it called a horizon? Because it's
Horizon
horizontal.
line.
And then when I say that, they want to,
It's
man, you just want
horizontal.
that don't mean that. That's not the same.
Right.
Like, okay, so that's your answer. I just asked you, what's the root word of the horizon? Why they call it a horizon? Because the show look horizontal to me. The horizon look more horizontal than how horizontal supposed to be horizontal.
Hey, you know what's gonna fuck them up, right? And remember this one, right? All of y'all niggas on the panel that's arguing with what he's saying about this right now, about this horizon, I got a question for him, Rich, and watch this shit. If you a man on a panel right now and you use a level before, let me hear you say yeah.
Oh yeah.
Guess
Yeah.
what?
Yes.
I
Yes.
want to ask.
Yep.
I want to ask
Yes,
a
sir.
globalist, what the hell are they lining up that photo with? What are they making it parallel to?
I ask them that shit every time, Sanchez, when they lock up. Every time I ask them that, I said, you know what a level is that got water in it. What is that leveling with? They don't never know the answer.
Like you hanging a picture and you saying I got that thing perfectly straight, flat, horizontally plug. But to what? To what? What is it? What are you what are you evening it out with? Yeah, dummy, the ground you walking on. Like what the fuck?
I had one dumb motherfucker said, that's the equator. I said, man, what the fuck is we got going on?
You got niggas using levels saying, but the earth ain't flat. Your level don't work. Do it, dog. Your
Hey, what's
bubble
up, bro,
just can
Sanchez?
be like, that's crazy, huh?
Hey, I got another science experiment that'll debunk the Earth, the globe again, if you want to see it.
Yeah, you could do your thing for sure. Go ahead.
Hey, thanks. So, like you guys are saying, can you guys hear me?
My bad. Yeah, a renegade, you could go out after him. I see you, Mike, and whoever else. Shout out to everybody. Salutes, Dean. Go ahead, Charlie. Take your time.
Yeah. So real quick, if you look at the ground, that's my badass kid.
Basically, what he's talking about, he doesn't really care about flat Earth or anything. All he wants is that he's just too lazy to buy me more Legos. So what is he doing?
Landon. All right. Hey, okay. Look at the ground. That's exactly what everybody's talking about. You got the ground, and the ground is the water, right? The water is flat. That's the level. And if you look at the continents, you can see the continents. The rags
I be doing shit like that too. I be doing that type of shit. I'll make it so I get where you're going at.
Yeah,
It's shape,
the
it can be
land
shaped
is
any
flat.
kind of way. It don't matter what it's shaped like. That bitch on a flat surface. Right.
Those are the
I get it.
continents on flat. So anytime you level anything, it's against the water, the ocean. It's clear. Look at.
You know, that's a fucking simple, perfect example. You know what I'm
Badass. Thank you,
saying,
man.
bro? It's that simple. Like, those can be continents. That can be that mountain he talking about. That can be a fucking island in the middle of the ocean. Like, bro, like.
Man, we be in the field, man. We be in the field for real, Sanchez.
I could get a bunch of rags, and they're all islands, but it's all flat. It's as
Easy.
simple as that, guys. Thank you.
These folks make us do kindergarten experiments and shit to show them shit.
Big love, guys. See ya.
Much love.
that
Appreciate
easy, though.
that. Yeah. Yeah, man. Hey, man, I know y'all don't want it to be flat, but it is what it is, man. Y'all mad at the creator, man.
Yo, big ups, bro.
Hey, real quick, bro Sanchez, I just dropped a little link in the video private chat to you right here. So check that because it has a very good video, 700-mile flat horizon video with some good data. Very short.
All right.
Where the smoke at, man? I thought somebody had some smoke.
Just scared.
I got a question.
Oh, shit. This been fucking fun, bro.
3,560 feet. You can see the Alps 700 miles away.
Hold on. We're going to check this out right quick, and I'm going to mute up, and y'all got it.
Your Witha has an elevation of 3,560 feet. You can see the Alps 700 miles away. According to the globe model, with an observation height of 3,565 feet and a distance of 701 miles, a huge 49.5 miles should be hidden in the shadow of the Earth's bulge.
Oh, yeah. Like stuff like that when they say, show me a working model. They asking you to show them a model instead of a working experiment. Because they know we got all the experiments, and these experiments prove our fucking models. And it debunks theirs.
You seen when T-Pain asked that dumbass question, he was like, I get it. If the earth flat, what's under it? What's under it if it's flat? If it's flat, what's under it? I'm
You
like,
feel me?
what?
Like, and that's kind of a way to discredit it too. Like, if it's flat, then what's under it? And if you can't tell me that it ain't flat, nigga, they don't even know what's under the ground on the globe Earth. The deepest hole is 8 miles. And that's true whether the earth flat or round. So they don't know what's under the motherfucker. That's what people do with flat earth. They say, if the earth is flat, then why can't you hold your breath for 10 hours? If the earth is flat, then why can't you shoot yourself and be alive? Like, they make the craziest irrelevant shit, and if you can't do this, then the earth ain't flat. Okay, so if the earth is flat, inhale and exhale at the same time right now.
And when we show y'all flat machines, flat mechanical machines that's based on flat earth, sundials and all this, y'all want to be, well, what's under it? Come on,
You know
man.
what I'm saying? If the earth is flat, tell us why pink elephants ain't on Mars. Huh? Well, then it ain't flat then. You know, it's just the craziest shit. They ought to be saying, if the earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, why don't I fling off of it?
Exactly. That's the type of question I want to know.
Like, they not asking the right questions, right? And they got more questions for the flat earthers than for NASA, when if they listen to the questions we're asking NASA, they will say, yeah, that's a damn good question you asking NASA, versus you saying, well, if the earth flat, what's under it? Nigga, did you hear what like the questions we're asking NASA proves they full of shit, and your response is, if it's flat, what's under it? Nigga, that's irrelevant, nigga.
But that's how you know niggas slow. Cause I don't judge nobody, but I feel like you peep somebody by the questions they ask versus the answers they give. What type of questions you asking? If you don't ask no good questions, you just got all these answers, then you ain't questioning this shit.
They
what type
be
of questions
like,
you asking?
Just
be like, if
repeating
it's
shit
flat,
at that point. Then when
they
you
be
tell
like,
them
if
how
it's
stupid
flat,
that shit sound, then they get to getting their panties all in a goddamn bunch.
they be like, if it's flat, why everything look round in the solar system?
Yeah, they say that dumb shit too. If it's flat, if the ground we walking on flat, why the clouds shaped like what the fuck? That guy, like a chaos bring the Big Bang gonna make create circles. A hurricane gonna tear all the houses. Imagine a hurricane coming through, and when it's over, it's fucking beautiful houses built and fucking and fucking cool ass pools and cars coming out of. Like, how something gonna come? Like, that's some bullshit, dog.
That's so crazy. Sanchez, if the earth is flat, why the sun and moon round? Huh? You know what the answer? I'm gonna say, bro, the earth ain't flat. The earth is a cotton ball like them clouds up there, dummy. That's your motherfucking logic. If them clouds up there is puffy, what make you think the earth ain't puffy?
Concentrated earth. You just admitted to concentrated earth.
If those clouds are puffy, what make you think the ground ain't P. Diddy?
I got concentrated orange juice. They got concentrated orange juice and concentrated milk and concentrated almond milk. What else concentrated you want, Silas? You want to concentrate the flat earth.
Clouds are concentrated balls of gas that compress into water vapor. So like clouds.
So are you saying? Wait a minute, man. Hold on, Silas.
Silas ain't a flat earther, man.
Okay, all right. I got you. Go ahead, man, with your argument. Then I was finna say you confused as fuck, but I guess you on your own motion, man. With that, could you explain that? I mean,
Man,
so because
I agree with the flat Earth stuff. I just don't
what's it
agree.
concentrated with, though,
No, you don't.
Silas?
No, you don't. You don't agree with the fact. I
No,
done
no,
heard 10
listen.
people say they
Don't
agree
tell
with
me.
flat
Don't
earth.
tell me what I believe and what I don't believe. Don't do that. What I'm
What
saying
is it
is,
concentrated with, though?
You don't want to use the word
right,
flat?
right.
Concentrate.
If we are agreeing, everybody in here agrees that we live in a simulation, correct?
You seen
Right. I
Sanchez
don't know
broke
what
down
they
the
got
light,
to
right?
do with
Hold
the
on, hold on.
concentration.
Listen, watch this. Watch
If we
this.
live in a
Watch this.
simulation, then we
Watch
live in a
What
this.
the
concentrated
simulation got
form
Watch
to
of
do
this.
with
light.
the
Watch this. Hold
concentration,
on, hold on.
man?
Watch this. Watch this. Watch this.
Yo,
Remember
we're all
when
still
Sanchez was
figuring it
talking about
out,
the
man.
Listen, remember when Sanchez was talking about the simulation, and he talked about how the 3D, the light come down on the ground and make a circle, and it's the 2D on a flat surface from the project. So if a simulation, it got to be a flat surface. So why you wasn't paying attention?
Hold on, bro. What you said didn't necessarily make a lot of sense. Say it again.
It does. Listen.
It does. It does.
That's it, dude.
You can't
I ain't
escape
gotta
the
say it again.
concept. You can't escape the concept of flatness even when you bring in concentrated. That won't change nothing. But you can try to show us how though.
I think it's kind of like, I understand what y'all mean by flat, but the concept that every time y'all consider y'all explanation of flat, it isn't flat. Like a mountain
It's
isn't
not
flat.
flat. It's not flat because you say so, right? I'm saying
No,
you
I'm
gotta do what we're doing, Silas. You gotta show and prove, man. Because we didn't say a mountain is flat. We said a mountain is sitting on something flat, sitting on a flat surface. Y'all gotta pay attention too. Go ahead, try again, man. So, Silas, what are you saying, man?
We listening.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, man, is that like every single time, and I really want y'all to catch this. Every time you explain flat, you ain't explaining flat. Every single time you explain flat, like every single time.
Say that again.
explain
You
flat.
said, hold on, wait. Here's the thing, right? I never explained flat. All I did was read to you what it mean, and I said, you know what? Based on what the etymology is, that's what I observe to be flat in reality too. Flat is something that's stretched out on a surface. Flat is something prostrate, lying the whole length of the ground, or aka parallel, level, all in one plane, even, smooth. Yeah, that's flat. You know why they call flat plane? Because it ain't just used for geography, it's used for taste too. If I give you the flattest liquid in creation, you call it water. It ain't bitter, it ain't sweet, it's flat. It ain't a mountain, it ain't
But
all.
if I give you a soda, it's concentrated.
Why the hell are you cutting me off, right? Because here's the thing, what's going on right now. I ain't saying that it doesn't take mind's concentration. That I'm not arguing with you, bro. You're saying that if we're in a simulation that's a conceived thought, then it's concentrated. You're right. It's still flat though. Can we move on? It's both. This ain't a debate. It's both of them. It's a concentrated idea from the mind of an intelligent creator. I'm with you. It's concentrated for sure, but it's still flat because it's projected outward on a surface. It's stretched out. Let me show you why it's flat based on the definition. Watch this. If the pineal gland is what allow us to project thought, is where concentration come from, the mind. When we focus on a thought, we project the thought out into creation and manifest it. When the thought gets manifested, it's not 3D, it's two-dimensional. It exists, it manifests in the simulation. The only way that thought exists in a 3D form is it's been never as a thought in the mind or the platonic realm. So that represent the real version of that thing, which is the thought. The manifestation is the copy. The first version existed in the mind, and that first version mean the slide that we see laying down on a machine. That's the real thing. This projection on the wall right here, that ain't real. What's real is the slide was laying here. This the thought in the mind. This is where we're concentrating at. We project our thoughts into physicality, and they manifest like this movie on a wall. Now that manifestation looks 3D, but it's not. It's just a two-dimensional projection on the wall. But if you was in my house and we was watching that movie, it'll look 3D. The people will be walking around with clothes. It'll look 3D. But that's artist perspective. We're actually looking at a flat ass surface, giving the illusion of 3D animations.
Now do you understand?
Might be too deep for him. This is platonism. Every nigga ain't ready for that.
Nah, think about this shit. Where is that?
But what,
Over
hey, yo,
pay
but
scale.
Sanchez, I'm gonna be honest with you, bro.
Over pay scale.
You
Over
go
pay
back
scale.
and listen to everything that you just said, bro. Like if you just like go back and like on a recording, you didn't explain flat. You call it flat, and then you explain it being all these other different things that are outside of it being flat.
Can I ask you something real quick?
Yeah.
It's the surface of my plasma flat screen on my wall flat.
Yeah.
It's the movie that I'm watching, a 3D motion film, though.
Right.
Why don't you get that, bro? You can
Spin
say
it upside down. You should have turned the camera upside down and let it
put it
shoot
in
down.
perspective like that. You trying to tell me if you put it in a perspective like that, you try to tell me that the Earth is projected on a flat plane. Like that's
no. I'm saying that the Earth ain't projected on a flat plane. I'm telling you that the Earth is a projected flat plane, and I'm about to show you how that works. I know what's confusing you, bro. This ain't no simple stuff to grasp. Let me show you how this works, though. The Earth is a circle, but it's holographic. It's made of light. It's being projected from the mind above, which is the source of light up here. So we don't live in the Earth. We live in our mind. All right. And the one way you know that is, it's crazy people that can be sitting right next to you, but we ain't in the same world. He talking to people I don't even see. Right. The thing is this. Wherever your mind is where you are. It ain't got nothing to do with your body. This is why you can just leave your body and forget you was even there, and somebody be like, hey, snap out of it, dude. You was in a daze for a minute. And you be like, oh shit, man. You feel me? My thing is this right here. Our world is a two-dimensional project. It's this circle right here. But what's creating it is Polaris. It's been projected. So the concept of us being on a flat circle of the earth, like the Bible say, you don't think that your world is flat because you're the projection on the wall. Like, think about this. The actors that we see on this motion picture being projected on the wall, from our perspective, they don't know they flat. Just like from God's perspective, looking at the earth, our world is a flat, is less than a damn milli-inch to God, man. But within that little slit, it's big as hell to us. It's a big ceiling. See, this is all perspective too. I can give you the thinnest thread in the world, and to somebody, that's still the thickest thread in their world, because there's levels to this. The thinnest thread in our world, if we take it to the germ world, it's the thickest goddamn object in there. It scares. There's levels to this. What I'm saying is, when we get up in a plane and look down at the continent and the city we was in, we don't even make out none of the features. It's just all flat from up there. You don't see which building is higher than that one and that, and you just see a big flat. This is what you see. When you get in a plane and look down, you see
open plains,
and you don't make out shit but just flatness. Now, when you go down there, the features start coming to play. But from the air, you don't know which mountain which. When you get up high enough and look down, all that shit flatten out. That's what I was showing with the fractal thing. Is all when you get.
So you're telling me it's like a projection inside of a projection projecting?
And anytime you try to get far enough to see what it is, it's gonna meet you at eye level as a flat stage. And yes, it's a projection within a projection. It's a continuum, of course. But I want to emphasize why we say it's flat. You know what I'm saying? It ain't because we want it to be. It's because if we saying it's a projection, this is how things project. They project in a triangle form, like a canopy. And when anything projects, it can't project forever. So wherever it stops at, it forms a two-dimensional base. For example, right? I can take a birthday hat. Let me show you something. I could take a birthday hat. A person may say, now that's a birthday hat, which is a triangle. No, it's not. It's a circle. On a two-dimensional level, it's a circle. 3D, it's a whole nother shape. It's a triangle. Why is that? For example, right? If I want to make a circle, I can dip this birthday hat in ink and press out a circle on and stamp it out. It'll make a circle at the base, even though it ain't a circle, it's a triangle. But that's what I'm saying about the nature of our universe. It's a triangle or a dome. It's a canopy. But as it expands, it creates the circle of the earth, and it covers us in the canopy here. It's just like this.
Together we stand, divided we fall.
Yep.
TP.
You know, when you really think about it, global is robbing themselves out of this shit. I ain't gonna lie. Cause they saying fuck knowing all that and getting to all them intricacies of what we are, who we are, and all that. Fuck that. The earth is a globe. Let me go get my money and keep running the rat race. It'll take them a couple reincarnations to slow down enough, put their ego to the side to see they was born in a matrix. We're literally Neo in all them, y'all. We see, you know, when they was walking through the matrix, what separated them from everybody else was that they knew they was in the matrix when they was in it. Everybody else, they didn't know they was in the matrix. That's us for real. And the people in the matrix, what they said, they will argue for the matrix. They will die to defend the matrix. All they know is the matrix. Even when you show them the truth, they can't see it because when Morpheus went in on that shit, I said, bro, that's some real shit though. That man said, everybody in the matrix that don't know that they in the matrix, even your family is an agent and an enemy. That's what Morpheus said. That's cold, man.
At a certain age, they can't even wake them up. He said, once they get a certain age, you don't even try to wake them up because they're just too stuck.
Yeah. It's sad, man.
That should be a fact, man.
It's sad, bro.
I don't even try.
I know it can be overwhelming, bro. I don't blame y'all.
Hey yo, brother Sanchez, what I hate about this concentrated earth concept is that I can't even argue with you when it comes to the flat earth shit, because everything you say, it lines up with what everything the fucking concentrated earth is. It's just like, damn.
Right there you go. That's it right there.
That's
how the edges look.
You gotta get you some gin with that juice, Silas. I think you had too much. My bad. Now, never mind, nigga.
I forgot. Yeah, they do that. Damn, Key, they do. They take these and they put the gin with the, that's what they do.
The pineapple one, the little pineapples.
You giving
Hey,
me
Sal,
ideas
don't
and
you
shit.
know?
It's Friday.
Don't
I
you
might have
know?
to. Yeah.
Oh, my bad. Even the naming instruments, man, even go back to flat Earth. Do you know that a shovel is because you're shoving the level of the Earth, bro? Shoving the level, like even simple shit like that, when you can sync that type of shit together, it shouldn't be no doubt in your mind when it comes to the water level, the
Air,
horizon lines.
an airplane, an aircraft that flies over a plane.
Right.
That's it. Why is it called an airplane? Like, why ain't call it something else? Why is it called an airplane? Why? Pilots.
Well,
Why did
the only,
Sarah
the only
Why did
thing that,
Sarah Palin see Antarctica from Alaska? Sarah Palin plane.
the
No, she
only
probably
thing that
seeing
I hate
Russia from
about
Alaska. She ain't seeing Antarctica. She's seeing Russia from Alaska. That what you trying to see? See how I can correct you? You see that?
You're right.
You know
You're
what's
right.
crazy,
You're right.
y'all?
You see how I know what I be
You're
talking about?
right.
Because I be in
You're
the house
right, but
all
that
day
wasn't
studying.
my point. My point was Palin and plane.
Well,
But
why I had to
actually,
correct you?
I'm
If that
sprinkling
wasn't your
some.
point.
I ain't gonna
You know
lie
what? Because
though.
you're putting too much in the saucepan, so I'm just adding a little bit of cayenne, a few
That's what's
sprinkles. You know what
up.
I'm saying? I'm not
Appreciate
giving
it.
away my recipe because y'all don't not ready for it, bro. I'll lose you in a second, bro. You don't even want me
You
to
see
get
what I'm
into the
saying?
etymology.
Let me stop this because it's all good. Don't do it. Don't do it. Let's stop. Come on, y'all.
I
Both
just
of
correct him, and he talking about this. See what I'm saying? This is the shit I be talking about, bro. This man just came on here talking. Yeah, I know everything, but you see Alaska from you talking about seeing Alaska from Antarctica when it was Alaska and Russia, and I'm reading your mind, and I don't even know you.
But
Stop
why
playing with me, man. Like Sanchez said.
he's a flat earther though. But you know what I see with this etymology though, with flat that I just peeped, that the word flat is also the word plat. And that's crazy because when we say pharmacy, it got the F, but it's a P, and you can kind of change them around. Like people say Filipino, but it's like P. But the thing is, plat is where we get plate from, and a plate is a flat plane. So the PLA and plane, plate, it's the same FLA and flat, that plat. I just learned something, yo, when we say
Hey, keep
platter.
it simple. Question, if I may. If it's 10 a.m. here, it's 10 p.m. in China, right? Or if it's noon here, it's, you know what I'm saying? If it's a new moon here, that means the moon is not in the sky and we could see the stars brighter. I'm complicating the question a little bit, but it's just clarifying. So it would be the same in China. So if I could see the moon here and it's not a full moon, and they could see it in China at night while it's morning here, and we're on opposite sides, I mean, I would like to see that graph.
bro,
We on
hold on,
opposite
bro.
sides of what? What we on opposite sides of?
Hold on, bro. This dude just told me. What is your statement that you trying to make? Because I'm gonna tell you right now, if it's a full moon over here, it's gonna be a full moon around the world until the full moon's over. It's not gonna be a full moon over here and a crescent moon over in China and all that other different stuff. That's not how it works. Because if that was the case, then globe earthers would have a better argument, but they don't even have that. So like you don't have to.
Okay. Too many people in the same swimming pool, bro, because I'm not a globe earther. I thought you were a globe earther.
Hell
I told y'all, we
that
haven't,
gets
this is
into
what's going
programming,
on.
bro.
I
It's more
tried,
independent mind.
hold up. I tried to save y'all that I was telling you, Friendly Fire. This is Friendly Fire. He's a globalist. I was trying to tell y'all that. The globalists gonna try to cut that out. Look, they debating each other, the flat earthers. Friendly Fire, Friendly Fire.
Nah, we just sparring with each other to stay sharp. That's all. We got to stay
Yeah,
sharp.
that's true.
When we
That's
go on
true.
other panels, we gotta know what we talking about. We gotta be able to hit them precisely. Ask them one question, know what's coming next. Not looking dumb as hell. Like nah, that's what we on. We just trying to stay sharp. That's it. It's all love.
That's facts.
There's kind of no way to lose to a glober, man. As long as you know the what they saying and you keep it simple and you can ask questions, man, there's really no way to lose because they just regurgitate some shit out the book. So all you got to do is make them contradict themselves. Well, I'm gonna tell
Hey
you,
yo, hey
it ain't
Sanchez,
regurgitating. Salute
concentrated
where I'm
flat
at.
Earth.
Hey,
That's how
hey,
I believe it.
hey, Silas,
Concentrated
let
flat
me
Earth.
talk.
Get the shirts, man. Go
To
ahead
the
and get you
panel.
some
Salute
whatever
to the panel.
concentrated
Salute
shirts,
to the
bro.
panel. Salute to the panel.
Hey, salutes, name. You got it.
Salute.
Big
Hey,
ups.
hey, y'all.
I'm with you, man.
It's easy where I'm at. I'm in Washington D.C., Maryland, Virginia. I just shoot a dagger right to my homeboys in them head. All we got to do is just take a trip to the Air and Space Museum.
Yeah.
And let them see that clown shit. Hey, y'all, it's free tickets. Let them see the gloves. Just walk through there after we just go to a bar. And then I provoke them to think, do y'all think they flew that modular? It was a 3-piece modular. 200, and then you looking at that 1969 picture of that fake picture when they on there. Dude, my man and them will be a week later. Oh, I don't know if the earth flat, but I don't think they left this motherfucker. A couple weeks later, dog, I don't think they know what it is. That's how I be in real time on the ground, dealing with real life because I live in DC. So we can go to Maryland where NASA got where they lost all the trajectories. You could walk in, it's like a tour on these fake real tapes. Whole row gone. They got disclaimers. So y'all went to the moon with the technology in a calculator, not an iPhone, a calculator.
And then they try to make the
They
women
went up
say
there with
we can
aluminum
feel sorry
foil.
for women because
Dude,
we
did
love
you
our
see that
mama.
aluminum? Did you see the aluminum foil curtain rod ship?
This
Man,
is
y'all need to just Google it. Hey, I ask anybody,
yo,
just real talk. Do y'all believe that? This is real talk in real
this is
time, y'all.
crazy,
That's
man.
how I shoot daggers, y'all.
Yo,
Hey,
yo,
hey,
yo.
hey,
Hey, Dean, you
It's a
killing her with
5-foot
that way.
horizon line.
and I live in DC. We can go visit this shit. They got the Gore-Tex glove and the glass case. I
Yeah,
was like,
man.
dude, look,
Come
a
on.
vacuum. Look, one of the astronauts left a picture on the moon. I said that picture should be frozen or roasted by now. Come on, y'all.
They
That's
call
how I
meteor.
wait. These ain't
They
debates.
call
This real shit.
Real shit.
Enlightenment. Real shit. That ain't real
You know
time.
what's so crazy? The computer they used on that first moon trip, it put it this way. Remember when we was in school and niggas used to steal them nice little Texas Instrument calculators, the good ones. They got that you either had the KCO or Texas Instrument. If you had Texas Instrument, you had the Bentley of calculators in high school. You could get your shit stole. Y'all don't remember the Texas Instruments?
hell yeah, with the cover
Yeah,
on it.
yeah.
You
Yeah.
slide
It
it
had
in
the
the cover.
little
Slide it
crystal
out the cover
screens
piece.
above
You flip
the
it out.
numbers and shit.
Right, that's the
And you,
bins. And the thing
and you slide
about
it
it,
to the top.
dude, the technology that would have been on that first moon trip, it wouldn't have even been fucking with a Texas Instrument calculator.
Facts.
Think about that.
Facts.
Another thing they like to say is, well, how do you explain the craters? And I be like, shit, them got water geysers. Them ain't no motherfucking craters.
Bro,
Them
how
just
do
hot
you
water geysers.
explain that damn flag blowing in the background if ain't no damn air on space in space? Dude, they had a reel of duct tape putting it on a buggy.
I'm talking about the
200
craters
Celsius.
on Earth. Not the craters on the moon. I'm talking about the craters in Earth.
That's a good one. I think they came
Them
from
big
under the
craters
earth.
that's in Earth when they be like the meteors came to the ground and I ain't never seen a meteor yet. They got no fake meteor rocks.
I believe that's some
I
stuff that
would,
came
right?
from. I believe it's like a bubble that burst. Craters and bubbles.
Hey, if the moon is like it's not a physical thing, like you can't land on it, and and they say the sun is like 93 million miles away, which I don't believe. But they say you in the astronaut suit, you're burned up like if you get within like 3 million miles of the sun. Like I'm trying to find out what is the sun a physical thing too, or is it also something like the moon?
Right.
It's It's a plasma.
I
It's a
think it's
plasma.
like the hour and the second hands, the minute hands on the watch, but I don't
Yup.
know if anybody
Or
wanna
in and out, or like an in and out of the dimension. Like the coming dimension, you go out the sun. To go out, you go through the moon. Like it could be like open portals or like kind of like a screenshot in a sense.
So
You get what
you
I'm
don't
saying?
think it'll burn you? Like it'll like if you get too close to it, or like you know what I'm saying? Because the planes would be chasing the sun or whatever. So it's like
You gotta
I'm
catch that
trying
motherfucker first. I don't think it'll burn you. Nah, I don't think so.
See, another one of my suspicions is I think you could put 25 moons inside of the circumference of the Earth. So if you was like I'm hitting a J down, I can look out my back on a clear day and see the moon. If you was to fly to the moon like Superman on some bullshit and turn around and look back, ain't no way that picture they took from the moon could be real. You shouldn't be able to see the Earth if you landed on the moon and look back. That's how big the Earth is. I think it's like 25 times as big as the circumference. Like you could put 25 moons.
I don't even
Google.
think you can. I don't even think you can go even like going to the moon is like you would try to be going forever, like just trying to get somewhere that
I
you'll never
believe
get
that.
to.
But just for the sake of the conversation, that picture they showed from NASA, that's really the only picture. They supposed to be the only people on Earth. I digress. Why China ain't been there yet?
But Neil deGrasse Tyson and that other dude got that show when he talk about you can fit 150 Earths inside the sun. That's how big the sun is. And when I look up at the sky, I see the sun and the moon the same size. So how they?
Me too. Facts. But
Like
they
you know
tell
how
us not to
big them
believe our
sun
lie.
look.
They
If
tell
that
us
shit was
not to
that
believe
big,
our. They tell us not to believe our lying eyes, but believe everything we see on the TV. That CGI bullshit. That's the biggest trick of them all. That make us think our sensories is just mathematically. Oh yeah, we moving. We going nowhere fucking fast. That's what basically they sold us.
two things they lie about though. When they do go on the moon, why the moon so dark when it be emitting its own light? That's one. And for two,
They
why
already
the
proved it with
moon?
the gun.
And then when they on the moon looking at the Earth look the same size as the moon look. Like damn, ain't the Earth should be looking crazy big? Like how the
Basically,
sun supposed to look? How the big ass sun supposed to look? That's how Earth should look if you could be able to get on the moon, I guess. I mean, I don't know.
Facts. I'm just saying, yeah. I'm just hypothetically based on their theory. So the niggas on the moon shouldn't have never seen the whole Earth. Think about it. Because we can see the moon is small to us. So if you was sitting on the moon, you could never see the whole Earth. It don't make sense. I'm just passing the common
Exactly. So
sense.
that's you know what that debunked? That debunked them got having the Cancer, the Tropic of Cancer, the Tropic of Capricorn, and all that shit on the moon, saying the moon is a reflection of the Earth or of our realm. But you know they use that what's the name of that clock? That celestial clock? I can't think of the name of it right now. It's a clock they got the sun in it's a star on it. Cause I ordered I ordered one of them watches too. Cause they got the sun and the moon, then they got like the different circles on it. What's the name of that clock, man? You know what I'm talking about? It's like a celestial clock.
I'm about to say the yin yang though.
I can't think of it.
You talking about the sundown?
No.
Talking
Cause
about
I
the
tried to
Mayan
order.
calendar?
No, I ordered the clock. Hold on, I sent it to my. Oh, I'm about to look. I just sent it to my wife. Hold on, give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna tell you the name of that bitch right now.
But yeah, y'all, that's how I be getting to on the ground level. But if they get too fancy with me, I refer them to Bro Sanchez because niggas be trying to really debate me, and then I'll be like the teacher, like the kung fu teacher. After you try to whoop up on me, I'll be like, yeah, but I bet you can't come online to Bro Sanchez live, and they be like, bro, who? And then I
appreciate
show them. Oh yeah. They be trying to. I ain't you, bro. I can't fade them. I got the talking points, but after the NASA stuff, they be You know what? It's really sad if the earth was just really round, it wouldn't even be no argument. So I always go, but since it's an argument, it got to be holes in their theory. I digress.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's called an astrolabe.
Yeah, there you go. An astrolabe. There you go. That's it.
I gotta get that.
And they
Say
be
it
talking
again.
about true north, like we ain't really true north, and it's a real true north type shit. You be hearing that theory?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. They that's in the globe model. They got their concept of north, true north, but that's some bullshit in their model, man. But that concept has some truth to it though. And
I think it worked better on the geological aspect to me.
You know,
for the celestial what's the name of it? The Capricorn and the zodiac wheel.
Yep.
Like the zodiac sky lined up with it somehow.
Zodiac, the killer right there, bro. Did a whole thing, but it passes the common sense test. We should have at least 56 zodiac signs.
Right.
Yo, bro,
that was the ruthless one right there. Flat plane.
I want to take like 2 seconds to tell you I've emailed you and I haven't gotten an email back, and I still got your pieces here that I've been trying to send out to you.
Oh shit, that's for me?
Yes, sir.
Man, I'm tripping, bro. I have so much going on.
I even did a special one that I did like the 4 corners of the earth with like to like mimic like the Rufus Niagara, and like I did like the whole little thing for you.
Those look real dope. It make me want to get donuts, man.
That's what everybody say, bro. Don't do that to me right now, bro.
I love donuts, man.
Donut. Yeah,
if I saw some donuts look like that, dude, I just said I gotta taste that. But yeah, them look good, man.
Somebody told me, yo, man, you need to sell them as 12 packs so you can sell them as a baker's dozen. I was like, man, get the fuck out. We're talking about organite, man. We ain't talking about donut.
The Galaxy donut.
Look tasty, man.
Yes, sir. And anybody else can get these if they hit me up on my Instagram at supersalus_.
What it is? What is it?
Super Salus.
It's on there. Super Salus, no space though. Super Salus _
Sanchez, you ain't started no IG yet, man.
I'm
telling
man.
you,
I gotta
start you an IG, you gonna blow. I'm telling you, man.
I know,
well,
man.
I don't know. You probably don't want to be. It's a lot of fake shit going on too, but I think you should do an Instagram. I start you an Instagram, man. For real.
I know it. I do. I know it'll give me more followers. People that it'll expand.
Yeah, all them sneak disses, man. They like to sneak this and throw a rock and hide their hand. But I'm done with that shit. We ain't playing that shit this year.
Real, man.
I be on TikTok trying to pull them out. I be trolling in my real name. True story. I ain't gonna lie. And then I put Bro Sanchez TV live. FE versus Globe. Come on over live. I call them TikTok fingers. Dropping knowledge with your fingers, with your, all that. I troll them right out.
But you know what though? They be showing. A lot of people be showing like little clips of you now, though, Sanchez. I be seeing a lot of little clips from Embodiment Celestial and Divine Being. They have a little clip with them on the show or whatever, or something. You had destroyed this dude with the gravity, with the bubbles. You destroyed him.
Lubis is back. Yo, you just read my mind. I gotta stop you right there, please. What you just said, I just saw Lubis just joined, and what you said about the bubble. I'm gonna show you what I just wrote down. I'm not writing this down now. This is what I wanted to share. I just wrote down the word bubble before you said it. My point being that the lowercase b, you could think of Baphomet, different things, also resembles a 6. So we see the 3 6s in the word bubble. And I'm looking at it, and I'm looking at the LUE. This is also relating to Lubis and the math I was doing with Sheil, which I just wrote down. We're doing with numbers because ULE equals 28. So when we go to the top Z when you're sleeping of the alphabet with the ZZZ, that's I'm probably losing people on that, but that gets into ZZ top and other things that just hit me on my third eye. But when I look at the numbers, 2.8 is also BH, like B head, but it's also if we look at like head, we see the DEA, but it's also like day. But I'm probably losing people. I'm losing people on this. But my main point is the word bubble that I wrote down right before you said it.
Right on.
And that Lubis just joined right when I was doing the math on the LUE and the
See, y'all. Let me just break some down. Renegade, right? In case he losing you, he breaks words down in his own. He got his own unique format. It's interesting. But I'm gonna do this, right? Lubis came here to debunk the flat Earth. Let's give him the opportunity real quick. Go ahead.
Can I just throw some quick spices? I was thinking about predictions also when you mentioned P. Diddy, and I was just thinking how like there was a song by Paperboy called "Do the Diddy," and I was thinking about the 3 Ds in that, which also is a flip on those 3 6s, but also getting into 3D. But that's too complex for most, bro. I'll keep it simple. Peace out.
Hey, shout out to my brother D. Allen Warren, flat motherfucking power, bro. Lubis, I'm gonna say salutes to you, Lubis. I think we've been having good bills lately, even though we disagree, man. I'm gonna pass you the mic. I won't cut you off. Go ahead, bro.
All right. Well, so what the guy said about bubble, I could tell you how I got the name Lubis. My real name is Lewis, and my cousin called me that when she was a little kid. So okay, so that's that kind of thing. I did make another 1-minute video that will disprove flat Earth. If it's okay with you, Sanchez, I'd like to play it. And
you said that last night.
I hope you're doing donuts this time. I hope you're doing donuts.
Right, Richard. Hey, Lubis, the screen share is open. Go right ahead.
Okay.
And
thank you very much.
And when you gonna make a presentation, man? But yeah, go ahead. You got it, bro. He love them shorts.
All right. Can you see it? See me in a green shirt?
We see it. Watch, he clips some I say, and then fucking do. It's gonna be some little.
When we think about a CD versus a basketball, when we talk of going in a circle, it wouldn't be possible on a globe because globe says that water would have to hold the shape of a ball, and you can't duplicate that nowhere in nature. So let's just do something real quick. Slow this down.
Oh, you gonna duplicate it? Let's see you duplicate it. Water holding the shape. Water holding the shape of a ball.
2.3 ounces.
I know you playing, right? You know you playing, right? Oh my God, Lubis, you know I'm about to beat this up, right?
Is that the toilet, nigga?
Hold up, y'all. Let me answer him after this because I'm finna do him. Oh no, bro.
2.22 ounces.
Lubis, you playing with me, right? Lubis, that's your experiment with water holding the shape of a ball, Lubis.
2.14.
Oh man, this is funny.
Yeah, I could debunk that shit. I could debunk that shit real so fast, man.
How you like that shit, baby?
I'm gonna show you how I like it. Watch this. No, I'm gonna show
twice, baby.
Let me answer. I'm gonna show you how you didn't beat me, right? Now,
okay, show me.
Take that. Okay, I got you. Everybody, let me get it. Right. Watch this. Let me get my screen share going. Watch this. Let me get my screen share going. Everybody mute up because somebody sound like they whispering or something a minute ago. It was weird. But check this out, right? Let me get my screen share out and do my little rebuttal and experiment here. Watch this, y'all.
Give it to me, baby. Give me your best shot.
You use the tennis ball. I'ma use the tennis ball. This is how I beat you yesterday. You never doing this.
You didn't beat me yesterday.
Watch this. I'm gonna show you how I beat you. Watch. You never do an experiment that matches your model. So let's take that tennis ball and soak it in water. Now let's make it do what the globe Earth is doing. Let's put it in motion at 100,000 miles an hour and let it spin at 1,000 miles per hour and watch how quick that water go off. Watch how quick it dry up and that water fling off. You're taking a tennis ball, absorbing it, and you didn't do that with a golf ball. You know why he did it with a tennis ball? Because the material absorbs the water. And that is the most, that is the most,
that's why I did it.
Yeah, but guess what though? The globe Earth ain't the same thing. No, that ain't what's happening with the ocean water. The globe Earth ain't absorbing a bunch of ocean water. You saying that the core of the Earth is the center of gravity and it's basically pulling all of the ocean water, making it stick to the Earth by a force and not absorption. Your experiment is flawed, bro. You just proved absorption. You didn't prove gravity. You proved that water can stick to fabric that is that is able to absorb, like Bounty paper towels, nigga. Like, if you really want to prove the globe, make the water stick to a chunk of rock. Really prove your model, then put it in motion and let's see that the water hold on even though it's flinging around at these ridiculous speeds. That was a fail, dude. It's a joke. It's a parody. You're looking stupid online.
You basically setting yourself up to debunk yourself, bro. This every time. You gotta put a little bit more thought into that, Lupus.
Shout out flat motherfucking power to Niji. Welcome to the memberships team, baby.
Lupus, you should have painted the tennis ball blue. It probably would have looked a little better because it was a green tennis ball. If you had painted blue, it probably would have helped you out a little bit more.
Bro, that was a horrible experiment. I'm going to take your experiments and make a funny comedy out of them. The one with the truck, the one with this shit. Bro, play that again. That was funny, too. You can really do comedy. Ain't that shit said, he said, show me an example where water sticking to a ball and you know, to prove the globe Earth. Oh, my God, nigga, this was crazy.
Your experiment incomplete.
That's crazy.
I got a question for Lubis. Can I ask him a question?
Where you at, Lubis?
Oh no,
Sanchez is always blocking, is always muting me. So sorry about that.
Oh no,
go ahead.
No, the question I have, I'm glad you joined the panel because, and this is very simple. Like, I just want to know, and pertaining to you and all people who believe it's a globe, like, what kind of evidence or how much evidence is it going to take for you to recognize that we live on a plane? Like, what does it have to take? Because I dare say, when I went through the formative years of my life, I thought that we lived on a globe too, only because I never really questioned it. And then maybe somewhere along 2015, the Eric Dubé character came along and, you know, he did his old documentary and I'm watching it. And everything clicked on cylinders that it made sense that we lived on a plane. So it's just, I'm just really curious on how much evidence or what kind of evidence will it take for you to recognize that if we do live on a plane? I just want to know, how would you be swerved? What will it take?
I'll give you my honest answer. When I start seeing that being taught in schools, when I start hearing on TV, guys, you know what? It looks like we were wrong about this. And it starts becoming public knowledge that, hey, it looks like everything's flat, guys. We were wrong. That's what I'll start to believe.
So a talking head with a suit, or the schools have to start telling the masses that we made a mistake for these hundreds of years. We live on a plane. So that's what it's going to take for you to be convinced. Is that what you're saying?
I would believe it. Yes, I would believe it.
Wow. Okay. Well, there it is.
My honest answer.
No, that's cool, and I appreciate that, because there's people that I debate with through my life, and then sometimes I get exhausted, and I say to myself, like, well, what's it going to take for you to be convinced? Because certainly I was in your position growing up. I was, you know, I went through the same schools as you went through, and obviously I was turned because I saw, you know, I just trust my senses, and I was, you know, illustrated the facts that we do live on a plane, and bro Sanchez has done 8-hour videos after videos with all the evidence. That's why I'm not even going to go through with it, because it's like he's done enough to convince anybody that. So I was just curious, and I'm glad that you said that it had to take that, because that's what I think. I think it has to take a talking head or the schools to change the curriculum to start telling people that it's flat, because, and it goes back to the Matrix scene that Bro Sanchez mentioned with Morpheus, I guess that there's certain people that they're never going to wake up or they just can't see it. So that's all, man. I appreciate the time.
If I could
Let me
ask
ask
you
you a question.
something, because
The queen of the beehive have to tell them.
I can ask you a question, Lupus.
Well, if I could ask Vic a question, because he was asking me a serious question, I'd like to ask him one back.
Oh,
yeah, sure.
Right,
Vic, okay, so Vic, so I'm curious. So when you went to like finally believing that the Earth is flat, did you ever think to yourself like, well, dang, dude, like, okay, if it's actually flat and we've been lied to about it being round, like, have you ever like tried thinking of like, what would it take to lie to the entire human race? Like what would have to happen in order to do that? Because that's for me what made me think like, no, it can't be, dude, because they can't lie to the entire human race. Like, that's impossible. You know,
I
like,
agree with that's the big conundrum is that, I mean, and it goes into a lot of things. It goes into spellbounding, sorcery. It goes into like, I mean, yeah, I do believe I have arguments with my brother sometimes about other things, and like, and I do believe that like that TV's a magical son of a bitch, man. Like, there's a movie called Network that came out in '76 that competed with Rocky. But anyway, in that movie Network, if you ever watch the scene, there's a guy talking about how powerful the tube is and how the tube has changed everybody in social engineering, and nobody knows how to behave or act because it all comes from the tube. And I'm just saying, man, like, believe me, Lupus, I'll tell you, man, you know, you can stay firm with your beliefs, but I'll tell you, bro, they do have the capacity to lie to everybody, bro, because a lot of people believe in a lot of shit, man.
Lubis.
They can teach you the Bible too.
Hey, Lubis.
What's up?
Do you believe, because we talking about belief, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did you believe that an airplane took down the Twin Towers?
Yes.
Two questions. So you believe that an airplane made a steel enforced building fall in a perfect dynamic? Do you believe that?
That it fell in a perfect way?
You saw it happen on 9/11?
He believes it.
Yeah,
yeah,
I
he
remember
believes
seeing
it.
it, yeah.
He just said he believed it.
So you believe
Yeah,
a plane?
I believe planes flew into the towers and they came
made
down.
it fall?
Yes, yes, I believe.
Yeah,
that.
because the talking head told him.
That's why. Okay, that's why. Okay, now I see why. Okay, let me ask you another question. You got tools in your house? Do you use tools?
Hell yeah, baby! I'm a man. I got tools.
Okay, you got a level, right? You got a level? A level.
What? I got 5 levels. Yeah, I got it.
You hang pictures up, right, on the wall, right?
Uh-huh.
What are those pictures parallel to?
Wait, when I hang pictures?
Yeah, what are you parallel? When you make a picture, hang it up on the line and make it parallel, what is that parallel to? What is that object parallel to?
What? Okay. Well, I know that the answer you want is, I guess, the horizontal or horizon. Is that what you're talking about? I mean, because I can tell you my actual answer, but I don't think that's what you want.
I mean, your answer, because you already believe that the plane made a building fall down, first of all.
Yeah.
You already believe that. But now, go ahead.
But if you're asking me when I hang a picture, obviously, okay, well, so when I use a level, obviously I'm looking for that bubble. But in the work I do, sometimes people may not know this, their houses aren't level, you know? So if I'm going level by the bubble, the picture will actually look crooked. So sometimes I have to go by visual. So I mean, that's just my honest answer to you. So it's either by going by the bubble.
Well, that bubble, okay, that bubble you're talking about, you know it, right?
That's true, but the house ain't level.
That bubble that you're talking about, right?
Mm-hmm.
What is it? What is the bubble? What's the purpose of that bubble?
To get everything centered, straight up.
So
and down.
you telling me you use the level and you don't use it the correct way?
Well, it depends on the house, because there's been times where, again, some people don't know this. Their house.
I get it. The house is not leveled.
And so you might have a room that's kind of like this. So if I go by the level, the picture will actually look crooked, but it's because the house isn't.
Are
level.
you on the stairs? Are you on top of the stairs, or are you on the ground? And what?
No, I'm talking about like in a living room. Like that's something people like on an older house. Sometimes your house is shifting. So if I hang a picture and I use my level, it will actually look crooked. So I have to. So it depends. I have to adjust it to where it visually looks good. So it depends on the house. Older houses, they'll shift.
So you telling
I'm
me?
just giving you my honest answer. So
that run around.
Y'all heard that, right? Y'all heard that shit?
So Lubis, you telling me when we walk in your house, your picture's gonna be tacky as hell? That's what you telling me. Watch this, right? I'm finna show y'all Lubis house. I'm about to show y'all Lubis house.
This shit easy, man.
Hey yo, no, I was just joking. I just had to cut in. That shit was funny. Lubis let me know when we go in his house, his fucking picture's gonna be tacky in a motherfucker, pointing everywhere all around the place. His shit gonna look like an earthquake in the house.
It ain't different, cause it depends on with my eyes, cause I just. But he ain't
follow
never
the
answered my
ball.
question though.
I like how he run around.
You know what's crazy? What's crazy is the level is an instrument, but he's saying, fuck the instrument, I'm gonna rely on my eyes. But when we tell them to look at the shape of the earth, they say don't rely on your eyes, use the instrument. This is crazy.
Wow. That's why I say y'all heard that shit? That's
no,
crazy.
I was just answering the guy's
Globe earthers are real spiteful.
Lubis just says that the floor in the house is not leveled, and that
Yeah,
makes
look, there are times, like
makes it
there are
look long
times
when he hangs the pictures.
that there are times where you might be in a room and it's actually shifted, like the foundation is shifted, so your room actually isn't perfectly flat. And if I go to hang a picture and I use a level, it will look crooked to you. So I'll have.
If I'm laying in my bed, I gotta say this again. He just proved flat Earth, cause he said that his house ain't perfectly level. To what? The ground. That's our point. If your house is a messed up old house and the foundation is tilted, it ain't lined up level. Level with what? The ground. That means the foundation of your house ain't level, but the ground is. When they want to level the foundation of your house, guess what they're going to level it with? The ground. This is easy.
But he know that. Why he refused to?
I know. I'm answering the guy's question. I don't know what the. Yeah, sometimes
you said the ground. You said the level is level with the horizon for my answer, which is that ain't my answer. That's the answer. And then you said, well, for me, if I use it,
you were asking me about hanging a picture.
Let me show you what happened. Listen, Lubis, when we use levels, we're not leveling up the picture with the house foundation. We're leveling it up with the ground outside. So that means if the foundation of my house was tilted, when you walked in that motherfucker, my pictures on the wall will still be straight. What your problem is, every picture in your house is lined up to your tilted foundation, so it's like being in a circus house. Everything in your house is in alignment to your crooked foundation. That's why the person who sold you your level should have told you, don't align things with your house foundation. This is to make parallel alignments to the ground outside. That way you can still get a straight picture on a wall, even with a crooked house foundation. Damn, globalists just fucking, this is crazy. Like,
I can lay on my
globalists are weird,
I can lay on my couch. I can put pillows on my couch and lay on it and be all kind of way, but my couch still level. Just because I'm laying on the couch.
Understand what it is I was saying?
Hey, if y'all think about it, what they've kind of like done to like all of society is that they've like disconnected their mind to where like mentally they don't have feng shui, because Lupus just proved us he ain't got no feng shui in his house. So maybe we should take it back to a fundamental level.
Do I look Asian? God damn.
And teach people flat Earth from an understanding of feng shui. Things move this way, things move that way, and if things move those specific ways, the result is this: a flat plane. I feel like that's more of the understanding that Lupus trying to explain to us that he ain't got feng shui.
Got you, bro. Look at his name, Lubis. He's got out of line. If you look at the acronyms in his name, and Lubis, you're in a lion's den. You know that, so big ups to you
I'm
for
in the
stepping
lion's
into
den?
this. But yeah, just literally lion's den. But yeah, lion's den, out of line, LOO in your name.
Oh, my name again? Oh, okay. All right. That's cool.
You would have to you would have to tell your lady to take the heel off of one of her pumps so she could be straight in your house with you.
Do you even understand what it is I was explaining?
You don't understand what you explained.
Yeah, to the guy the guy could barely understand. Can you tell me what it is I was explaining? Because I don't think you do.
Who is the guy?
You don't have feng
The guy who
shui?
sounded super ghetto right now. The guy who's like going.
Oh, super ghetto.
Yeah,
God
yeah.
damn.
Can
Lupus,
you tell me what it is I was explaining?
racist. He a racist.
You racist as hell, man. Come on with your question. What is it?
Can you explain what it is I was
Hold up,
explaining?
Lubis. Let me say a big shout out to my brother Brandon Prater. Thank you for joining the channel, bro. Flat power. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, Lubis. I'm sorry.
It
Go
was just
ahead.
a joke on your feng shui, Lupus. He was saying that your girl got one. You be wanting your girl to be level, so you taking off one of her heels so she can be level in your eyes.
Right. If your house foundation ain't level, so you think a house foundation got something to do with the ground outside, Lupus, straight is straight, brother. It don't matter where is it.
Lupus got one of them orthopedic shoes.
But sometimes, like, do you know about construction, bro? Like, do you know how sometimes a house shifts and it won't?
Bro, construction, none of that don't change how level the ground is outside, bro, or level water is.
Just for the
You
reference,
moving the
I don't think you
goalpost.
understand what I was talking
Don't
about.
let him decorate your house.
Lupus, I make Oregon. I know what level means. I make Oregon, so I do
Do you
know
know
what
about
level
construction? How you? So you hold on. So you talk about construction, right? But you talking about a plane that brought down a fucking reinforced steel thing, a building. What construction you know about?
Damn, he just threw the
Well, I know how those buildings came down.
You just killed yourself, man.
How did I?
So
kill
you
myself?
telling me the building fell in perfect demolition? Have you ever seen controlled demolition?
Yes, I have. And the towers.
So you
were
telling
not
me that
controlled
building
demolition.
ain't fell in control?
They
So
were
why
not
the
controlled
second building?
demolition.
Why did the building that got hit last fell before the building that got hit first?
Why did the building that got hit last fall first? Is that what you said?
You heard what I said. You heard what I said.
No, is that what you said? Because I couldn't. Why did the building that got hit last fall first?
Why did the building
Go ahead, ask the question.
that got hit first
Uh-huh.
fall? Finish it. You got it? You said it already.
I couldn't
You
hear
said
you.
it the first time. You already said it. You repeated what I said. Why you
You're
doing it?
asking me why the building that got hit last fell first. That's the question?
Yes, Bluebis.
Okay. The building that got hit last sustained more damage. And so it fell first.
But sustain more damage from a plane that got hit by the same type of plane.
It was a different location.
You know the Twin Tower got hit by a plane before, right? And then fall down, right?
Yeah.
So
But
what was
it
different
wasn't
about this?
no
What was so
freaking
different
jumbo
about
jet.
this plane? What was different
It
about
was
this
a
plane?
lot bigger.
You know ain't no
It was
plane
a
hit the
lot
tower, right?
bigger.
Are you serious?
I'm
You just
dead
say you know
serious.
about
That's
you
exactly
just say
what
you
brought
know
it
about
down.
this. You just said, do I know about construction?
Yes.
Hold on,
That was you asked me.
What's the point you're trying to make?
Hey,
That
Brody.
the
Hey, Lupus.
Twin Towers
Lupus, are
weren't
you
brought
from
down by planes? Is that what you're trying to
Lupus,
make?
are you from America? Like, do you live in America, Lupus?
Can't he don't live in America?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so
Do I
hold
sound
on,
like a
okay.
freaking Mexican? Come on, man.
No, I'm just asking, bro, because everybody in America knows that like what really happened to the towers was not the actual plane hitting the actual thing. There was an actual explosion within the actual towers that within what he's saying a demolition, controlled
But
demolition.
you know why I said that, Silas? Because he said that he don't believe. He was like, why y'all just don't believe in lies or whatever? But he believe in a lie. He blatantly thinks that a lie happened to be true. So
Well,
he's
Lupus
easily
is a
deceived.
round earther, so we understand that he's opposition. We're not
Are you telling me the two towers fell by placing demolition
Yes,
charges?
Lubis.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes, Lupus. If you're from
Lubis.
America,
You don't
if
know
you're
that?
from
You don't.
Y'all gonna debate the Earth shape or 911? This flat power, yo. But yeah, you got it.
We just making a point, Sanchez, because like it's like he know a lot, but he don't know enough to know a lot that we know. But we just saying we know enough to know a lot. If you understand that reference, it's very.
We're saying, look, right? We want to prove flat Earth to Lubas. I think we can do it by strictly staying to the topic and pointing out good observations and stuff like we was doing earlier. But yeah, I think we just stay on the shape of the Earth. That's what flat power all about. But yeah, go ahead. Y'all debating another conspiracy. And that's
for sure. But only reason why we said that because he asked the man, what is it gonna take for you to be
but I found out it's gonna just take for us to prove it's flat over and over in different ways to one-way click. If they don't know that NASA line to them, they sure gonna think 911 real and jabs are good for them. Yeah, so let's just stay with flat Earth though. Because guess what, right? I'm gonna tell you the truth. When I found out they was lying about the shape of the Earth, it was easy for me to see that they lying about everything else. So it's hard for y'all to convince somebody, right?
Facts.
That they lying about everything else if you can't prove to them, if you're a flat earther, that you doing the right thing saying that it's flat. Because guess what? They looking at you like a damn agent. The whole truth community, they look at flat earthers like was making it look bad. Like, think about it. You got a 911 community. You got a Sandy Hook community. All these people say flat earthers are what's messing up the truth movement because they bringing in a bit conspiracy when there are deeper stuff to talk about. If you're a flat earther and you can't stick to flat earth, you got to stop doing it, man. You ain't helping us. Because check it out. You got people out here that they whole thing is about exposing Sandy Hook, 911. And they don't like flat earthers in the truth community. And the moment you show up and say the earth flat, and now you segue to Sandy Hook and 911, they going to say, stick to flat earth, bro. You ain't even proved the earth flat. You messing up the truth community with all that flat earth. So I'm telling y'all, don't be all over the fucking place. We don't got the luxury to do that. When it's time to prove the shape of the earth, don't do nothing else but that. Anything else you do besides that gonna be held against you as a flat earther. I'm telling you what I know. I do this. Guess what, right? People gonna take this video and all the good stuff we said to prove the shape of the earth, they ain't gonna put that. They gonna take out the little clips where you was reaching and say, look what the flat earthers do. That's why I don't do no too much deep stuff when I do these titles. You see, and when I do, I say, oh, let me get back because I'm getting too esoteric. Now, you peep game? You see?
Right.
So just try to keep that in mind, y'all. Don't be all over the place. That don't help flat earth versus globe earth. I don't do a lot of flat versus globe earth. So when we do it, let's stick to it because we're flat earthers.
Sanchez did say.
Hey, Lupus, I'm a host. Hey, Lupus, I'm gonna send you a ticket so you can come to Washington, D.C. You ever been to Washington, D.C.? I'm gonna take you to the Air and Space Museum. They free too. You just gotta get them in advance.
Lupus, let me ask you a question.
Hold on. I'm gonna take you there. You wanna go?
To Washington?
Oh, that's nice. Have you ever been?
I hear it's a rough city.
Everywhere got the rough parts.
I'm messing with you, bro. No, you know what, man? If you're actually serious about that, yeah, I'd go. You seem like a nice guy. You seem like a nice dude. I'll do it.
It don't take much to get your hotel and walk you through the Air and Space Museum. You can Google right now 1969 moon landing and see the ship. It has gold aluminum foil around the wheels. It's real pretty. Got aluminum foil.
I might have to take you up on that in the future, Dean.
For sure, bro.
If you were serious about that, I'd take you up on it.
Bro, check your email. I was in Vegas about 2 weeks ago. But anyway, yeah. and you'll see
You
the
can use the
Gore-Tex.
cameras and record.
Yeah, you'll get your Gore-Tex up. Let me.
Can you
I
record
gotta
while
check
you in
that
there?
out. I gotta check that out. I ain't been in a minute. This was on a school trip. We went like 2-3 times in elementary, junior high, the monument. We go on the Spy Museum. We go to Virginia to go on the CIA. They got everywhere they talk, y'all talking. You can walk through in Virginia. NASA has the place where they kept the data in Maryland. This is a tri-state area. You can drive out of DC in like 30 minutes, no traffic. To Virginia, Maryland. They have all the. Hey, bro, this ain't changing the subject, but the whole pendulum of the Masonic thing is, if you Google Washington, D.C. Masonic symbol, they'll show you both symbols and all the buildings it connect to. So, like I said, we have all the flat earth symbols right in town, in your face. And I'm going to land with this. When I seen the tower on TV, it looked like butter melting through a building, and my eyes glitched. So they don't want you to believe what you see with your real eyes. They want you to believe what they put on the motherfucker tube. So that's what I learned when I went down there. Lupus, I was 8 years old when I started questioning, man ain't leave this earth.
When you were 8, really?
8, yeah. Walking
When
in
I was
school,
8, I was
looking
afraid
at
of
it.
Freddy Krueger.
Nah. Because 8, 11, they took us a couple of times. But just think about what I said. I went home and told my Mom, they lied. They didn't leave in that thing. It looked like a go-kart. It looked like something fake. And then I remember back in the days when Gore-Tex came out, and they had the Gore-Tex suits.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Lupus.
Velcro. Hey, Lupus, if you're in a vacuuming environment, do you really believe their suit? Do you
If
really
I'm in a
believe they got
vacuum-
this?
if
Yeah,
I'm in a
that
vacuum
spaceship.
environment?
Yeah, see, look at the spaceship when it landed. Did you believe all the dust just laid there pretty, like it was like the perfect picture? Look at the fuselage, whatever it's called, that the rocket landed on. No dust moved. They just sitting there pretty.
Actually, you do see dust move.
No,
but also
no,
it takes
no,
a lot
no,
less
you
power
don't.
to land.
You know
No.
what else is an insult? That the first time man make it to the moon, he decide to play a damn game of golf.
Clown shit.
Really, was that an insult?
Yeah, clown shit.
Well, one thing I wanted to comment that Sanchez said, which was an important thing I wanted to comment on. Can I?
We listening.
Okay. So Sanchez said how Sanchez said how even like amongst the truthers or the conspiracy theorists and stuff, how like when flat earthers are going into like another topic, they'll be like, hey man, don't be doing that or whatever, and this and that, and so even amongst the conspiracy theorists or the truthers, even they are saying to the flat earthers, dude, shut the fuck up. That should be a clue as if there might be a flaw in what you're thinking, because your own are saying, bro, shut up, bro. You're making us look bad.
I said
Let
the
me say that. Let me say something.
The horizon line.
Hold up, wait.
Horizon line 10 foot.
Look.
Let me say something to Lubis. Hey, Lubis, here's the thing, Lubis. It's different levels to awakening. And flat earth is the ultimate awakening. That's even when a person who think they woke realize they ain't as woke as they thought they was. Because a person will say they lied about this, they lied about that, they lied about that. And when it get to flat earth, they'll say there's no way they could have lied about that. Now, guess what, right? Let me explain something to you. All these other conspiracies, these people use proof to prove that they lied about them. But when it get to flat earth, they don't try to debunk it or nothing. They just say, no way, why would they lie about that? You crazy, quit, man. So It ain't that we're wrong or that we're being ousted because we're dumb. It's just that we're being ousted because we're not being taken serious from the get-go. And guess what? That ain't our fault. And that ain't nothing that we should feel bad about. That shows you the biasness of the world, especially people who call themselves woke and open-minded. Because if you're open-minded, you would have no problem entertaining the idea that maybe they lied about the shape of the earth too. And the moment we start bringing up the arguments and then the incentives for them to do so, $2 billion a year, damn right that's a reason to lie. Man, niggas lie for cheaper than that. So my thing is like, the fact that the mainstream conscious community disses flat earth shows you it's controlled by the government. And that they don't care about you waking up to everything else. But once you get into flat earth, you become a threat. Because that's the Jenga block that's at the bottom. When you pull that, the whole shit come down. They don't care from you pulling the Jenga blocks at the top.
Now, is it possible that maybe you're just wrong about it? Is that possible?
But here's, let me answer it. It's all things are possible. Is it possible that you can prove me wrong? Because guess what? I've proven you wrong and proven that I'm right. So it ain't a question of, is it possible that I can be wrong? The question is it possible that maybe you were lied to since a child? The question is it possible that maybe they're lying again like they always lie because they got a bigger reason to lie to me? Like, think about this. You're asking me, is it possible that I can be wrong? Watch this. Is it possible to make a landline phone call to the moon?
Hey, bro, Sanchez, real quickly, I just wanted to say he should be more concerned whether if it's possible whether you could be wrong or not. He should be more concerned with what the fuck's the nature of the simulation and how could we possibly be inside of such a thing and what is its purpose, as you've explained thoroughly in your videos. But he needs to get up to speed on the whole concept here.
Hey, Lubis, I got a question. Hey,
believe
Lubis.
in our government.
Hey, Lupus, how can you explain to me how once they get to space, cars drive around, they can play golf, and that flag blowing in the back like they was still right here on the ground? How that happen, Lupus?
I thought the moon ain't had no atmosphere.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. How do they do that, Lupus?
Let's see, playing golf. Well,
on the moon.
You do that by hitting a golf ball with a golf club.
So the atmosphere. Wait a minute. There's an Earth atmosphere in space.
Go ahead.
But they floating around on the spaceship. But then when they get to the moon, that bitch turn to Texas, and they jump out, start playing golf and shoot. You know what I'm saying?
We some clowns, man. We've been bamboozled.
The horizon line 10 feet away.
I don't understand the reference of the moon being Texas. I didn't understand that.
Meanwhile,
bro, I'm saying when the astronauts get off of the spaceship from floating around and pouring water out of a bottle, it floating in the air. When they get on the moon, they can now do what they just was doing before they left the Earth. How is that possible?
Gravity.
Gravity on the moon?
Yeah,
dog,
dude,
I know you ain't said that.
The moon has gravity?
Man, what?
Wait, no, I'm asking, like, did you not know the moon has gravity on it?
Wow, Lucas, man, you fucking bro.
So, Lupus, you can't build a truth on a lie. So once I said I didn't believe they went to the moon, I'm not believing nothing they say, none of the CGI pictures. They haven't taken a real picture. All these satellites, they haven't went back and just put a camera and just let us see the motherfucking fake shit spin and let us see it in real fucking time. Yeah.
Okay, you said you believe your eyes, right? You said you believe your eyes.
Facts. We're not gonna go no boogeyman shit. Facts. I haven't seen no fucking. All I seen is a fourth dimension movie cat-a-corner look frozen and some bullshit. They only show it to you. They never swing the camera around 365 fucking degrees to show you the whole without in swinging. Never. And you can go to NASA.gov. So I'm saying all that to say, how the fuck do we know it's round for real? If I'm gonna be like the devil's at, but that's what the first thing I learned when I tried to debunk it. I went to NASA.gov and they said compilations, low Earth orbit. We cannot take a whole picture of this fucking Earth because of some bullshit. We can't leave low Earth fucking orbit. Van Halen discovered the fucking Van Halen belts, but we know he named it after himself. But really, they went back and asked NASA, how the fuck did y'all get through the radioactive fucking belt that will kill bone, skin,
aluminum,
metal? And they was like, y'all should be radioactive. They came up with the dumbest lie. Oh, we went through the lower part. How do you go through the lower weak part when you ain't even know it was fucking there? They found out about it in 72 and y'all went to the moon in 69. Bullshit. And I learned all this in junior high school. Dude, didn't I tell you I live in Washington, D.C.? We ain't believe this ain't no conspiracy if you live in the city. You know this way they make the money and make the fake laws. You don't think we know our government fake? It's ran by Masonic. Google right now, since you're so smart, Lubis, Washington, D.C., and Google Masonic Washington, D.C. map. It'll show you everything. Everybody know the fucking Earth is a different realm, the fucking government line. You just indoctrinated. Nobody can drop no fucking knowledge on you. Walk with your head.
Lubis.
You're a fucking agent.
Lubis, you know the difference between a sphere and a circle?
If you don't believe that there's gravity on the moon,
no,
nothing about
it's not
that's what
that
I was
much
about to
though.
say, Nubis.
Listen,
Now,
hold up. Let me show you what he doing, Key Norfolk. No one like we know it's gravity on the moon, but it's not enough to even be talking about for real. It's not even a factor for real.
Well, your friend just said there's no gravity.
No, I didn't say that. That's why I said let me keep talking. You supposed to say the moon got gravity, but it got less mass than Earth
but
and
when
the gravitation.
You asked me how did they hit a golf ball?
I asked you,
gravity,
Lubis.
and you started laughing.
Okay, no, but check this out. Here we go. It say if you jump, you will be able to jump 6 times higher. So why when they hitting that goddamn golf ball, it ain't going 6 times higher? I know what I'm saying. You let me finish. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, those spacesuits that they're wearing.
No, I said the ball, Lubis. Nope, I ain't gonna let you do that. Nope. We talking about the ball. I ain't talking about the person.
Yeah,
why don't the ball go 6 times higher?
I'm literally answering the question.
You said spacesuit. The ball don't got no suit on, Lupus. Why don't the ball go up high? Why do the ball act like they at a spring?
All right. Okay, I'm gonna answer it real quick, and it's gonna make no because they could barely hit it. Now, can I explain why I said
I give this guy credit, bro. He's really doubled down on that, man.
Lupus,
that's crazy.
Lupus, they had a thing where he had the feather. Hold on. They had
you gotta give him credit.
With the feather and a wrench. Hey, bro. The astronauts had a feather and a wrench. It's on TikTok right now. And they dropped both of them. That's some clown shit.
That was because there's no air.
Let me ask him another one. He running.
I want to finish.
I can't believe
the guy who laughed at me over the golf ball thing. I want to finish answering that.
Hey, let me ask you a question, Lubis.
Is this the same guy who was laughing about the golf ball thing?
The tennis
same guy.
Okay, I want to finish talking to that.
Don't get your pennies in a bunch, Lupus. Answer his question, man.
He ain't even talking to me, bro. But like I said, I'm just shooting facts from Washington, D.C. We ain't on that fake bullshit. Conspiracies is actually real. My great grandmother know the conspiracy. She told it to me in the 12th, 6th grade, 8th grade. Everybody knows something about this motherfucking matrix.
Wow, good for her.
You don't want to hear why the golf ball didn't go flying across the planet? You don't want me to answer that?
Huh?
The guy who's asking about the golf ball, do you not want me to finish answering it, or you want to move on to the next thing?
Go ahead.
Okay, so you know, if there's little gravity on the moon, why doesn't that golf ball go flying? Okay, the spacesuits that they were wearing by design are very, very restrictive.
Oh,
okay?
wow.
That is why when you see them walking on the moon, they're walking like they shit themselves because they can just like
my
flick
God.
their.
With the strings, the ones with
This
that
man
when they had the
he's seen the suit for real life.
The ones when you seen the harnesses, y'all see the ones when they bouncing around and he fell frontwards and it looked like he looked like he levitated up, but you can see where like some harnesses pulled him up. That's some clown shit, bro.
Man, that shit's
I'm
some
ashamed
real
grown people
clown
actually
shit.
believe in that stuff, man. It's eerie.
It's
I
eerie.
don't know why I'm only allowed to talk 10 seconds at a time.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead, man.
So the spacesuits by design are very restrictive. Okay.
Oh, wow.
So they could barely. Okay, just go ahead and interrupt.
Man, just keep talking, man. You just do your thing. Go ahead.
So they are very restrictive. Okay. So they can barely move, but since there was so little gravity, with the little they could move, they could, maneuver around. That's why you see them like barely being able to bend over to pick stuff up because they can't bend their legs. They barely can. They will fall over.
What is the restriction?
What's the restriction on the ball though? Now, though, what I'm saying, I understood what you're saying about the suit.
No, you don't.
I
Bro,
did,
I'm
man.
telling you, I'm showing him the suit, and I'm trying to see, like, bro, this ain't restrictive. This is nothing but
air.
All right, let's fill it up with air. Well, I'm gonna show you. See, now we got a problem. Watch this, right? We got a problem, right? If you fill this suit up with air, it got to be a perfectly enclosed, pressurized environment now for you to do that.
Restrictive.
Hold on, bro. Are you not seeing these Velcro tabs? You telling me that that's airtight sealing? That we finna get an airtight seal to where we can be a walking balloon like the Michelin Tire Man, but I'm sealing my shit with duct tape and Velcro in space.
Hence restricted.
Oh my God.
Wow.
I don't even see restricted. I don't see no restricted utensil. I don't see nothing that restricted gloves, restricted jacket, restricted shirt. Where they restricted at? Where that word at? Because I'm looking at a bunch of words and none of them say restricted.
Go underwater, bro. I'm using your shit, bro. Said this. I wouldn't go underwater in that shit.
Hell no. Guess what? I'm gonna tell you what I told him, Dean. And this some real shit, nigga. Flat power. Watch this shit. I'd rather go to the moon in a Navy scuba diver suit than this shit.
You will die if you do that, bro.
Right, man.
You will die. Okay.
There you go.
Show them the joint. Show them that joint that you go underwater with the whole metal suit with the top on it. No, straight up. Like you look like the alien. The joint you go underwater, deep water.
Right. I'd rather go to the moon in this. It's more airtight than the fucking Velcro.
Well, these motherfuckers
Guess what?
different,
bro. I'd rather go in this motherfucker right here. Hold up. Look at this. Take me in this, whatever this is.
Well, damn, that looks kind of like a spacesuit, doesn't it?
No.
Holy shit.
No, don't try. Ain't no shit, no.
God damn.
Well, you see shit,
bro.
There you go. Take me to the moon and that.
Because I'm in
man.
I would have believed him.
He said you was crazy for saying you would go in that suit. Now it looks like.
But you know what's crazy? It ain't what it looks like. This, hold up, stop, Lubis, stop, Lubis. Lubis, you're
shut the fuck up, dude. Come on. You guys aren't serious. I'm not gonna be serious with you.
Stop,
idiots.
bro. I'm being serious. I'm being serious.
Fucking more.
That's what they do.
Look at him. What's going on right now, man? Did we just short fuse and blow right now because I said that?
Fuck you guys. You guys are idiots. Peace.
Okay. All right, Lubis. Any man named Lubis can't be saying fuck you.
That mind can't handle it, man. His mind couldn't handle it.
Oh shit, man.
Oh, that's a body bag.
That
Bro,
nigga
he
low
said
key
it,
with a
bro.
B
And
flat
look at
power
there,
though.
Lucas can't tell nobody fucked up.
Right.
He
You
ain't
got
got
him
no
with the
friends
suit,
in this
bro.
shit.
You got him with
He
the
was
suit,
wake.
bro.
He was
Everything
Hey,
waking
he
that's a
up.
said was
dagger.
He
something
was
that he
starting to
learned
Come
from
wake
on
up,
back,
somebody, bro.
Lubis.
With
We
you
forgive
guys.
you. Man. We know you ain't got no friends. Come on back, Lubis. We
He
forgive
was
you.
I
start.
hate
He was
y'all.
starting
We
to
know you
wake up,
crazy,
man. He
nigga.
was resisting.
Got him with the suit. You got him with the suit.
I hate y'all.
Hey, y'all,
You
that's
got him
how
with the
you
suit.
know. Hey, when you beat up on it and make them cry, I feel good, nigga. I feel good. Guess what, bro?
Got
We
him with the
made you,
suit.
bro, we ran you up off the block. And guess what I'm telling y'all why I like this flat earth shit, nigga? Because I go on panels full of globe earthers by myself, and nigga, and I hold a nigga, and what's happening? See that shit you ain't gonna get from a flat earther right there on a globe panel.
That's
And
why I fuck with you.
see,
That's
when
why I fuck with you.
you see, when
That's
You
why I
we,
fuck
ain't
with
gonna
you.
get that shit from
yeah,
a
man,
flat
we
earther.
finna fucking, you gonna have to make us leave because you cheating and muting us and doing all that. We let the man talk all that. He just couldn't handle the pressure. We don't stop, bro. As soon as you say one thing, now we presenting another problem. Another problem here you got. Here go another problem. That shit get frustrating. He just left. Like,
I know.
bro.
Yo, he said fuck you guys, and he gave the peace sign at the same time. See the cognitive dissonance?
This
He love
dude,
us.
and you know
Yeah,
what? He
yeah.
left because he
It's a
saw it.
breakthrough.
Lubis said that scuba suit looked like the space suits, but no, not the ones they went with in the 70s, dog.
Right.
Mm-mm.
Right.
Like this what they went with in the 70s. Now this
My
the shit that
God.
they got now though.
We hit him with so much shit back to back. He said, damn, these guys
Restricted.
are good. Fuck, these guys are good,
Restricted.
man.
Restricted.
Facts though. Those
Y'all not
facts.
listening to the restricted part. I'm saying the word restricted. Like that shit supposed to click something. Like what the fuck that mean? Cause you saying restricted, nigga?
Yeah, man.
But you hit him. We hit him
Hey,
with the
yo, y'all
facts.
notice everything that he said was something that each and every one of us learned in high school or middle school. It wasn't
That
nothing
part.
that we didn't already learn.
I was indoctrinated
Bro,
too.
the simple fact that they changed the model to this new spinning shit. If you was a Glober, that should make you think like, damn, why this shit change like that?
I'm gonna
Like,
tell
I
you
don't,
something. I'm
I
gonna
don't
tell you
need.
something.
You know what's crazy? And I brought this up before. There should be really no differences between what the fucking astronauts wearing and what the nigga wearing who going into the Marianas Trench. Because if I'm trying to make an enclosed environment that can withstand these extreme pressures, the pressures they talking about in the depths of the ocean, them the same numbers that they giving you in the depths of space. That's why I like that Hennessy commercial. Know what I'm saying? We in a pressure barriers. Like when we try to go down and get out through the bottom, pressure, man. Same thing when we go up. So if you can make the perfect scuba diving suit, you can make the perfect astronaut suit.
Facts.
Yo, remember you talk about Loki?
Yeah, you know that shit
That
deep
made me
though, that
think of
Hennessy commercial, man. When
Yeah,
they
that was
breaking
deep.
through that white part, when they going through like a nucleus in a
right.
cell.
That was
Like,
flat.
that
That was
part
the
is
flat
so
Remember
Earth.
that
fucking
show?
deep, you know what I'm
That was the
saying?
flat Earth.
Know
That
what I'm
was the
saying?
flat
Hey,
Earth. And the dude had the
The
Masonic
Loch
ring
Ness
on in that
monster.
same
it's like
thing
when
too.
that's like how you pass through dimensions and you go into the upper
Yeah, the
another
other
plane, you know what I'm
Yeah,
ethers,
saying?
the
yep.
other
That's
ethers.
exactly
And the
what it
dude
is,
had
bro.
the
That shit's
flat
so
Earth. I
deep,
mean, the
bro.
dude had the Masonic ring on his finger.
That shit is
Dog,
mad deep, bro.
it was so many eggs up in that joint, but
They always
Nas
miss
was
that
behind
part.
it. Yeah, Nas was behind it. It went over a lot of people's head, but I seen it. I was like,
They,
oh man, they just showed the flat Earth realm.
Yeah, play that
And
deep
and
ass part.
they didn't
and
even
the
play.
dude
Yeah, you go ahead, say what, Dean?
and it was that dude from 1938,
You
Picard.
know another thing it look
Picard,
like?
yeah, Picard, yeah,
You know what
Augusta
else it look
Picard.
like? It look like, you know how the underwater lakes look? When you jumping in an underwater lake and it's real dense and
Uh-huh.
saline, and you see shit
Yep.
swimming through it.
Sure
That's
right.
how the
Yep.
top look like. It's a top one.
Because
Yep.
his son,
Right
Picard's
here.
son,
It's about to do it right here. This the part I'm talking about right here. That's like breaking through a nucleus,
yeah,
like that shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, that shit so
but
fucking deep,
his
bro.
son was
Mm-hmm.
an underwater
Nice
dude.
top chat.
Oh,
His
sure
son's
right. Yeah.
His sun started going underwater, so it showed both.
That's another like the underwater lake. That's like a dense.
Yeah.
Like, that shit deep, man.
It showed the paradox. He broke the ether, then it showed his sun going to the depths.
And like that dude said, for you to not teach this right here in the science books in all the schools is fucking a problem. This is a key part of scientific history, y'all. That's just deleted. The man, you know, when all these globalists say, why you flat earthers ain't never went up there to see that it's flat? Bro, they won't put our history in the books. We did. August Picard.
Mm-hmm.
They not gonna, you think they gonna write our shit in, bro? Like these the same folks said that these folks are liars. And when we prove that they lying about this, then they go to, now we become the big liars and agents, bro. You know?
But the shit is right here, though. That's the crazy shit.
I just proved they never left the earth. The moon landing was fake. So now what? Now the playing field's even. So Picard went up there and said he seen ridges and it looked like a hill coming down like an eyeball, like just like how the video showed it, the Hennessy video showed it. So they blackballed him. They didn't even make his stuff mainstream.
They wrote the motherfucking man, Dean, imagine this. Imagine you spend 2-3 years working on this damn balloon. They call it a gondola, what he went up in. You spend years perfecting this with your son, his sons and family helping build it. And you know if this don't go right, you dead. This is an experiment where you're not just an explorer and scientist. Man, you got to really be passionate about knowing the truth because you finna die, bro. Like you putting your life on the line if this don't work right. Imagine doing right now. Imagine doing all that just for nobody to even know what you did in the future.
That's some bullshit, boy.
They wrote that man and tried to
this shit, man.
Right out of history. But they did a lot of scientists like that.
You feel me? And you know what? And I'm telling you, it's because what he said he saw when he got up there. He said, I saw the earth as an upturned edge. He said the opposite of a globe.
Yep.
They kind of, if he would have just went up there and shut up, we'll be reading about him in history. The first man to reach the stratosphere, but just because he said what he saw when he got there, hey, I bet you nobody never know about you, nigga, since you know, you know what I'm saying? And that's fucked up, bro. It's fucked up, man.
Yeah, they cutting the truth, man. They'll never give us the pure truth. That way they can't cut the truth with a bunch of lies. That's how they get paid, man. They can really keep the people oppressed because they're oppressed in the mind. You feel what I'm saying? So bring with this information, just showing people to think and use their senses. They don't even want people doing that. They want people to be like Lupus said, man, hey, whatever they say, that's the truth, my nigga. And that's what I'm going with.
Exactly.
So why when we show them a video like this, they want to deny that shit and ask us if we really believe this?
I'm gonna be the devil.
This video right here?
Nah,
what?
I'm gonna be the devil. I'm gonna be the devil. I'm gonna tell you why.
If I really
look at it, yeah, look at that part. Look at that shit.
Hold up a second. Let me give a shout out to Awakening Minds real quick. He said previously on Flat Power TV, beating these globalist ass, flat motherfucking power. Hit the like and share. Research that North Pole. Much love. Yeah, man.
I'm gonna tell you why I believe why I appreciate bro. Because I tell you, I'm gonna shoot him right in the head with what I said. But here's why I believe. I believe they're undercover flat earthers.
Look how deep that shit right there is, man. And look at the ball, the disco ball, like how you said, Sanchez, with the reflection of the water. That shit's so crazy.
Yeah, that shit's crazy.
Yo, they got a lot of shit in this shit right here, dog. The way you find this shit deep as a bitch.
And
anybody here been a Black Hawk?
Look at that shit right there. That shit right there. You just was talking about that, man. That shit crazy.
We got any skydivers in the house? I've been.
And then
you know what? There was another video like that. That PlayStation video they got when they was at the end of the water. And when they went through the shit, they was like in deep water, but they was in regular boats. It's a PlayStation commercial, right? When they all on the water on the open plane, they got old planes and all type of shit, and they like about to wherever they about to do go on the journey, and they hit the end, right? But when they hit the end, it's like they go just like that. Y'all ain't never see that commercial? I mean that PlayStation commercial?
Nah.
Man, that shit so fucking deep, man. But man, No Skin got to try to take that shit and act like he was making a movie out of it. But it was a PlayStation commercial, man. All you gotta do is type in PlayStation commercial with water on the boat shit. That shit is deep as a bit. And this, I ain't even trying to get off this shit right here, but
I know I see
that
what you're
shit,
talking about.
Yeah, how they put that shit together and put it in our face. You see how they went straight and they went in the water, like it was in water. The primordial noon.
You know what's crazy about the flat earth is that it's all around us, all in our face, symbolism everywhere and shit. When we say they hiding the truth right in our face, yo, we walk outside, everything we see tell us flat earth, sun and moon in the sky at the same time. It's so many arguments, man.
Play that one at the bottom left on the second row.
That's what I was saying about DC. We got so many monoliths. If you Google DC and put in Masonic DC,
now watch how you see that shit will show the water. That shit will show shit start changing when they get closer. Trees start growing, like the energy start. You see what I'm saying? Like that shit will have a tree growing a fucking on the boat. Like they just entering a different. Play that shit. Oh, they won't let you play it?
It's just a
Why
picture.
do airplanes, their windows have fisheye windows? You know what I'm saying? It's basic questions.
Cause they trying to
You know,
the
the name of this commercial was called The Edge. Now that's a giveaway.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, this commercial was called The Edge. Talking about the flat earth. They be putting it right in our damn face. The Edge. It say this play has no limits. Man, it's making me mad because everybody know when we talk about the edge of the flat earth, we say it ain't got no limits.
Right.
They be looking, man, bro. They be teasing us, nigga. They know what they doing. They saying for the few folks that's woke, we can drive them crazy. Cause everybody in the world gonna think they stupid and we gonna mock what they know. And they gonna be like, look, see, look. And they gonna look even more stupid. Every time we mock them with it, they gonna be like, see, look, they showing it to you that. Bro, you tripping, bro. See what they that's what they doing. Yeah.
Hey, bro, I also believe that too. And I think the construct is holding them accountable.
That shit go fuck y'all head up. Watch this shit.
I think the construct is holding them accountable just in case they have probable deniability. Only the conscience folks got it. What you think?
Damn. I know what you talking
look
about.
At this shit. Look at shit growing. Look.
He went through a portal of some sort. Look like that's that Bermuda Triangle shit. Why ships
that's
just
what
go
I was about
missing.
to say.
Look at the ship. Look at the ships. Cause you know a ship is still in the water. The ship, the aircraft, or airship. Ship.
Yo, bro,
You see the technology? Look at the technology she had. You see the hologram she had in her face? Yep. Watch this. Watch how this shit looks.
It's so
Watch
deep.
This.
It's deep, bro.
Look at that shit. Look at that shit. See, they try to throw you off right there with that shit, right? You get with it.
That was the Hennessy commercial.
Man,
that was
bro.
just the Hennessy commercial parallel.
Yeah, it's just the same. And what's crazy about it is like they just went. They show how it would be to spiritually travel through the netters and go to an alternate reality.
Thank you. There you go. There you go, man.
There it is. That's
See,
that.
They better stop playing with it. Where the bombs at, man? They playing with us, man.
Man, I'm telling you, bro. And I bet you, bro, they like, yo, these motherfuckers' eyes is too open, man. Like, what we gonna do about this shit?
Bro, if you live in the city, they
go back, go back, Sanchez, to that Richard Picard, that area where you got to freeze at right now. Look at that shit. Stop playing with us, man.
Stop playing, yeah.
Waters above, waters below.
Plato.
right in your
Hey,
face.
bro.
But we don't know what the fuck we talking about.
Hey, salute to the
Nah.
panel. Hey, salute to the panel, bro. This is Macro. Hey,
Salute.
what's up? Hey, bro, I just peeped this. I was watching this on the big screen, bro. Go back to the
Salutes,
PlayStation
bro.
logo, bro.
I know.
Yeah,
See,
that's
look at
what
that
I
shit.
was
See,
gonna
I told
speak
you.
on.
See.
The
The
X
PlayStation logo,
marks
bro.
the
Go
spot.
back to it. The PS.
Yeah, that PS on the PlayStation
Bruh,
logo. Yeah.
that shit
PC.
say pole. That shit say
Plato,
pole.
Plato's Cave.
Bro, that shit wild. The PlayStation showing you the flat Earth.
Deep.
Well, that's the Fibonacci. I mean,
Nah, the P is the pole. It's the center point.
or the
It's the North
sun and moon.
Pole. The P is the North Pole. It represents the North Pole. It's in the center. It's pointing straight up. But look at the S.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking
Yeah.
at. It's like the
Yeah.
infinity,
Two magnets.
like the yin and the yang.
Right. It's the yin and the yang. The
Two
foundation. Yeah.
opposite magnets.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go. That's what
That's
it
what I
is.
see right there when I see that.
That's what it is. That PlayStation there go right there.
Yeah.
Sine wave.
This joint.
Like a snake on a pole.
They put it
That's
there
exactly
for
what
the
I'm thinking
conscious
about when I see
people,
that.
y'all. Like
It's an
bro said, a
infinite
lot of people ain't gonna make it. This
plane.
ain't for the most. This ain't for the most. Most people sheep like we in the motherfucking jungle in Africa. If you zebra, if you think like a deer, if you with the most, it might not be designed for you to make it. I'm sorry. So I'm just talking to the conscious community, the people on the panel and the people that's listening. But when we be trying to say we gotta save the most, I be like, it might not even be designed for the most.
You know what it
sleeping
is,
dogs lie.
Dane? It
Symbols
ain't
and
that.
syllables. Serpent.
I look at this shit like this, right? It's impossible to save the world. I'm learning what this shit is about. It's about graduating when it's your time to get out of the school and don't flunk. Graduate with your class.
Yep, that's exactly what it is.
I believe I was in the sheep, but I asked everybody on the panel when y'all be trying to like make people, how did you get conscious? That's the real story. I had to go through some shit in life that provoked me to think, that almost killed me. That's my story. Ain't nobody had to beat me in the head and make me believe the earth is flat and make me. Nah, it don't work like that.
Makes
Like
you
I said,
positive, right?
yeah,
You
absolutely.
gotta
And what I
lift the weight like a cross. Like
But what I
plus,
do,
plus,
I'm a cool dude, right? So I'm gonna use my spirit. So here's what I say: when I provoke people to think, it's like how bro say, I'm on the ground. I don't have a channel. What I really do is, since I live in Washington D.C., take a motherfucker to the Air and Space Museum after we done been killing, went to a game, the stadium down, all that. Be like, hey y'all, let's go to the Air and Space Museum. And we walk through and I just provoke people to think. And I'm gonna ask you a tough question. You think they left the earth? Remember, they didn't unfold this shit when they got there. They flew through the motherfucking 230 motherfucking thousand miles with this motherfucking coat hanger, aluminum foil, motherfucking curtain rods. Are you fucking 17,000 miles?
Everybody just can't think
17,000
critically,
miles an
man.
hour? Yeah, stop playing. And that is the realest shit. And then they'll question where the fuck we live at. That's how it starts, with some ruthless facts. And then you send them to Bro Sanchez channel.
Well, so it take for you to want that though. When the student ready, the teacher gonna pay. So you got to be ready to be a student for you get this shit. Because everybody don't be ready to be a student. They just be wanting to damn.
So watch this. If Bro Sanchez Googled Washington D.C. Masonic map, dude, signs and symbols.
Just a club.
Signs and symbols for the conscious mind, dude. All the truth right here, dude. Let you know. I don't believe the devil and all that. They put it right in your fucking face.
Yeah, you say you got smoke?
They put it right in your face.
They want to run the world. They want the world to themselves, not anybody else. That's all. It's simple.
What you got going on? What's up?
It's Rabbit Man. Greetings, salutations. How you all doing in London?
You
How you all guys
you
doing?
flat Earth? You flat Earth or you a globe?
Huh?
Flat Earth or globe? What?
I'm flat earther, Rabbit. I'm the Rabbit Man. I'm the original flat earther.
Oh, okay.
How is this?
Peace, God.
I've been
Peace.
saying this for 40 years. They've been lying. You see, I grew up in a family of Freemasonic shit and Brule and all that kind of cunts. They tried to convert me. They tried to convert my mom and my dad. They failed. And my dad is the top man in the family, even though they're all Brule and all shit. Even though my dad's passed away, my dad's name is spoken most, and they're all Brule high ranking. It's all in the club. They just want to keep it to themselves. They know the truth. Since they are young, since they get initiated, they know the truth.
Absolutely.
Can you understand that? Is that penny dropping yet? So no matter what you say, they've got idols. They pray to Moloch and Baphomet and Jabolan and all their deities. You see, they do the egg ceremony. They do all this shit. They've got a pact. It's a death pact. Do you understand what a death pact is? They're sworn to secrecy. They're sworn to secrecy. If they divulge it, they're going to die. They're going to get taken out. My parents are from Mauritius. I'm born in London, but I spent 20 years in Mauritius. From the age of 5 to the age of 13. Then when they killed my friend, you got to research about Kaya from Mauritius. It's our own Bob Marley. We have our own Bob Marley. Research Kaya in Mauritius. You'll understand where I'm coming from. They killed him on my birthday because I was divulging everything. I'm the man who got Rolf Harris arrested. I'm the man who brought down Jimmy Savile. I used to work with Jill Dando. People from London will know who Jill Dando is. I'm a journalist.
Y'all got y'all own Bob Marley?
A royal family and that they're Germans, they're not even Windsors. Can you understand? They're not even Windsors. Hello?
I thought
it's
you were
a fraternity and a bloodline.
Lord of the Rings. You let my man for Lord of the Rings.
Who's
I'm the Rabbit Man. I'm the Rabbit Man from London. Ask people about Chris from Hackney. Just ask people about the Rabbit Man in Hackney. Everybody knows me. I do everything my way.
Hey, hold up. Rabbit Man. Welcome back.
Yes, buddy.
Welcome back. I want to know whoever screen sharing, let them
It's not me. It's not me.
Yeah, let the person screen sharing.
Okay, I don't mind. I'm just having a quick word with you. It's all in the club, you see. All I'm trying to explain to you people is the club. They will die, but they won't divulge the secret. Am I making sense, bro?
Yeah. Yeah, we got you, Rabbit Man. Peace, Rabbit Man.
Peace, man. Peace, peace. I've just said my piece. That's all I got to say. I'm listening. Don't worry. I'm in the background if you need me.
For
Hey,
sure.
Rabbit Man.
Welcome back, Alexis. What's good? What's good, Queen?
Salute, Alexis.
Peace and love.
Already know.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Everybody.
Right, that's right.
Hi, Alexis.
Rabbit Man look like he got a closet. He got a closet in his house. You walk through that bitch and go and be in Narnia.
No, man. I'm not like that. I'm the Rabbit Man. Go research who I am. Ask people who I am. They'll tell you. I'm well known in Hackney, in London.
Man, you would take me to Narnia, man. I know how you look. We go to
No,
Narnia,
bro,
fuck around with your ass.
don't get it twisted, bro.
No, I'm just joking with you, man.
Somebody having screen share trouble, huh?
That's crazy.
Transparency.
Try to screen share, not me out.
Yeah, what's up, boss? I was
Somebody got a Walmart phone.
No, are they supposed to be screen sharing? That's what I was gonna ask you.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering, because they got the screen share tied up, but we don't see nothing. I'm gonna stop your joint till you ready to share.
Yeah, my bad, man.
It's all good.
I was trying to show y'all a quick video.
Oh, yeah, you gotta. Hey, everybody on the panel, if anybody want to interject, just unmute and you're fine. Salutes to everybody. It's casual.
Salutes, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, but I think that, man. Just
put the screen back up, man, with the underwater lakes and the letters.
We've got to do our own club, the non-secret society. You see, that's how we're gonna.
Another thing. You know another thing too. What I see, that the Flat Earth Society really fucked us up too, man. That fucking COINTELPRO ass shit. Because guess what? The Flat Earth Society is the reason why people keep putting that damn floating disc in space and saying that's our model. You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
Yeah, they like to
I
keep
be
doing that,
noticing it.
man.
I be
They always
noticing that too, bro, because they want the clout off of Flat Earth, or even the people who want the clout be ages to me because, like you said, they really don't know. They just want to be
that shit look like a
cool to
tourist
say
field
they
right
Flat
there.
Earth.
It is.
Damn, that shit like the tourist field
Yeah.
right there. You could damn that shit look crazy when you went after that.
You know what's so crazy about what just happened right now? Hey, Retin, you said put this picture back up, right? And then you said that looked like a tourist field. I'm about to fuck you up, boy. Guess what dropped on me? Nigga, this is a UFO ship and it's beaming them up right here. Look, UFO ship, beam me up.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
Damn, that shit is crazy.
And that's what's
That shit's
happening at the North Pole where we get beamed up into the other plane of resistance up here. That's crazy, bro. It was there the whole time, the whole ship right there. Yeah, it's beaming them up.
Sperm cell.
Yeah.
That,
Hey, bro.
Shit crazy. The netters. You don't see, you ain't peeped that yet, Sanchez? Sanchez.
Uh-huh.
You said the netters, right?
Yeah.
You ain't peep. You been calling me Retin, and what Retin spelled backwards?
That's Netta, yo. Hey.
That's my first name.
And that was meant to happen right there, though. But yo, when your folks named you that, they didn't know what they was.
No, my uncle, all he used to study was Egyptian hieroglyphics, so it means divine, intelligent son. So it's Netta Kure or Kura, like the sun.
Man,
I'm like,
that's crazy, bro.
like this? And I was born on February 9th, the 9th day of the month. I'm like, this shit crazy.
That's deep, bro. Cause it's like they start making names that represent these things to be able to hold on to them. I'm not saying that was the best way to do it, but that's deep.
You know what? It is really. Watch this, y'all. Now y'all got me pulling this shit up. Watch this, right? We just gonna go through some of these. Cause ain't no globies up here, so we can get on our netta shit, on our esoteric shit. Because, y'all wanted philosophy. They was joking on us on another channel I was watching. They was like, they be over there philosophizing. You damn right. You know what? They was joking on us for being modern philosophers. When every time you ask those guys about the globe, they regurgitate ancient Greek philosophers. What, now you want to bang on philosophy? Yeah.
The Rockefeller education system does to you. They've said they don't want philosophers, they don't want doctors, engineers, or anything. If they want it, it's going to be only in the Boule or the Freemasons. The rest of us, we're just shit. We're cattle. Can you understand that? We're not even classified
don't even get me started with Makeda. When you look up Makeda and see what he really did, I'm like, this nigga just started selling globes,
too, bro.
No,
he ain't never went nowhere. Now Makeda ain't never went nowhere. He just got people that travel and look at maps and.
You bullshit for real,
Makeda.
Yeah,
Makeda ain't went nowhere. That's what they say about him,
man.
They said he all he did was get people. He questioned explorers, people that explore. When they come back, he'll question them, and he just read a lot of books. But he just came up with, I'm gonna start selling globes.
Was one of the greatest map makers, though. You know what? If Makeda started selling globes, he really must have started getting broke and sold out, man. Because he
was neolizing them, so he was coining words. Neolozing.
I ain't know that, man.
Man, I'm telling you, Google him right now. Look it up and read that quick shit. That shit'll blow your head. That shit fucked me up. I was gonna do a little something on that nigga. I was thinking about doing something on him. Like, ain't no way this what y'all say about Makeda?
Makeda must have fell off and compromised at the end of his You know, because he was on the flat Earth shit. And if
Yeah.
he died making globes, that says
Man, when you
a lot,
read that
bro.
shit, you gonna see he sold out. It's gonna tell you he sold out. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Damn, nigga, that's
but
crazy.
you can say that. But you can say that about all the philosophy. If you dig deep in their ass, some of them was doing some shit. But at the end of the day, I can find it's not a motherfucker you can't talk about if you dig deep.
Yeah. Cause you know what it is? It make me think like, bro, I'm a map maker, right, Dean? But if think about it, the regular people during that time were like settlers. So a regular person wouldn't find need for a map. That was something pirates fought for and stuff. So it was like they was teaching the regular peasants, cause this is how it was long time ago, y'all. Just hear me out a minute. This is why in Europe, they thought if you sail too far off, you'll fall off the earth. Back in the day, when they dumbed the masses down, they created settlers or pilgrim societies. And what happens is they made people not want to explore further by telling them, look, when you go out there beyond the ocean horizon, the ship's gonna fall off of a curve. This is what, I know this sound crazy. People back in the day thought if you sail far off, you know where the ship vanished at on the ocean horizon? Damn, they just fell off the edge. They went, that concept killed the age of exploration. But what I'm saying, later on, when people found out that was a lie and the age of exploration started again, then they created a new lie to stop that second age called a globe. And they said, well, look, it's just a ball. So if you keep going forward, you're just gonna loop back around. You might as well stop. Just stop. It was been several attempts to end our expansion from the center and by lying. But the thing is this, yeah, they told people and they kept them, and you talking generations of people that never left their country. And then they had back in the day, the people we calling traveling men, like Columbus and all them folks, like these were Freemasons. I'm serious that if you look at even in Egypt, the only people that owned boats were pharaohs. So it's like they dumbed the people down, kept them on land while they was going out traveling the whole world. And when the people woke up to it, it's crazy because now they doing it. It's like they opened up a little bit of the world to us, but it's still a bunch of uncharted land that they still, man, these folks having whole kingdoms to theyself and shit, trapping us to just here. With beliefs though, they end in the age of exploration. And that's what I wanted to say about like these folks taught that you would fall off the edge of the earth if you go out far. But that was what the old church was teaching for spookism, to keep people from, remember the Planet of the Apes? If you watch the Planet of the Apes, right? In that movie, they got a whole ape civilization that took over Earth, but those apes never saw the world outside of this little territory. Anything outside of that, they call it the Forbidden Zone. And if anybody go into the forbidden zone, they kill them because they going to find out the truth. But they lied to everybody and told them, if you go into the forbidden zone, the radiation will kill you. It's poison out there. But really, they want to keep everybody to this certain area because if they go to the forbidden zone, they going to see old structures and ruins of civilizations that's older than them. But they taught them apes that them apes were the ones, the original creatures on Earth. Imagine this, right? Imagine if all us humans was able to travel to the center of the Earth, to the anywhere we wanted to go. And we reached the fucking land, right? Where we stumbled across our clones. We literally ran into a land where another you there, or some shit to where a portal or something that really makes you, this is what I'm telling you, like, in that movie, The Planet of the Apes, everything them apes learned from a baby was a lie. And if they was to travel outside that little zone It'll be structures and ruins that'll say that's a lie. Because the apes had taught their children that they was above the humans. And they had the humans living in cages like animals. So if the apes ever break free, they would see big ass civilizations that was on Earth for when the humans once ruled. So if you was an ape that broke free, they had to kill you because they built the whole society on a lie, the Planet of the Apes. You gonna go back and say, you know what? The humans used to rule. The humans ain't animals. Take them off them. You will see they old. See, if we travel out far enough, we'll realize civilization didn't start in Egypt. You'll realize it's pyramids on uncharted lands that probably make Giza look like an ant bed. You'll see some shit that, dude, you will see some shit that'll make the little world that we see with Giza and Mesoamerica. What if it's civilizations out there that make the Mayan and Olmec look like dummies? They so advanced. We ain't saw it all. The little bit we have seen let us know that it's so much more being hidden.
Yo, what year was Planet of the Apes? If you don't know, I'll
I forgot about it.
I have the soundtrack there because you're spot on. 1968. And you look at what year did we land on the moon? 1969.
That's crazy.
That's crazy. Is my screen share showing now?
Oh yeah, you got it. Do your thing.
All right. I mean, what's that show you?
You gotta hit play first. Oh, there you go.
Yes, sir.
It's just black right now. Now I see Nancy Cartwright.
Now, how the fuck that ain't play? Yeah, that's nuts. It's showing on mine and it ain't going through.
Word. Let me see.
No problem.
I think I know what you looking for, though. You looking for like those videos to show that what they showing us as stars ain't what's really up there.
Yes, a video I posted. I'll put it in the chat.
Okay.
Fuck it.
Okay. Yeah, man. Thank you for everybody that support the show, and to all the channel members. Appreciate y'all support, everybody. Yeah, man. Damn, I ain't think I would be live this long, but hey, fuck it. It's Friday, man. This the shit I'm talking about.
The netters. That's the multiverse right there.
This the shit I'm talking about right here, though. And I'm gonna pull up the videos with this. You know what's crazy? Everybody know we grew up singing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. I want to know how solid objects in space can twinkle. Even a ball of gas that's twinkling, like, this is dumb, dude. I keep telling folks, stars are holographic distortion. Watch this. Pull it up. Let's pull it up. Stars prove one thing. Ain't nothing physical about reality, not even us. Because when we look up in the sky and we see this right here, the whole secrets of our reality is lies in plasma. Check it out. You know, so I'm gonna pull up some videos though so we can see these. This stuff it's just so interesting to me, man. Like, you know what I mean? Because remember we was talking about the waters above, waters below, the Hennessy commercial. When we look up in the sky and we see these stars.
There you go right there.
This is what we dealing with. The waters above.
Yo.
You see, look at those stars, man. Look at that. And then look at this.
They got you looking at your apps, bro.
You seen that one they got right with the star, and then they try to downplay it and show 5 fingers dipping in the star, like spinning in the hand. They talk about it's the hand of God.
Yeah,
Y'all saw that one?
I know
Like
the
they try to make a
concept you talking
mockery.
about.
So yeah, like it's a human in the sky doing that shit.
Shit's crazy, man.
They always try to downplay some shit, man.
They put it in plain sight. I got a theory on that.
Nah, you put that shit together today. This shit correlate like a motherfucker.
These folks. Now, these globalists be like, don't you got a telescope? And yeah, when we look at stars through our telescope, we never see what the hell NASA is telling us is up there. That's how we know. Right. That's how we know that they don't got telescopes.
Exactly. I got a microscope, telescope. Fuck it. Macro.
Mm-hmm. Man, this is crazy because I read some shit the other day that said that what the Nazis was working on in Germany were devices that can open up holographic portals and shit. And when you look at the stars, they are the remnants of some kind of advanced portaling technology that we're just now about to start to make. See, what's happening is this here. When man makes his own simulation or metaverse where we can upload and go into it, we're gonna need ways to connect with the other side while we're on the inside. And that's what the stars were. You know what I'm saying? Like if we were to make a simulation now and go in it, but we wanted to know what's going on back in our base reality, that's like humans on Earth saying, hey man, let me look up and see what's going on in the heavens. It's like as above, so below. Whatever we doing in the base reality, we doing in the fake reality. Just like if a person dreaming and they go to swinging at the air and you be like, oh, they must be fighting somebody in they dream. Just like in the Matrix.
I got a question, bro. Now that you're saying that, so and we've been building on a lot for so long, and it kind of led up to this, but I learned to wait till you say something and then it connect. So that be the confirmation. So do you think that's why China made that fake sun, so they could create another angle of light in the heavens, man, and kind of do what you doing, man? Like, you understand what I'm trying to say right now?
Yeah,
and real quick before you cover that, bro, very quickly before you cover that, just quickly, and that's where the interdimensionals come in, as you know, so we can come back and forth, go to and fro. Now you feel free to continue. Sorry for the interruption.
No, it's cool. I want to because one thing about this thing, man, what when you bring up China fake sun, it's a lot to unpack, because I might need to do a whole presentation on this again, because it was a lot of confusion surrounding this. And here it is right here, the fact that when this story first broke, people were saying China launching a second sun, and they immediately went on the news saying that's a lie, that's a conspiracy theory. China is testing a rocket. For some reason, everybody was like, yo, that's another sun, and they was saying we was lying. But if you pull it up today, I don't get it. They now saying, yeah, China's artificial sun. It just show you that they lie, though. You know what I'm saying?
See, I know they was talking about traveling at the speed of light. So if they was to put that up there with the luminaries and the lights, it would make another angle of light. You know what I mean? So that's what really birthed that question, man. And then the fact that they lied about it and then come back later and say, yeah, and they talking about this year, the dragon and all this different. That was my basis of the question, though. I wish you would do a presentation on it, bro.
you know, they trying to make it all spooky and deep with the year of the dragon and all that. But really, man, it's the governments of the world testing technology that come from Nazi Germany. This technology is the most advanced, it's so advanced most folks can't even fathom. We talking time travel, interdimension. It's straight up out of a sci-fi movie. Now, this right here is supposed to be a photo of China's sun rising too. Old photos are being misrepresented. No, this ain't the one. I'm finna show you what they were showing. Cause they were saying that we lying, right? It ain't a sun, it's a rocket. But I'm gonna show you it's a sun and not a rocket. Y'all are right, it's a second sun. But this what I was saying, they was like video of rocket launch viral as China launching artificial sun to space. What I'm telling you is when this story first broke, people was like, China got a second sun. And the news, right? The news was like, that's not true, that's a rocket. See right here, the video shows the launch of China's Long March 7AY3 rocket and not of an artificial sun. You see that? Now look, if you look at this picture, I mean, bro, that looked like a fucking sun. You know, and if you look at the breaking news, they saying that that's fake news. And that it was a rocket, but I don't see no rocket. Shit looked like a sun. So this is what happened with that story. But you was asking me what they doing, what are they doing? See, in my opinion, I do believe we're in a simulation. In other words, I'm saying we're in a man-made reality right now. And that right there makes people say that I'm fear-mongering. Because if I tell you, look, the world you in was created by some nigga in ancient Egypt. Now you like, oh shit, he can trap me in it. Like it's a dude, right? It ain't like a God that's gonna be good. And that's what scare people. You know what I'm saying? But my theory is that, yeah, we are trapped in some kind of ancient Egypt technology, and no, it's not being controlled directly by the creator. And the thing is that who's ever running this thing doing what thou wilt, you know what I mean? It's their simulation, right? And they making the rules, which is why we can't really prevail in their game. But the thing is this. Because this simulation was created by man, I believe it have to constantly be destroyed and rebuilt because man can't make a sustainable simulation, or man can't recreate the base reality. Now, the base reality don't never have to be destroyed and rebuilt, but the simulation does. Now, check this out. I believe that man has destroyed and rebuilt his own universe that we're in right now. And the souls that's being trapped in it, every time the reset happen, they forget and get amnesia and just repeat the cycle. Now check it out, right? The Bible spoke about when we see another sun in the sky or wormwood and all that, it was a sign of some reset coming. I believe that our sun and moon are mimicking real technology from the base reality, but they ain't the real deal neither. So what I'm saying is man made his own universe, and in it, he made his own sun, moon, trees, bird. Like we look outside and it's beautiful. Sun in the sky, pretty day. But the thing that would break your heart if I was to say, bro, you in a Truman Show. Think of the Jim Carrey movie. Jim Carrey lived his whole life in a simulation. He going to the, when you realize that, the beach don't feel the same. Like you go to the beach, the wind blow, and you're saying to yourself, somebody just hit a button. Damn there, you know, like it might not be that deep, but I'm just saying in the back of your mind, you know, whatever the real beach look like, it trumps this. Just think about this. You go to the beach and you like, yo, this is awesome. You don't even know, dude. You in a damn simulation. If I can take you to what this thing is trying to mimic, the real thing, like when you go to the beach, you're experiencing poo-boo. You ain't saw FUBU yet, the real shit. Like you getting the knockoff. So that's the ultimate revelation, is that everything you experience is man's trying to mimic a reality that is ultimately our ultimate destination. And this ain't it. But because of what I'm saying may be true, what I would say about this second sun is that the sun in our sky could have been made in China too. China make everything, pun intended. Yeah, that's a good joke, ain't it? Because think about this, right? You look in your house, everything made in China. What if I fucked you up? What if I said, nigga, if you look behind the sun, you gonna see a sticker that say made in China. This a man-made ass universe, and if man made it, I bet you a lot of parts on this motherfucker come from China. Like, this is a joke, but the truth at the same time. Like, nigga, that star right there was made in China, and that one was made in Russia. Because think about it. If we're in a man-made simulation, the ancestors called this hell. Sin is the root word of synthetic. The god of this world was named Atum, or Odin, you know, and is not the true base deity, the base reality. It's giving us a taste of what heaven is like here. You know.
Damn.
You know.
Yo, can I chime in on that, bro?
You never really felt real water before. You felt the computer mimicking water. Like, wait till you feel the real shit when we get to the base reality. Go ahead, bro. You got it.
Yo, so talking about China, not only do we see that as chain, but we stay neutral, right? Because it's cheaper to get stuff in China, right? And Beijing, like beige, the color beige is reputation for being neutral. And then in the center of neutral, we see true. You know what I mean? Just thinking of the Truman Show.
Yeah. I
and
see
how
where you're
China
going.
is communist.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man, I see where you're going, because
Beijing, reputation for being neutral, Beijing, China.
yeah, I was peeping the fact that, you know, when it comes to all world governments, the technology that got the world in sin, they've been hiding the fact that China ain't just the new running technology in our time. It's been that way. They got everybody talking about Egypt and all this shit. Man, China had the oldest dynasties. China had gunpowder for everybody. China had the dragon for their symbol longer than the Egyptians. When you go to Egypt and you see the serpent on the Uraeus, that was in China first, the dragon and all that. So, like, they really not. China had the knowledge of the serpent or the Ouroboros. In my opinion, if we want to say somebody had some first, yeah, the first civilizations would definitely be in Asia. Niggas hate me for that. Niggas be hating me for saying it, man.
China, ancient.
Niggas
CIA
be
in
hating.
there
They
too.
think I'm saying that due to an agenda or something, you know. But nah, it's true though. It ain't just happened today with China being a tech fucking power, a tech, you know, guru power, a superpower.
Yo, we can't see what goes on there.
But think about this though. Yeah, we can, but check this out too.
Firewall. And then we got the ice wall.
You know, China is the biggest government that uses artificial intelligence to govern its people more than any other government. Everybody in the world is looking how China ruling their people, and they copying that. China set the standard on how to move into the New World Order or the new electronic. And just think about what China good at. China is good at seeing something and copying that shit the moment they see it. Nigga, if you show them the shit one time, it's a wrap. They can go make it. Now, with that kind of ability, once the Chinese figured out that they was in a simulation, it wasn't nothing for them to build one. They good at mimicking shit. Show it to them, they can build it. Once they saw the flat earth, the quantum computer, the ancient construct, I wouldn't be surprised, nigga, if we trapped within many simulations within many ones, which is why the Hindus say we gonna have a couple of rebirths before we finally get out. You know? But the thing is, you gonna get out, goddammit. You know. But yeah, this artificial sun just show that if they want, nigga, right now we can go outside and they can have 4 suns in the sky. That'll freak y'all out, huh? But it'll prove that, hey man, you're in a man-made world right now. People think this is made by God. I think we're in a like a project, an experiment inside of a big quantum computer right now. I don't even think predator versus prey exists in our real base reality.
Hey, bro, you know how they got us thinking like associating sun with the front and moon with the back, and that's kind of like I was thinking in my head how these slang terms come about. Like the whole concept of mooning somebody is to show them your ass, which I always thought was weird, and how that term came about. But then as we're programmed, I'm like, okay, that kind of makes sense because it's the moon's kind of associated with the back. But when you think about it, it's kind of like a play on you. Like it's somebody shows you their ass, and it's the concept of mooning, and you don't even think about the play on your head where you immediately associate the moon with behind you where you don't see, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Showing you your ass as the moon. It's like showing us the moon landing.
Hey, Renner G, hold on, I'm trying to see something real quick. Matter of fact, disregard it. It slipped my mind. You got it, man. I'm gonna drop the link. But yeah, salutes to everybody, man. Yeah, man. We up this flat power
I did
Friday.
want to throw in a little tidbit about when y'all brung
Luna
up
anal.
When you brought up China and the dragon thing, northern China that was connected to Russia used to be known as Tartaria, and their symbol was a dragon. So that's kind of interesting. That's also why I think in this year of 2024, they're going to bring back a bunch of Tartarian technology because of the Tartarian flag being the symbol of the dragon.
Oh, we're in the year of the dragon now, huh?
Right.
That's crazy because that's what the Bible talking about when it say when the beast return, when the dragon returns, it's talking astrology. They think that a real dragon gonna come to the earth. But the Bible talking about when we're in a year of the dragon and shit like that, that's it's a reset time. You know what I'm saying?
And that's funny because in 2012, when they said the Mayan calendar was going to end, that was the year of the dragon, 2012. Yeah. And then 12 years later, now you got 2024 now. I think that's when it's going to maybe happen. Who knows?
Hey, Vic, you're on. Hold on, Renner G. Vic, you're on to something. 2012 was another kind of mini reset. That was the year of the dragon. Let's go back 12 years before that. What was the year of Y2K?
Yep. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy, man. I'm getting goosebumps.
So basically you saying there were like mini resets over the span of 12 years, which would be connected to the 12-year cycle of the sun.
You know,
right?
And Salas, what's interesting about this is the Mayan is basically saying this shit is like a fractal. You got these great resets. But in the meantime, you have all these little mini resets. It's like a fractal code. And basically, each little mini reset is like one big major event and turning point in time that's setting us up for the great reset later. In other words, like a snowball effect. All of these little events is going to culminate to what we're calling the great reset. But it ain't happening like, okay, here go one great event that happened. No, it's a culmination of big events that took place throughout periods, and that's what we're naming them. That's why it kind of gave me goosebumps too, because you can literally see what's going on, like because all these little mini reset. What is a mini reset? It means, hey, something in the world society, their way of life is about to dramatically change. Now, it ain't gonna change in a way where it's apocalyptic events, but it's gonna change in a way where we say it's about to end soon. That's like Y2K 2020. It's like when they think about it. In order for them to terraform, transform New World Order without it being so turbulent to have a smooth crossover, you gotta do one big ass event and then wait a minute, and then do another big ass event, and then wait a minute and do another big ass. You just can't do all that at the same time.
Right.
Absolutely.
What was the other so we got this year, we got 2012, and then we got 2000. What was before 2000?
1988, and then before that it was 76, then before that 64, and all of these years are significant, no reaching though. Then before that 1952, we talking about time frames that's man is making key discoveries. Aluminum foil, Teflon, look, Roswell. We're not tripping here with what we doing, y'all. We own to something.
And they're all leap years too. All those Dragon is a leap year, and then that's also election year too. They like to do their shit, change things up during the leap year too. Maybe, I don't know.
Right, and then the TX Texas TX 2024.
How'd you get a connection with Texas in 2024?
That tripped me out how Bruce Lee was all about the year of the dragon, this, dragon that.
Yeah. But I've kind of came to understand that the whole Bruce Lee thing, and I hate to say this because I love Bruce Lee.
You better not. Sal is always coming with this. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, but like I believe that there is some type of weird psyop with Bruce Lee being he was born in the year of the dragon, and so if you look at that, he was like an epicenter of martial arts and all that other different stuff, and this is where the psyop comes into play. Now, you can call me stretching, but this is what we're here for. So
true that.
If you take into consideration all of the Tartarian technologies, right, and even with the fractal mathematics that you brung up earlier, which is actually the mathematics of how Tartarians made their antennas, all of the stuff that Bruce Lee was teaching as far as like kung fu and like his I forgot the name of his martial art, but Jeet Kune Do, right? It was like, I can't remember if it was like tiger or dragon striking or whatever it was, but like everything around him was centered around the dragon. Now, look at where China is. Now, if you understand the whole concept of like the people who rule China right now, and how like the people who rule China right now aren't actually Chinese, they're actually the Huns, which are the Mongolians, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And they the oldest dynasty, older than the Egyptians ones too. Yeah, you got it.
Right, and that goes into the Tartarian stuff. But like the psyop with Bruce Lee is like, I feel like they did something psychologically, right? Psychologically, and that's why I'm saying like with the reset. I feel like there's like a psychological reset with understanding China culture as kung fu and all this other stuff when the actual culture of the quote unquote Huns or the Mongols, right, was something totally different, that that has more connection to the Tartarian technology. That's why I believe that most of the martial arts weapons and different things like that, how like the Shaolin show us like how they can like fight with the weapons and all that other crazy stuff. I believe that ain't actually what they actually learned that shit for. It was not necessarily combat. It was to move the electricity from, quota to quota when we're talking about the Tartarian technology. And
I agree.
if what I said,
I'm gonna say this, bro. I'm gonna say that you ain't really reaching here. I can fuck with you on that. Like, think about this, right? Martial arts is an art form and not a fighting style. And even when you talk to all the gurus, they say this ain't about fighting, it's about self-discovery. And I used to always say, nigga, it's about kicking ass. You lying. But now that I'm woke, I see they wasn't capping. I see what you saying. It wasn't really based upon let me beat somebody's ass. It was based upon proper posture, proper thoughts, proper breathing, all this shit. And if you did all that, that's the proper foundation to even be a good fighter in the first place. But the thing is, I do think that martial arts was way more than fucking just let's fight. And
right,
and
so
instead,
like swords,
yeah,
even swords themselves, I don't believe that they were used to like impale people and shit like that. They were used as tuning forks to move electricity from one mound to another. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, could I add to that? You know who the bad guy was in Enter the Dragon, right?
I thought it was this demon that kept meeting him on the astral plane.
No, Super Salus, Han, Han, Han. So you talk about
Han.
Han.
Oh, okay,
Han.
okay.
You're talking about the Han Dynasty.
The undertone. Okay,
bro, wait a minute.
Yeah. Han
When you
Dynasty,
say that
also hands,
if you talking about the hand, like the hand, it's crazy you say that, Renner G, because the oldest symbol of God is a hand. And you saying that this Hamsa hand can be somehow related to the Han Dynasty. That might be, that's something to look at though.
Hidden hand. The hidden hands, because when we look at the communist opposing wars, they still do the same symbols with the hidden hand.
Yeah. I wonder what's the symbol of the Han Dynasty. Do they got a coat of arms or?
Yeah, Ming Dynasty with Jesus and all these stories around the Ming Dynasty, which they had Genghis Khan, which is their Jesus Christ.
And just to give everybody an understanding of that whole thing that we're talking about over there in China, is that like the people who rule China right now aren't Chinese. So understand that, like when you see a beautiful Chinese girl, you're like, oh, that's a beautiful Chinese girl. She ain't Chinese. She Han. Hans are the ones. Hans are the people who were,
Hey, you know what's crazy? You know what's crazy? They spell that, they say it's an old Chinese dynasty called Han, which is HAN, but they also talk about this other group called the Huns, which is HUN. They the same people, is what you saying? Because the Huns were like a vagabond group. They were like, they come to your shit. They were like vandals. And then the
they killing, raping, all that shit.
Yeah, that's how we get the word hunter.
Attila the Hun.
Yeah. They were hunters. But this is the Han Dynasty symbol for the original Chinese Han Dynasty.
There you go, dragon.
Yeah.
But no, you stopped me on that, brother. I don't like it. When you say Han and Hun, because like that would be the different pronunciations would be Han and Hun. I mean, shit. For all I know, they merged it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We'd actually have to do. I actually have to do the research on that one.
If we're looking at the map, right? If you look at that picture, that dragon. So the dragon is going to the left. if we're looking at it, it's going to our left, right? It's marching to the left, and it looks like so that would be west. And you can see like the W and the dragon like marching towards the west.
Yeah,
Blue and it's blue now.
It's like it's coming for the west. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, brother Sanchez, pull up the picture of the Tartarian flag. Because y'all remember I brought up the Tartarian flag during the Cat Williams thing, talking about the coat of arms with the lion and the griffin, which would be
What is that, a griffin?
Yeah,
That's a griffin.
a griffin is a dragon and a lion like merged together on some
An eagle in it, a lion and an eagle.
Something of such.
Yeah, Tartaria got the same symbol of the Han Dynasty here with the dragon. Yep.
Yeah. But so like is that
it's just facing the other way.
So like technically that's a griffin, and like I remember them saying like a griffin is like the mix of like a dragon and a lion and an eagle and a dolphin. I don't know. I'm just playing with the dolphin part.
It's a winged beast is what it is. So it don't have to be a particular, like it don't have to be a lion. It can be let's see, griffin, composite mythological creature with the lion's body, wing or wingless, and a bird's head, usually that of an eagle. The griffin was a favorite decorative motif in the ancient Middle Eastern and Mediterranean lands. But if you do more research on griffins, you will find that they take other forms as well, and that the one we just read is just the most popular.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, but you know,
makes me think of programming like Peter Griffin.
Never in this story. A tree.
They
Family Guy predictive programming.
Yeah, definitely. I can definitely see that, brother.
Peter Griffin.
How we get here? What's going on? Why we here right now?
Tartaria, the year of the dragon. You know, we just trailing off.
We definitely into way deep tinfoil hat, but yeah, you know, I ain't gonna lie though. When it comes to this kind of
moon spacecraft tinfoil hat.
Yeah, but listen, when it comes to this kind of shit here, you know, I don't mind just really picking y'all's brain about the nature of the base reality, the simulation, the goal of the controllers, if there are any. Like, that's the kind of shit I still wonder about sometimes.
The pool and the portal, and the pools.
Hey, I got some tinfoil hat shit for you, Sanchez.
And the Stargate look like pools of water. When you walking through a Stargate, it look like a pool or a star or a pool of water, portal.
Yeah,
like you know it's like woke when they ride through there, right? When they ride through there, it's gonna say woke. Watch the word woke come in the back of the water. When they ride through the water, watch what the word they say in the background. It's like a shape of a triangle and it's a word, some words. When they bust through the portal,
it's a wake of the ship.
Watch this. What is that spell right there in the back? What? It's a triangle, OK and E. What that shit say?
I saw something. Couldn't make it out, but it said something.
Hey,
I seen a pyramid. I seen a pyramid.
I got some tinfoil hat shit for you real fast. So, like, if you bring up the launch of the Chinese sun, right? Does it actually show? Do you actually see a launch pad with a rocket going up? Do we actually see that? I want to know that.
Say, man.
We don't though.
Okay, now, so I was on a Reddit page one day and they were saying, I know this is tinfoil hot shit. Don't throw me in the trash for this shit. They said that motherfucking sun was not a rocket going into space, but it was a group of Shaolin warriors practicing high key martial arts, and that was a motherfucking quote unquote in my reference. That was a goddamn Kamehameha getting shot up in the sky, but it was basically like an energy form of energy that they, you know, mold together and they push it into the sky, and they actually have a form of martial arts in China called high key. And like it's kind of funny because over here in America we say, "Hey yo, low key," right? But martial arts in China called high key, where they actually, utilize energy and like they push wind and all that other different shit. So I just want to know what you think about that.
Yeah, I don't know how to reach that far with you, but I like to hear you go that far. Yeah.
He want to talk about Dragon Ball Z.
Oh
He want to
yeah,
talk about people saying
Goku. Pull up a
I'm
picture.
Dragon Ball. He want to talk about He want to talk about Ryu and.
That ain't no rocket. That's not. Hold up, bro. This is what we need to be doing right now, Sellers. And I need you to focus with me. I'm only talking about, is this a sun or a rocket? I can show pictures of a rocket launching. We can show pictures of this taking off. And that's what I want to do. I don't want to do too much. I just want to stay on one thing. We can have a goal, what we're talking, a point. You know what I mean? But let's pull it up, man.
Damn, man. I was
yeah,
hoping
man, because I mean, I don't know where to go with you with that for real. I mean, but
Man, me and you are on a high level of understanding spirituality on a scientific level. We can input the concept of spiritual energy being concentrated and lifted off from a central point.
But see, when I talk about the China second sun, I don't go to clicking on those cylinders. I go to clicking on a government conspiracy to hide advanced technology type shit. Like maybe like my mind go to saying, what if the Chinese literally just was able to do an experiment to see if they can create their own sun based on an ancient patent that proves our sun was created. And since the whole world gonna see it, we got to go tell them all it's a rocket launch. That's how I go to thinking.
There you go.
You feel me? And when I go to thinking like that, I say, now that gives me something I can do with that. I got work to do now. I can go pull up a rocket launch video. Now I can do the first step of that scientific method, what that is, observe. I can shut my mouth and quit talking all the time, right? And make a thought that will make me have to act instead of talk. Then after I observe and all that, I have some worth saying. Like this right now, I'm gonna look at this, watch this. And I'm gonna say, damn, look at how this look when the rocket take off. Now guess how I'm about to get a profound statement? Cause I be quiet and observe. Cause watch what I do now. I'm finna look at the Chinese thing. Guess what I'm telling the people? That's a sun and ain't a rocket. Guess how I can say it with that much power? I did a little experiment first, something simple. I said, let me look at a rocket launch. I'm going to show the people that. Now let's go look at this here Chinese launch. They say it's a rocket, right? Bro, that's a sun. That's a sun.
What we all did. It's what we
I think
all
they're
did
trying to
together.
compare the smoke they see. You see how they see that smoke on the outside of the rocket?
Yeah.
And then when they see that smoke come up from the thing, they making the smoke synonymous with a rocket, with the smoke right there. See that smoke?
But ain't no smoke on the other one though. That's what
No, it is. It is smoke. It's not a tail though. It just let it go. Watch. Let it go. See that? That's nothing. That right there. When they see that, they try to make it synonymous with a rocket right there.
I see what
that's
you're
what
saying.
I'm talking about.
But and then that's crazy because if you're launching a sun
That's how they think.
you still gonna like and it don't matter if it's smoke or not now that I think about it, because it's like if you're launching the sun up, then you would still need some sort of boom, some sort, you know.
But that's what I'm saying. That's why they're trying to compare it. When they see the smoke, that's all they think about, the synonymous with the smoke. And saying,
I got
you, see what I'm saying?
but here go the problem they making, what I'm saying. If you ever see fire coming out the back of a rocket, it makes a triangle, not a damn spear.
Exactly.
Yo,
no, that's a fact.
angle.
That's a totally different. You totally right. But I'm just trying to think why they trying to compare it. I'm thinking why would they even think about it?
It's because they won't do something as so simple as just go look at a rocket launch. It's simple. It's a way that we can prove this right now, and I'm doing it. Let's look at how the fire look from a rocket. It's it's a triangle.
Yeah.
It's never gonna look like this. That's a second sun, man.
And the theory you said about it is ancient technology. That's deep though. That's the deep shit about it.
And you know what's crazy? It's rising up like the sun in the sky. It ain't taking off like a rocket. It's a subtle levitation.
It's magic,
Yeah,
man.
and what's all that shit? The Red Dawn or Golden Dawn and all that shit. Man, you put all that shit together right there, boy.
You know what I'm saying?
Hey, and on top of that, yo, can you bring up that Han flag next?
Go back to that twinkle. Look at that portal. That pool. A pool. That's like we get there. That's the bottom of another ocean. And it's dense. Do we come through the denseness and we are being fresh water? I mean, not fresh water, but when we come through that denseness of that right there, because the dense is a bitch, but it's the bottom of something.
So what
that
I'm
right
saying,
there is the bottom of something else.
It's like
the
we
reflection.
Looking, yeah, I know.
Yep.
Man, you on point. It's like you got to be looking at reality different to see what we in, man. And I just wish people can see this shit through my eyes, bro. Like see it through our eyes, man.
That's why I'm saying, yo, can you bring up on the screen like that the hand flag next to that Tartarian flag again, like them looking at each other?
Oh
you can
shit!
see
I know what he's about to bring up. He's about to
Show
bring up
the video of the man with the underground waters and how dense it look, and they got shit swimming in it, but you can't descend in it.
Oh snap!
You can't descend in the water, right? But you can look at it, and it's a man that went in that shit, right? And he tried to dive in it. He almost broke his fucking neck. He dived in the water, right?
It's
thinking
weird.
he gonna dive in the regular water, but that shit made him jerk his neck and got stuck in that shit. But you can see like eels swimming through that shit like it's nothing. But you try to jump in that bitch and your body so like heavy you can't. That shit so
They
crazy.
said that it's only a few fish in the ocean that can penetrate these underwater lakes, and they make an emphasis that the eel is like the main one. But that's crazy because in a lot of ancient artwork, you'll see them worshiping eels. And then it's like they kind of worship stuff that was like messengers in between our world and the other worlds and shit.
Look at that muscle ring look like a donut. That's crazy, bro.
You know what I'm saying? It's a lot to think about. Like, and we just think about this. We just now talking about underwater lakes in the 2000s, but they've been here. This just show you how much it's been hidden from us. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think in 2024 we're about to see some live
Look how the
shit.
light shine. Look at the light shine through that water, just like how you had it. Look at that shit. The reflection like a fucking star.
Yeah.
You just had a video that shit look just like a star just now.
Exactly, bro. Observing, man, like
the fuck are they talking about, man? This shit,
Nothing.
this shit, I love this shit, B. Yo, I
For
love the
real.
hustle, B. I love the flat earth hustle, B.
Yo,
I feel like
that's
Magic
what I
could
was
murder one of
saying.
them niggas, B. Would the fans still love me if I stop with this flat earth shit, B?
You crazy, man.
That's why I was saying if you take that hand flag and you put it next to that Tartarian flag, I mean, it kind of looked like the simulation that was sitting there is fighting each other, where you see the action of like opposing teams. Like you got the red and blue running toward the yellow, which is like, you know, the shit fighting liberty and like everything we're sitting in. It's like the fucking whole simulation's trying to tell you, like, look at this. This is what we're doing. This shit crazy.
And then on purpose.
Yeah, on purpose, exactly.
Yeah.
I think the purpose is so they can have probable deniability
Can
to
I
the creator.
What do you guys think about fires?
I'm about to give y'all a sneak peek into some recent research that I'm doing.
Going to the element of wood. It's gonna be the wooden dragon. You know, dragons breathing fire. This will be interesting. We had all the fires up in Canada stuff.
Yo, watch this, right? Here is a structure that's in I don't know how to pronounce this place. It's in Poland. Ludwikowicz. Anyway, check this out, y'all. I'm doing research. I want to share some with y'all. So look, There were ancient stories written. Now, this is an ancient site, ruins, that scientists try to speculate what was this used for, and they call it the Henge. Now, there's another place in the world called Stonehenge that looked similar. And there's conspiracies around these places, what they was used for. But guess what? I figured it out, y'all. And I'm about to present it in my upcoming shit. These are lunch sites for Vimanas. There was a Nazi technology called Vimana. Put it this way, right? This is an ancient lunch site similar to like what the Chinese used to launch their second sun. It would have been used to launch advanced aerial aircraft. Kind of like some of the shit we see in the sky, they calling the UFOs. This is a site to launch ancient, high-tech aviational aircraft. And in my upcoming lecture, I'm going to prove without a shadow of a doubt, y'all, that Stonehenge was the same. And, bro, it's just so much deep shit that I'm going to show y'all. You know what I'm saying?
That's tough. That's tough.
I mean, I just can't wait. Like, if I can give you, let me see here. Because what it is this, right? These Vimanas they levitate. Let me show you. But they are time traveling machines. They ain't, like when we look at these Vimanas, these ain't physical. These are what, let me show you what they are.
So they got vehicle identification number and AMA.
Let me just go without having any. I'll yield the flow in a minute. This is what today, right? We see stuff like this in the sky, and they say it's aliens. It's a UFO. They were saying stuff like this in the sky during the 40s, during Hitler, and this is what they were testing, Vimana technology. That's why it's a triangle. This is not physical technology. It's holographic. That's why it's light-based here. But I'm going to show you something, right? This technology ain't meant for you to get from point A to point B. It's meant to create an accelerated force that can bend the fabric of space-time to allow time travel. So when we see this stuff in the sky, it ain't that the military is trying to work on advanced aircraft that allow us to fly faster. The most advanced aircraft flies so fast, it now breaks the barrier and you go into time travel now. We got fast aircraft now. We got the fastest you can really go without killing yourself in a human body. We ain't working on speed no more. We're working on breaking the speed barrier, the sound barrier. We're working on opening the vortex with acceleration. So to us, that may look like, man, the military just working on fast airplanes. They so advanced that they can go real fast. Man, it ain't about speed. It's about accelerative force to open portals. So what we looking at is not a group of people that's working on per se like aircraft that'll make us fly faster. What the Vimana was a time traveling machine. It was specifically used to time travel. And that's what I'm going to explain on my upcoming presentation. That the Nazis was working on time travel, not fast airplanes. And that these Vimanas, right, when they testing these things to launch them off, they're very unstable because they ain't using the same kind of propulsion technology we use in rockets and stuff. So to really level them out to make them steerable at these crazy time-space bended speeds, you don't use the same steering mechanisms and propulsion systems we do in regular rockets. We literally talking about what we would call alien technology now. The propulsion technology and steering technology involved in Vimanas you can't understand it thinking physicality. So what I'm saying is we're talking about an object that's physical, but once it start creating enough vortex energy, it phases out of the physical spectrum. It now becomes holographic light. A physical object that you was just touching, this is real shit, y'all. I'm telling you. This is
that makes hella sense because you got to think about it. You're talking about a physical thing. That means the only drag and thrust it can use is air. There's a medium, that's air. Now you get into that situation, you're not using air at that point.
You see, and it's crazy because when I go into these lunch sites, don't that look like you can have a Vimana levitate? Because think about it, right? These things, when they park them, they just hover. They never touch the ground. When you park, it's just hovering. And it's like a ship, right? If you fucking get out of your boat and you don't anchor it, it can just float all in the water. These Vimanas are sailing on a magnetic sea. So when you park them, you gotta anchor it. But you can't, it ain't like you can tie a rope to this shit. It ain't even all the way in the physical spectrum. But listen, what I'm saying is this right here. Once this thing go to moving and accelerating, but you're trying to keep it steady for lunch, you can't use ropes and all that to tie it with. So they use these little hinge things. Because think about it, I got a levitating Vimana, and it ain't touching the ground, so it ain't really stable like a ship at sea. So I need one of it parked up in here, and it was able to kind of keep it parked like a parking spot, but also this served as a lunch post too. So when the Vimana is like hovering inside of this thing, they start hitting this advanced propulsion system. Is based on vacuum technology to where this machine is sucking the outside air from around it to create, is sucking the outside air inside of a tube in the middle of the Vimana and blowing it out the bottom, creating a vortex. So the vacuum at the top of the Vimana, the harder it sucks, the higher this thing lift up, if you can kind of see what I'm saying. But it ain't, they said this thing is possible of going from like 0 to like these ridiculous bullet speeds within a second based upon how the advanced systems are operating in it. I got like a fucking 4 to 5 hour long documentary that I'm recording, y'all. Every day I'm recording a piece and I'm putting it together for y'all, where I'm gonna break all this shit down, yo. What Stonehenge was, what all of this stuff was, for real, man.
You don't think the Vimana technology used what's that Russian dude named Viktor Bagrinikov that used he used beetle wings, like like beetles and bug wing. I mean bees, like their wings are like some type of the way how it's shaped or something like that. Like the sacred beetle.
You ever
like
heard
sacred
of
beetle?
No, it ain't got nothing to do with. You ever heard of something called Glock?
Glock?
Yeah. Let me show you what it is.
The best
Glock.
flyers are dragonflies. Sorry, man.
Hold up, Renner G. Glock, right? Show it to you real quick. Glock. Let's look it up. Glock is the German name for the anti-gravity craft that they developed. Today, the Hindu word, when you say Vimana, that's saying that the Hindus developed this same technology before Hitler. When Hitler reverse engineered the Hindu Vimana, it was called Glock. But the thing is, they wasn't ready for the world to have this kind of propulsion technology yet. It's a big conspiracy. I'm doing the research with JPL, the Jet Propulsion Lab. This got something to do with the fuel hose. See, the ancients were propelling vehicles by compression. For example, you could take compressed air and release it to propel an object, and you don't really need to be paying for propulsion food. Like gas is a joke. Like the cheapest thing to do is to propel an object. So when you realize that the ancients had free energy, that we call today scalar energy, this is what we're talking about. Who using that first? China. See, the thing is this: if you can get something to levitate, you can just push it with your hand and make it go across the room, all the way across the room. What we're saying is that the greatest propulsion systems are the ones that take the least amount of energy to create the greatest amount of distance or propulsion. So any kind of levitating Vimana technology will be the top of the line with that, because you're getting rid of drag. You know how the globalists say, ain't no drag in space. Literally, when you create a torsion vortex around any physical mass, I hate this, this gonna sound crazy, it becomes weightless. It levitates.
Yeah. They called it the bell.
Yeah, look,
That's fun.
Yeah, and look, go, listen, there's a book, right? I haven't read it, but I am. The Sea of Energy. Now, it's called John Murray right here. He was a globalist, but if the concepts he's talking about is nothing but flat earth and the waters above. It's crazy. He called it radiant energy. It's the ether. It's the firmament. I'm going to show y'all how crazy this shit is. There were scientists who were even globe earthers that were challenging their own model. That's what I miss about the 30s, the 40s. I wasn't born in those times, and you still had the globe earth concept, but the debate was open though. It wasn't like everybody was like, it's a globe, shut up. No, the world was 50-50 on this. The space race hadn't happened yet. Even the people that was saying there's a globe was still open-minded to say, well, maybe it's not. That was the time we was in. They got rid of that with the space race. And after that, they said, anybody trying to debate this and question this, you disrespecting those astronauts that risk their life to prove it. You better shut up now. Ain't no need to debate the shape of the earth, because you gonna make the family sad. These people went to space and they risked their life. People died for this. And you saying it ain't a globe? Y'all see what they did now? They ended the debate with the fucking, it's crazy how they do it, man.
With the how dare you stuff.
With the sob story. Now we can't talk about it no more because you disrespecting now. Because now, hey, man, we done already sent astronauts. Now you just being disrespectful now, man. People gave their life to Putin, and it's like, now you see the predicament we in? These folks are smart, man. They smart, boy. Like, they smart, my nigga.
Propaganda over here, bro. They brought that propaganda over here. They got, I'm sorry to cut you off, bro. I'm only 2 seconds, two pennies in the pond of mouth. But they got them thinking Hitler went away on a UFO. That was part of the propaganda after they, brought Edward Bernays over here to America. So they got on that UFO stuff early, before the Nazis even came here, when they did that UFO propaganda. And then it was Schauberger. Homie said it was Victor, the Russian guy. It was also Victor Schauberger who held the patent for the Nazis. He was an Austrian. He came up with the water filtration, and he specialized in, look up Victor Schauberger, because his whole knowledge was based on water. And I'm sure you've already seen his stuff already. But then we also see Shu in his name too. I say I'm gonna drop my 2 cents. I'm out.
I'm gonna tell y'all my prediction. As time move forward, it's gonna get more and more dangerous. You know what I think? I think flat Earth probably end up going into a cult. We're gonna be forced to become a fucking, like the albinos in Africa, secret little. You ain't gonna be able to just say you're a flat earther and wear symbols repping flat earth. It's damn near gonna be looking like a swastika to put an AE map on your chest. I'm telling you, because I hear so many people respond to us by saying it's disrespectful, it's science denial. And I'm telling y'all, man, when these globalists go to see a rocket launch, they be careful damn near talking like that to some people. And they only gonna fuel that kind of energy toward us instead of just debate us with the arguments. Because guess what you get all the time? So you telling me all these people that went to the moon, all the black ladies that work for NASA, the Hidden Colors move, man, you tripping. You tripping, dog. I'm telling you, bro, I done had niggas damn near want to fight me. Especially when I did that Hidden Colors shit, and I said that the black women that work for NASA, they Freemasons, they boule. Boy, that got me in trouble.
And you said that real shit about how people grew up with respecting their mamas and shit. So you ain't gonna tell your mama ain't did something for the woman. So you know we was catered to the women. So they had to do it. It was women. They did it. Black women.
Yo, and they got people spending money on swastikas called
discredit the black woman.
Yo, bro, let me land my helicopter hat. My helicopter hat, bro. They're called Swatch watches. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, but look, you peep the game on that, Retin. Like, that's what I'm saying. To this day, if you go into a pro-black channel where they dissing Flat Earth, they gonna bring that up. I get it every time, bro. And it's a weird position to be in. Guess what they gonna say? Bro Sanchez, there were black women that worked with NASA, and they couldn't have even made it to the moon without these black women. See, now I'm gonna show you what pisses me off about this whole shit. Nobody can just debate our arguments. You gotta make it like I'm disrespecting you, some culture. I'm being mean. I'm a terrorist, right? I'm doing something. How dare you say that? You gotta turn it into a crime. You feel me?
Moving the goalposts.
And then you know it don't take much to get black women on your ass, nigga. You tell them, goddammit, some AKAs help the white man make it to the moon, and hey, you, all right, man.
That Greeks, that got them going right there. Don't even say that shit there. I'm telling you, that shit crazy. And you spitting straight knowledge about this shit, but they want to move the goalposts to talk about the single women, and you see what they struggle with. The women went through and had to raise kids.
Yeah.
Like,
you feel me?
Man, what that got to do with what I'm talking about, man? You don't see the trickery? That's what I'm talking about. You know they got the Eastern Stars too, right? You know that, right?
Yep.
Like, come on, man.
Yeah, I know them Eastern Stars with the Baphomets, that 5-pointed star. Yeah, man.
But look, though, how you feel about what that shit called, the parabola effect with the holographic, when you put something in the center of it and then put the top over it, and when you touch it, it looks like it's there, but it's not there. It's Pariola and Flugola.
I gotta be freshened up on it. Yeah, I'm
Hold on, let me see.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? It's called
I'm pulling it up.
It's Parabola, and then FUOCO. And it's like the sun and moon theory, holographic. And they got the kids with the pig. They put the pig inside the bowl in the parable. You spell it there, right?
I'm missing something. What else you said?
Don't put effect. Take that out. The E, take the effect out, and then put FUOCO.
Okay.
And then put sun and moon theory.
Okay.
Put in holographic.
Yeah. Might need to go to videos if it's a video. Let me see.
Go to
Is it a video?
They got a ladybug. They got a ladybug and a pig. It's like a machine.
Let me type that in too. That'll help it slim it down.
Right there. See it to the right? All the way to the right. All the way to the right.
This pig is a hologram. Damn. Okay. Okay. That shit look real as hell, man. That shit look
They
hella
start off
real.
with like a ladybug.
That do look real. Is it a video though that I can
Yup,
play
it's a
for?
video.
All right.
It's a video. That's why I tell you gotta be on Instagram. If you had an Instagram, I could have sent that shit to you. But that's it right there. That's the machine right there. You got it. Why they won't sell a video for it though? It's a video for that shit, bro.
Okay.
Bro, Sanchez, I'm going to send you a link through the chat of this Freemason revealing what we live on through the square and compass symbology if you want to screen share it or not. It's a little video, but
yeah, put it in the you know how to screen share? You could drop the link into the back check.
yeah, I'll drop it to you real quick. It's really good.
I might have seen you the video, Sanchez, the email.
All right. Yeah, man, we're going to break that Vermont stuff down. And I don't like how the globalists be calling niggas pseudo, but y'all want to talk about all the shit we talk about. Multi-dimensions, multiverses, Vermonters, and portals. And, bro, stick to heliocentrism. Everything can't work on a globe. Goddamn. You gave up your ability to think outside the box when you embrace heliocentrism. When you do that, you just got to get what they give you. Quit trying to use your own mind like us.
I sent it to you.
Bro, I also dropped a link for you in your private chat. We're covering similar videos. That's it.
Check your email.
But man, which Crescent sent me a bunch of links. I don't know which one to play, bro. Crescent Ramdor, which one to play? Confused, man.
I just heard the video I sent you. You were just playing it.
What's your vision? To float and move this video pyramid on top of your smartphone or tablet screen while playing a specialized video, and a three-dimensional object will appear to float and move inside the pyramid. In this video, we'll be showing you how to make your very own hologram pyramid. All you really need in order to create your very own hologram pyramid is a CD case or other thin clear plastic, a hobby knife, a ruler, a straight edge, and some tape. Some other optional supplies that will make the project easier include glue, sandpaper, and cardboard. The first thing you need to do is cut the plastic to create 4 triangles. You can create 2 different sizes of hologram pyramids depending on whether you'll be using it with a smartphone or tablet. The downloadable templates for both sizes are linked in the description below. Score and bend the plastic to create.
It's crazy because the template for a hologram pyramid is the exact layout for the fucking Hindu Vamana. And that's what I'm saying. Like, all of this shit ain't nothing but, man, it's the same shit, bro. I'm telling you that his holographic technology gonna end up resembling this shit. But I wanted to go into this too. I'm gonna play y'all videos. We're gonna mix all this shit together and
Bend the plastic to create 4 triangles. Tape the triangles together to create a pyramid. If you decide to glue the pyramid together, try taping it together first with masking tape and using a cardboard stand to hold the pieces together while the glue dries. Also, you may have to apply several coats of glue because some glues will shrink as they dry. Oh, and one more thing. Taped hologram pyramids certainly have some advantages, one of which being that they are foldable. Now that you've created your hologram pyramid, you'll need some video content that will work with it. I've linked a few videos in the description below that are designed for use with a hologram pyramid. Well, I hope you enjoy your DIY hologram pyramid. If you're feeling a bit more daring, try creating.
So when you make that pyramid, you put put it on top of some sort of projecting light or something, and it project these images 3D into it. I don't know the rest of the steps, but I don't know.
Yep, that's all the steps there are. That's it.
That's what I
exactly
figured. It seemed fairly simple. Yeah, that's dope, man.
Now the application that he showed
At the beginning of the video,
piggy, that the way he does it with a little piggy is a little bit different. They put it inside of like a mirrored bowl, and then they put a lens above that mirrored bowl with no other viewing area except for that open little lens area, and it projects the pigs from that reflecting bowl beneath up. So there's two different techniques being used in those two different videos.
He shows a CD or a disc. He immediately draws the geometric shape of an oblate spheroid.
They think that the Earth is an oblate sphere. Okay.
We can see how he separates the oblate spheroid with a disc that has a hole in the center.
Like, come on, this is good stuff already.
Then, below he draws a circle with a swastika inside and immediately paints it completely black. From this black circle, rays come out and 3 rays pass through the hole in the center. Below he writes, still. One of the possible meanings of this black circle may be the black sun. He draws reliefs on the edge of the hole and writes North Pole. And above this hole inside what would be the celestial vault he draws a star, the polar star or Polaris. He marks 2 points and connects them in a circle and writes, equator. He draws 2 lines that go down from the polar star to the 2 points. The line.
I knew he would. I was saying, when he gonna make that 6-pointed star in the middle, baby?
Form a triangle. He highlights 2 of the rays coming out of the black sun and also forms a triangle, but vice versa. And he writes, as above so below. It's one of the 7 principles of Hermes Trismegistus. It appears on the Emerald Tablet and then in the Kabbalion. He erases the intersections and draws the sun and moon.
And real quick, I want to give your mind an idea of how this would go in motion. So when the brother came up earlier and he was telling me about an atom, This is what the atom is, y'all. It's the torus field. But he missed the know-it-all, right? You feel me? So I'm gonna show you what the atom is real quick. Boom. This is how all the energy is moving throughout the center and around this thing. Like we're literally looking at a magnetic energy field from a top-down view. Like, you know, into the North Pole hole, but we looking like from the top down, not from the side though. So, but this view here, like it just shows you how all this energy that's flowing through this thing, the pathway of it is creating all these sacred geometric shapes and shit. Can y'all see the 6-pointed star in here? Because it's embedded into this thing where you got a triangle right here at the bottom. You got a triangle at the top. When they meet, you get this sort of 6-pointed star concept that's there too, man. It's crazy, bro. You know? So all this shit is the atom, though. But if you take the word atom, rearrange it, you get mother, motor. What this is the concept of how a motor works. Engine. All motors are based upon a torus field. Perpetual motion. So, atom is motor.
I'm from outer space. I got Milky Way for blood. Evolution in my veins. I'm gold. I've been far away. I'm illuminated now.
We don't need your music, though.
Yeah. You got that email I sent you, Sanchez?
Yeah, you got to send me a link, though. I can't download files on my joint through that like that. But yeah, you know, this is dope. This little, you know. Look, did y'all see that? Look, I'm going to show you something. Look at that. You see that cloud formation above that mountain? But you know, that is crazy, right?
Yeah.
That is crazy. But what do we learn? Like, what can we learn from that? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, nature is weird, man. We don't know everything it is to know about this reality, even though science try to act like it and shit, bro. We know it's flat. We know you can get off of it without a rocket. You know? This is a deep
Type
video.
in 3D mirror scope.
Look at that. Look at that, bro. Like everything makes the flat earth when you, man, shit's crazy, bro. That's crazy. That's just a bubble that formed. Like, look at this shit. With the North Pole in the middle, that was crazy. Yeah, it's everywhere.
3D mirror. It's called a mirror scope. That's what they call it on YouTube, a mirror scope. M-I-R-A scope.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to
my bad. I found it though.
You spelled it. Yeah, it's right.
Damn.
But that's not the one I was trying for. It was some kids in a science class doing this shit, and they had to broke it all the way down.
Right. Damn, that shit is crazy though. I never saw this shit. The nigga just stuck his hand right there. That's dope. But I'm trying to see where is the real object at though? Where they projecting it from? Where's the base joint? That'll be.
When you look at it, they're gonna open it. They're gonna open it, then put the object inside, then close it.
Okay, I see. Let me see.
I'm still trying to find that other video to send you. The mirror matrix.
And there it is. You can just keep stacking these and stacking them, and it'll be many
That's the
minutes.
sun and moon right
Yeah.
there. See the moon? Y'all say how you get to the sun and the moon, and you thinking it's in the sky, and you can't get to it, but it's from another source.
Yep.
Looks like a mushroom too.
Yeah. This is a perfect example of the nature of our reality.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that shit look just like the inside of that shit before we go to the other top when we was looking at the picture with the alien thing with the ball with Picard going to the next level, going up.
Yeah,
to the top of the
man.
next plane.
Mm.
That's it.
Mm.
Why they and then they try to change it to call it a mirror scope so we can't find that shit, right? You see that shit?
And it's like that's their way of saying Meru, like Mount Meru, Meru scope.
Shit, boy.
Because this
The
is
middle,
based on Meruvian technology, Mount Meru technology, Meru scope. Yeah. We see it, you know, when they talk about the Immaculate Conception, that's the myroscope. It's conceiving a copic reflection. Like that's what Mary is. She's a mirror. Mary, she's talking about this same technology. You know, this is just fucking been a night, bro. I ain't gonna lie. It's been a night.
Damn,
man.
boy, we going in.
But yeah, man. I'm gonna have to go and bring it to an end. We at 9 hours, but yeah, we definitely gonna do it like this.
That look like the shit right there. That look like the shit what you putting on top, just like that motherfucker right. That's crazy, man.
Yeah, we got to do
That look
more
like
of
a
these,
fucking
man.
mirror scope.
Yeah, it does. That's what I'm saying. You know, this is what we inside of, man. That's crazy. And we gotta pick up right here with the mirror scope and make the connections between that and the flat earth and shit on the next one though. Because this is exactly what, like, we walking around the earth's surface and we think we're physical objects, but we like this pig right here.
Yup, that's exactly what it is. That's exactly what you've been saying the whole time. You didn't put this shit together.
And then
Yeah,
look at this. If you look at that mirror scope, like you said, bro, check this out. I just happen to have this over here on the side while that was up. And I'm like, damn, bro, we gonna zoom in. You look at this flat earth model right down here at the bottom. And it's crazy when we go to the mirror scope, it's like, boom. This is the
boy, what the fuck?
Why they use a pig?
Yo, that's
Why they use a
crazy,
pig, bro?
yo.
Hey,
this
bro,
shit is
why
the
they use a pig?
same.
Tonight, man. I can't even go to sleep tonight, man.
That's
Look at
one
that
of those
shit.
yes
Look at
or
that.
no.
Look at that shit. Look at it. Look at
That's
the
an
pig in the
8-ball.
middle. Go back one more time before you go, man. That shit look just like right there. That shit like the pig. Look at the pig.
That's what I'm saying.
And that's reflecting at the
Bro,
man, come on, man.
That damn parachute is the pig in the middle. Facts, yeah. See,
Crazy, bro. Oh yeah, you got my eyes up now. I synchronize anything so quick when I see that shit now. Fucking with you, boy. You the truth, you know.
Man, bro, we the truth. Cause listen, nigga, if it was just me, I'd be saying this and niggas would be like, nigga, what you talk about? The fact that we can see this shit together, but see that, I'm glad y'all see it, cause if it was just me, I'll think I'm crazy. Like, hold up, you see this shit too, bro? You know what I'm saying?
Right, I
so
feel you, though.
this shit here do make me like, yeah, bro.
This is fucking my head up, bro. Like I can't even.
And look how long, Retton, I've been doing this shit, and I still get that feeling like, damn, bro, every time.
Right. That's why I respect that. That's why I respect it. That's why I respect this shit. That's that wisdom. That shit come with the wisdom. It become wisdom after a while.
Can I spark something up real quick?
Yeah, and and we'll get out of here. Appreciate y'all. You got it, man.
Cool, man. Cool. See how that's one of those magic balls? It says like yes, no, maybe.
Like the
Or
8
like an
ball,
8
yeah.
ball.
Uh-huh.
Magic
It
ball.
is.
Like they say abra cadabra. They say abra ham. Ham is the pig, right? And we've seen the movie Groundhog Day, Groundhog, right? So we know that hog is also sausage, and we spell Jesus backwards.
SUSEJ. Gets really deep. I don't want to.
You know, we in the courtroom. He just writing everything down. Like the words we saying, he picking up and just writing everything down. What you call them people that just write shit down while we talking? That's what he is right there.
He the stenographer, yeah.
Yeah, he just write shit down while we talking and then come back with the
I had this epiphany this morning.
All right, man. I appreciate you, man. Sanchez, always love, brother.
Appreciate it, bro. And I see y'all on the next one, man. It was a fucking dope one for sure. Peace and love.
Sure.
Thank y'all, man. I gotta give a shout out to Rom Ham. Rom Ham, we gotta drop you a bomb, man, because you've gifted a lot of memberships tonight. You've gifted a lot of them. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, man. Hey, much love to Rom Ham Solo, man. Flat motherfucking power. And salutes to all the new members. Immortal Errant, D. Allen Warren. Let's go ahead and pull that up. Brandon Prather, Niji, Alabama Nigga Nation, Gold Sky Beats, Mikey G13, Eric Deep, Dooms, Mario Gallen, Rom Ham, A Sense of Awe. Let me see. We got more too. Okay, that's everybody. Man, let's drop a bomb. I really appreciate y'all. I appreciate that for real. Salutes to everybody in the chat room that gave a super chat donation. I really appreciate that. And to everybody else that just came and gave your viewership. You hit the like button. We appreciate that too. Flat power, we appreciate y'all. We've been here for a while, so let me get on out of here.